We are back. I'm good. Are you back?
Am I back?
Am I back? Am I back?
Holy smokes, we're so back.
We are so back.
We're so back. I don't even know. Have we told chat about our plans?
We've hinted
We've hinted at it. We've also hinted at it for
months?
Years.
A year.
A year. We've been saying we'll do this.
That's
for a
one
long
thing
time.
I was thinking about, and I should have discussed this with y'all. When did we first go, we need to... Because what happened, you said you were keeping track of all the games you completed. Like, I don't know if it was for this, but you said you were, so I was like, I should do that for 2023.
I think it was, so last year, I completed a record number high for me, which was 11 games.
Nice.
And I was keeping track of it just in my head. I was like, and then this year I was like, well, I'm completing more games. I should actually have a website or some Google Doc to go, let me actually keep track.
And Adam's doing some very important science here. You might be getting some double listening chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm going to speak a sentence in order to hear it, and then you two are going to follow in succession.
Well, I think I will say my next sentence. Sorry, Brad, didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think you can now say your sentence.
Well, now I'm going to be speaking into my mic to make sure the audio levels are correct.
And we're beautiful.
Holy
That's
smokes.
so good. That's so
Holy
good.
smokes.
That sounds great.
The recording thing worked.
The recording thing did, we recorded it beforehand. And we tested it, and it sounded just like that.
in OBS or whatever.
Yeah.
That's also how I've been acquiring clips for YouTube videos, is I've been screen recording them.
Oh, no, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's great.
So enough beating around the bush. Chat, what we are going to do is we are going to discuss every game we completed in 2023. Not just games that came out in 2023. Yep. If it was a game we just, for us, completion, see the credits, we completed it.
Yep.
Done.
Yes.
So every game we saw the credits in, we're talking about right now.
Yep.
So is it going to be like person to person, or what's the...
So I'm thinking we can just go around, and then once one of us hits a game multiple people have beaten, we can all talk about it right there.
Okay. I definitely think I should begin.
Okay.
Yep.
Because my completion count this year is abysmal.
And do you want to give the very good reason for that?
Yeah.
So I've had probably the most eventful year a human being could possibly have. I got married, moved across the country, and am expecting my first child. So
Not a lot happened. Pretty big stuff.
A lot happened in span. Nonetheless, still managed to complete 3 games amidst all of it. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and go. So I'm going to be playing mostly like an MC, like kind of
Absolutely.
Conversationalist during this. But I did complete 3 games. 3 games that I'm pretty sure we've all completed, so we can all talk about them.
All right.
First one, Fire Emblem Engage.
No, I did not complete it, but I did put about 15 hours into it.
And I did complete it. Now, it's important. I like that we're mentioning Fire Emblem Engage first, because this was a game that came out in January. Mm-hmm. And it's a good thing we're doing this year, because 2023 had a lot of games that came out. And I feel like Fire Emblem Engage was a game that really flew under people's radars. And for the people, at least when it first came out, for the people whose radar it was on, they weren't big on it.
Right.
And we weren't big on it either until it came out.
I remember when Fire Emblem Engage came out, I was like, I was actually kind of excited for it, because I was like, all right, it's going to suck. Like, it's going to be dong, and it's going to be hilarious because of it. We were very wrong. It actually was not dong. It was perhaps the most satisfying gameplay experience I have had in a Fire Emblem game.
I agree. Like, when the first trailer that they showed off was just
it
something
was
about it was just a little grody.
It was atrocious.
I was in a VC with Brett while we were watching,
and I think like we thought like, is this a mobile game? We literally thought it was a mobile game. We thought it was like a Heroes sequel.
Are we porting Heroes gameplay to a game on the Switch?
Because they were showing like old Fire Emblem characters, and I was like, all right. Usually, nostalgia bait is reserved for a mobile
trashy
games. For trashy games.
And he had Colgate hair.
Yeah, that design, it's still bad.
It's still bad. Like even though the game is good, like the character design is pretty bad.
Yeah.
It was. I know everyone knows this by now, but done by someone whose primary job it is to design VTuber models, and it shows.
It shows.
Yeah, it shows.
It shows.
Hilarious for me though. Like honestly, the bad character design had a punchline because it actually had plot relevance as to why he looked like that, and I lost it as soon as they mentioned that. I was like, no freaking.
Oh, we're just gonna go ahead and say, Spoiler City.
So yeah,
Spoiler
I
City.
think
Spoiler City.
Spoiler at discretion, because there are some games on here that you said you wanted to play, so I won't spoil. Like Okami, I won't be spoiling Okami.
Yeah, okay.
But like games we all agree upon, could we spoil it? We will be spoiling them.
But the thing is, though, for me, like, I know personally, for me, a game is never spoiled. Like, if you tell me exactly how game plays and exactly what happens, unless it's like a game where that's kind of the idea. Like say, an Outer Wilds sort of thing. Like you can spoil that. So I still haven't played it, by the way. I'm waiting for the Switch release. I don't know why, but I am.
I don't want to be spoiled on it.
But like
most to play it.
But like most games, I've like telling you how Fire Emblem Engage works. To me, that wouldn't spoil the game.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, a side note to spoilers. It seems like every time I get spoiled on something in a game, it's always story, right? And it's always out of context.
Truth.
Oh yeah.
So like, I keep thinking the spoiler is this one thing, and then the spoiler is actually correct, but in a different context than what I was thinking. And it's like, honestly, my experience has been enhanced.
Yeah, because it's naturally subverted.
Yeah.
So when you say there was a punchline, are we thinking of the same thing? Because there was one line that was hilarious.
So I know what line you're talking about, and it was not that I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Can we say it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a line.
So wait. We can introduce. So all of the characters are referred to as emblems.
There's the ones from previous games.
The ones from previous games. They're like spirits. They're stored in rings, and you could summon them, and they are referred to as emblems.
Extremely vague on like if they're the disembodied spirits of Ike, and
if they existed in this world,
if they're like alternative personalities. Like there's absolutely no sort of language to describe what emblems are,
and they all have their own, like, what's the term for it? An epithet. Like some of them, like there's like. Yeah. Well, I'm sure one was called like the Shining Emblem or something like that.
No, emblem of blank or blank emblem, something like that.
And Alir,
the main character, at a climactic point in the story,
like towards the end,
sacrifices himself. Moment of silence to grieve for Alir, and then he comes back. He's resurrected, but. The thing is, the emblems have to expend their power in order to restore his existence. This is as an emblem, so like double confusing now on what emblems are. Also, he doesn't look like one. He's still like, he doesn't have the blue aura. He doesn't float, but yet he's an emblem, question mark. And then I forget who says it. I think it's Marth. He's like, it's you, Alir. You are the fire emblem.
And I had to put the controller down. I was like, oh,
I have a screenshot. Of it.
You are the fire emblem.
You are the fire emblem. And then, of course, Alir repeats, and he's like, me? The fire emblem?
And it's like the fire emblem is a thing in other games, but like this is just like, it's like the writers like saw the jokes about like, we're Street Fighters, kin. Yeah. You know? Something like that.
Yes.
That's how it's portrayed. It's like,
it was you. You were the Resident Evil.
Yeah. It was like they read that and thought, oh, we should do that in this game. That's going to be hilarious.
They thought that was like, was it intentionally funny? Like,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I really don't know. It's toeing the line.
If I met the director and he said the entire game was meant to be a farce, I would believe him.
I would 100% believe
Because that's great.
So the hair color, right? The Colgate thing. This is because Alir is the child of the Fell Dragon,
Boom.
which is the big bad evil dude.
And if you're familiar with Fire Emblems, you know they never have an evil dragon as the antagonist.
Oh, never. And his children have red hair, but he was adopted.
I don't know why I'm doing funny faces. No, Chat can't even see.
by the good dragon. And when she adopts him, she expends part of her life force. Okay, he actually dies like 3 times now that I think about it. So he was like almost dead here, and she uses his life force to revive him, coloring half of his red hair blue to indicate he is now part Fell Dragon and part Divine Dragon. And that's why his hair is bichromatic, which is absurd and hilarious.
And this the worst shades.
It's awful. It's like the highest contrast blue and red you can possibly imagine. Oh, man.
Not to mention the clothes are like white and gold. And
Yes. Oh, man.
it's insane.
All the characters, not great. Like, Yunaka has heart-spotted hair. She looks like a Jojo character.
And like is it a heart birthmark? A tattoo?
A sticker? We don't know.
In the popularity poll, she was voted the most popular character.
Yes, surprising no one.
Not in the slightest.
Nope.
Now, chat. We love this game.
Oh, yeah, no.
We love this game.
I'll plug a little bit. I did make a YouTube short 1 minute review of Fire Emblem Engage where I say something to that effect, and then at the end I'm like, no, I actually love it though. I'm saying this like it didn't negate it actually enhanced my enjoyment of the game. Honestly, that it was stupid.
It was one of the situations where it's like I was having fun with the gameplay, and when gameplay wasn't happening, someone was saying something really stupid, and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
It is the greatest combination where your entertainment value is just sky high because you're playing the game, you're having fun, and then a cutscene happens, and it's the funniest thing you've ever seen.
It's amazing.
So, to transition, the gameplay, top notch. And what gets me about the gameplay in Engage is it's the same Fire Emblem gameplay that you're used to, but plus this and that and this and that. And that I think is the best way to improve on a formula, is to take the gameplay that was good to begin with and then plus this and that and that. And that. But not just that, things that make the gameplay more... I'm really trying to avoid saying the word engaging.
No, there's a lot more customization to the game.
Yes.
Because with all the emblems, so it comes with a ring, and when you put the ring on a character, they get like bonus abilities,
bonus
and
stats.
like they can transform, and then that gives them other abilities and stats, skills. You can apply... I think they were called brands. Each emblem also has a brand you can apply to a weapon that changes its skills. Similar to Octopath. There's a way for you to transfer skills over once you've learned them. There is I forgot what it was called, traits. Because everyone has a class, but there's also like a trait. Like there's like covert.
Yep.
So that's another way for you to like differentiate like two characters of the same class. Because previously it was just like stat growths if you had 2 knights. Not anymore.
No, I love the traits, and like
it's great.
I love anything, especially with Fire Emblem, that's always kind of had a problem with like actual character differences. Like obviously their stat growths lend themselves to different classes, but in this game where, like you said, a trait literally gives them something different than another character. Who's that character that whenever if she killed someone, was it Anna? If you killed somebody, you would get gold?
Yeah, You get a % chance equal to her luck whenever you kill to get gold. And so I was like, I should give her an emblem that increases her luck, shouldn't I?
And the emblem feature alone is brilliant, I think, because the emblems, I think you mentioned, they have their own set of skills.
Yep.
So it's like the emblems have a set of skills that a character would have, but they are merged into one. So the emblem has its own set of things that it can do. And then when you stack it on top of a character, that character can access those things. And then once you increase the bond levels and all that, then you can transfer those skills to the character and they can use them directly. It's a very clever way to make the system of building a party or an army or whatever a little more, once again, trying to say the word engaging, interesting, and effective. So that way you can have more variety that way. And not only that, but there are also bond rings. So aside from engage rings, which are like the big daddies, there are bond rings that you spend. There's a currency that you use to make them. And they provide more minor, but stat increases nonetheless. So you, as the game goes on, you develop a bank of bond rings, and you're like, I really need this character to have just a little more strength. Well, great. I have a ring that has +2 strength. They can just wear it. Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. A fantastic way to... The customization is through the roof, which for an RPG of any stripe, let alone a strategy RPG, big thumbs up.
And it still kind of blows my mind that I feel like there are no Fire Emblem... I don't want to say clones, but I feel like no indie SRPG or mainstream SRPG.
I can think of one, and I just got it in the mail. Dark Deity.
Dark Deity.
Which is, but that's like older Fire Emblem, which I really like.
GBA.
Even older. It's like Fire Emblem 4.
There is one, there's another indie game, and I think that looks like a GBA game.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So they're out there. But they're very minor, and we don't get like AAA ones either.
No.
Because like I've played like big name SRPGs that are all very much like Final Fantasy Tactics, and none of them as good as Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah, but XCOM has taken it's a big Western influence, and Final Fantasy Tactics is usually the Japanese influence. But it's a shame because Fire Emblem still has its own niche, which I think is great.
It's kind of its own ecosystem. Like when I think of, and I'm particularly thinking of Japanese S/TRPGs. There are kind of tactics-esque ones, and then there are Fire Emblem-esque ones. And I feel like there's almost a bit of a spectrum on those. Like Triangle Strategy, more tactics. Like
it's because positioning is a lot more important in those games because Fire Emblem, unfortunately, does not. It's still a more streamlined experience. Like with Triangle Strategy, Final Fantasy Tactics, you got to worry about like elevation and the way your characters are facing. Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot more like those small little nuances you have to keep track of.
Naturally, like the maps are smaller scale.
Yes,
it's more like I mean, they're both like kind of a small skirmish thing, but it's way more almost like a chess game. Tactics rather than a war game, which I think Fire Emblem kind of leans more into.
Because that one's a lot of space, a lot of like movement, and they're like side objectives. Like literally like go to this house and like interact with this house to like free them.
Before they can come and destroy the house.
This like the GBA Fire Emblem games or like the remake or whatever, like literally like a countryside is the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was like
a village.
Yeah, both like the GBA games they like showed everywhere you go in the villages. In Echoes, that was another thing. You just saw the giant world map and you saw Amon Celica moving around. So, and I know, again, it's the same here. You're on the big thing. It's a very grand sense. And I wish we would go back because Fire Emblem 4 Genealogy, like I think you field something like 18 to 20 units in a mission.
Yeah.
It's a lot. So it does. Now that I'm thinking about it, Three Houses did a good job with it because they showed when you got to a fight, it was like a big battle.
Yes.
Whereas in Final Fantasy Tactics, they aren't big battles. They are small little conflicts, but this is a grander.
But that's just to say, like, just to show the different kind of tones and feeling that these two games have.
Yeah. So Fire Emblem Engage, obviously big recommendation from us. If you like Fire Emblem at all, and if you like Fire Emblem for the gameplay, that is, and not its petting mechanics, which are gone, thankfully.
Not big on petting mechanics. Not a lot of people aren't big on the story or the characters themselves compared to Three Houses.
The story it could have been written by a chatbot.
Absolutely.
It probably was, now that I think about it.
So if like that is your... Like, if you came to Three Houses and you liked those, like, social aspects and you liked that story and you liked all those characters, like, developing, you're not getting that.
Yeah, that was the strength of Three Houses, and it's, like, totally reversed in Engage. That's just not No brain power involved in this story whatsoever.
There's almost no fluff. Three Houses had a lot of fluff.
Three Houses had so much fluff, and that turned into one of my complaints about the game.
It made for a great first playthrough. I took my time with my first Blue Lions playthrough, and it was time for me to go and try all right, we're gonna try Black Eagles this time. And I started. I was like,
oh, we got
to do it all again. And then I was talking, and I was talking to the Black Eagles, and I was like, "Wish Felix was on my team. Where's Felix?"
Well, you can get Felix. You just have to meet a certain set of requirements before time runs out.
Is my sword skill high enough, Felix?
Oh boy,
Mercedes.
And it's only that recruitment is why you can't just start halfway, after the school segment,
right?
Which is what you want to actually be
doing.
doing.
I don't know why they wouldn't just let you
playthrough.
do that, but all right.
Yeah. So it's an issue on a gameplay front. It hurts replayability, which Engage has in spades.
Yes, enormous replay.
With the exception of the DLC Xenologs, which you would have to replay, which don't grant experience and do kill your characters. That was okay. We'll get into some negatives. That's one negative I had. I didn't like that. I felt like the game was just 4 missions too long.
It was just too long. And I mean that not just barely too long.
Yeah,
what I mean.
Panzer Paladin is my chief example of a game that went on so long that I just started to dislike it.
Yeah,
because we did all the main levels. So if you're not familiar, those VODs are gone.
Yeah, Lost Media.
That is what a travesty. Lost Media. My playthrough of Panzer Paladin.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Mega Man clone, so it has the Robot Master stages, then the Wily's Castle stages. And I played through all the Robot Master stages, and I was having a great time. And I was like, all right, Wily's Castle, here we go. What was it going to be? 3, 4, 5 missions? It was 7 or 8. And every time it would go back and there'd be another line drawing to another level, I was like, oh, holy smokes, can we please can we stop? Are we done? Game? And it never felt conclusive, because it's some of those levels, it was just a sewer level. At least here, we were fighting antagonists we saw the whole game, and we were in grand set pieces, and it felt like the end. It was just the end was just a little too long.
Yeah. And I felt it. Like you said, you thought it was, I think, 2 or 3 missions too long.
No, I think it's 4.
But as soon as I got to the one you said was too long, I was like, yeah, Travis was right.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to bum rush the game.
Me too.
After a certain amount or a certain point, the first half I was taking my time. I was doing paralogs. I was like, okay, mechanics, this is okay. And then by the time I got halfway, I was like, all right, I'm finishing the game. And so I took one party and just snowballed them. By the end of the game, I had one party that was 10 levels higher than everyone else.
Who's your goat?
All right, the goat. Let me think,
because I had a definitive goat.
My goat ebbed and flowed.
Okay,
I would say across the board, average Chloe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chloe. Just Pegasus Knights are just always strong.
Yeah.
Pegasus Knights will always be strong. Oh, but they get shot by arrows. She'll just dodge it.
Yeah,
17% chance to get hit. She's fine. She's A-okay.
I feel like she fell off a little bit, in the last third, but then by the last few missions, she came back with a vengeance, and all of a sudden she was
she scaled.
For me, my goat, just because she had 3 level ups in a row where all of her stats increased, was Lapis.
Oh, I did not. So I used Gold Mary for that.
Okay,
and she was kind of a goat by the end of it too. Well, swords, dodge tanks are always yeah. So, and for that
Same
reason,
with you,
also
Naka.
Kagetsu. I had Kagetsu.
I didn't use Kagetsu.
Gold Mary and Alir all were dodged cats, and it was amazing.
No, Alir and Kagetsu were definitely dodge guys for me.
I did have Anna and Tamara as traditional tanks. Was that her name?
I
Tamara?
used
I've never said it out loud.
Jade. That's the traditional thing. And she was balling by the end. She took 1 damage every single time.
That's great.
I did have a sunk cost fallacy character, and it's the same class every game.
Who?
Etier, our archer.
Yep.
I'm like, we get the 3-space bow early. We'll just use that.
No.
Oh, I'll just have her with Lynn, so when she transforms, she can shoot across the map. she's got like 20 life at the end of the game. She can't hit anything. She gets hit by everything. But like she was like still like 7 levels higher than anyone else, and I was like, I have to keep using her. I can't level up anyone else.
Alchrist. Just because he was like, I can't put. There was something with it. He was supernaturally. I can't describe. He would do 50 damage every shot. I don't know what it was. I don't know what happened in his level ups or what I did, but he was ridiculous.
I used Celine a little bit. I guess it didn't need to exactly be Celine. It was just like Thoron plus, I think he was Soren, who I think was a DLC emblem.
Yeah.
But he had like a long distance AoE move, which for Fire Emblem
that's insane.
Like insane. That doesn't exist. AoEs don't exist. Yeah. Long range moves don't exist. It was literally like 8 spaces away. You drop a little like 3 by in Pathfinder would be a 5-foot burst.
Okay.
You drop a little 5-foot burst.
A little 5-foot burst over there. All right. So that's Fire Emblem Engage.
I think that's good for Emblem Engage discussion. And here's the thing. There's no laws. If it's 3 hours later and we go,
there's something else.
Fire Emblem Engage. I totally
100%.
forgot.
We'll definitely be reminded of things. So, my second game
Okay.
was Pokemon Scarlet.
Okay, and so this is going to be, I have Pokemon Violet.
Yeah.
So same thing. So we'll tackle it.
I will say the reason I do not have Pokemon Violet on mine is because I did all 3 tasks. I beat the Elite Four last.
Yeah.
And I beat the champion. I was like, okay, there's a little more. And I was like, no, there's not. And I turned the game off. I beat the Elite Four. I'm done. So I did not complete the game.
You didn't do the ground zeros?
I did not.
As somebody who has beat the game, and Adam, you can disagree, I'm going to give you full rights to talk about the game as if you've beaten it. Because the last area doesn't like do anything crazy.
I will talk about it because I did play it for like 45, 60 hours.
If you would have played for 30 more minutes, you would have seen the credits.
I should have done it. Was it just like one more fight?
It was like a boss. But it wasn't. It was like 2 or 3 battles.
Yeah, and I guess it was like a dungeon because you go to it's a linear area, and you spiral your way down to like ground zeros, and it's a cool segment. Like it's a cool way to end the game. Cool, It's more memorable than I forgot how Sword and Shield. Remember the Sword and Shield guy?
Yeah, with the hairdos.
With the hairdos. The one guy looked like he had a shield hair, and the other guy looked like a
I barely played Sword and Shield.
Dude, you got.
You might have not even seen them because this is
Shieldvert and
these guys
Swordstrom or whatever.
They give you the legendary.
No, seriously.
These 2 buzzos.
Okay, I'm just gonna type in Pokemon Swordvert.
Swordbert and
Swordbert. His name is just Swordbert.
And Shield.
Oh, something. Dude. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's bad.
Okay.
But the area 0 thing is really just like
Swordword and Shieldbird.
Swordword and Shieldbird.
Swordword.
You can't call them that.
Swordword.
So,
it was really just to kind of like tie it up with a bow. It was more cinematic than it was gameplay.
Yeah. The whole game was building to it, and if you didn't go to it, people would have complained.
Yeah.
So I have here in my notes, it's a polarized game, not like Reception Rise, but like there is two parts.
Yeah.
This is the best structure for any Pokemon game ever.
Absolutely.
The open-ended structure does so much for the Pokemon formula, and it feels like fresh. It feels brand new. Having the Pokemon just walk around the overworld is an amazing addition.
Yeah.
And like just how this game is like I said, structured should be how the Pokemon games are made from now on.
Yeah.
On the bad side, I don't care about the story, but it's a Pokemon game. I don't care about the story anyways. It's really buggy. Incredibly buggy.
I would refer to it as a technical monstrosity.
The game is like it feels like a beta. It feels like I'm playing a beta.
Can you mention like the best bug?
So the best bug.
I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe
this is like a joke bug. So anytime you beat the fire team or star team or whatever the the evil
I
game.
didn't, you said Fire Team because it was the Fire Trainer who you beat when this happened.
Team Star.
Team Star.
Team Star.
Every time you beat them, you get a flashback with the person you beat and like them talking to the other members. And it's in a
It's in a sepia filter.
It's in a sepia filter.
As one does for flashbacks.
And it's literally just like a sepia filter applied to the game. And I guess the game missed a flag to turn off the sepia filter. So after the cutscene ended, my game was in a sepia tint. And it was in a sepia tint until I closed out of it.
And I was like,
And then it happened again later.
and this was the first time I've ever saw someone play. I was like standing there watching. I was like, is that right? Is that right?
It was not right. It was terrible.
Yeah.
And there are so many just little bugs like that. This thing's not loading in. I bet I clipped through the world a couple of times.
Yeah, draw distance, horrible. Textures?
Yes.
Bad.
What textures?
What
Bad.
texture?
Bad.
I never had any like dramatic bugs like that.
I think
And that was a funny bug. That didn't hinder my progress.
I think we like waited late enough that was there any patch? Because
I think there was.
I did
was.
have like crashes, but I saved.
Yeah, I have.
So it's like
crashes.
I had bad crashes. The performance was really bad. Now, when I finished the game, which was me picking it up a few months later, it was.
oh,
better.
that'll be a running theme.
It was better, but I still don't think it was.
It should not be released like that.
Like any criticisms of like the game's like technical performance is 100% worthwhile and like should be brought up.
The next Pokemon game.
If it's that bad,
I really hope. I know they aren't because it's the Pokemon company and they made so much money off of this game.
Yeah,
They're just. I'm
They don't
jaded.
need to.
I don't know why I'm so jaded right now.
it's like I wish it was 100% under Nintendo. Like or at least I wish Nintendo had 100% reign over the
game.
Pokemon game.
Yeah.
Because like first party Nintendo games that come out, you cannot have that happen.
They have. I'm going to say excellent quality control. I know Tears of the Kingdom had a couple of
performance
things,
issues,
but like overall, a game that is under Nintendo's production values and like supervision are usually like not this bad. Not this bad.
I didn't beat it, but like Super Mario Wonder, like it plays smoothly. There's no hiccups.
That's
beautiful.
in-house.
Like that. That's what they release, and hopefully, well, obviously, there's no guarantee if Nintendo had total control, but like the fact that Pokemon Company helps produce, they probably have a more saying like, nah, just release it. And Nintendo's just
and they're like, okay, but so hopefully another Pokemon game is not released in this bad of a state. And it sucks because, like I said, the structure incredibly well. Like it's super open ended. I wish, kind of like Super Mario 64. You should be able to do 2 out of the 3 major objectives.
okay.
To get to area 0 at
I
least.
actually agree with that.
Because I did not care for like the big Pokemon fights.
Yeah.
I liked the Team Star, and I loved the traditional gym system, but like the roaming big Pokemon,
and they weren't like spectacular either.
No.
because it was just
you were
big
forced.
Pokemon. One of them was a big worm.
One of them was just a big worm.
Wait, was that what it was called?
I have no idea, dude.
Like a lot of the new Pokemon, I don't even remember.
I agree. I think that it's such a shame that the game just was released dysfunctional because it. I don't want to say like best Pokemon game ever made, but like the structure and bones of it is what Pokemon should be from now on.
Yeah,
because I actually love the 3 different storylines you can do at your leisure because it makes the game feel so much bigger. Like it used to be like I used to finish Pokemon games in like 8 hours.
Yeah, they're pretty short.
They're like short, and now I felt like I could take my time and like do this, do that, engage with different mechanics and play around a little bit.
Took me about 28 hours to beat this one, and now I bet 7 of those hours was shiny hunting and like breeding. But that's part of the game. That's part of the fun.
Well, yeah, I was about to say one of the fun parts of Pokemon is the fact that you would like set objectives for yourself to just do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like breeding all the Eevees, that's fun. Getting all those evolutions is a whole lot of fun.
And I almost feel this is going to be one of the only times you're going to hear me bat from an open world. So this is precious time.
Clip it.
Yep.
Pokemon benefits greatly from an open world.
It does.
More so
Absolutely.
than other games.
Yes.
Like having the linear route system that the previous Pokemon games have, I don't think work in favor of line of making your own meta objectives and stuff.
It also hurts. It's like, ooh, this Pokemon looks cool. When do I get it? Oh,
Later.
like
Yeah.
so like 4 gyms later.
Yeah.
Now it's just kind of just like level locked, and
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can grind Clefairies for a little bit and be fine.
and it makes you like this was a thing in other Pokemon games where like the badge level would gate how well if you could catch
Yes.
over leveled
Yeah.
Pokemon,
Oh, and
how
if they
well
would
they
listen
listen
to
to
you.
you
Yeah.
if you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
traded one. But it makes the most sense here because you
Yeah.
can just go wherever.
Yeah. And I feel like the old way of doing it with like the routes, and it was still trying to grasp an open world thing, right? Because
Yeah.
you could go off the route and in the tall grass and in the caves or in the water and everything. Like you could explore anywhere on that screen in that instance level. So they were like in that moment trying to drum up this, feeling of exploring an open world. And then they got railroaded into their formula. And then that kind of went all the way up to, I feel like Sun and Moon was when I felt this the most. I was like, why? Well, I felt it even harder in Sword and Shield because they had the open world areas, and I'm like, okay, this is what they should be going for. And then they had the linear sections, and I'm like, this just feels wrong now that I have the open world area. And now I feel like Sword and Shield shouldn't exist. I feel like it's just a proof of concept for them to get to Scarlet and Violet. They should have just scrapped it and said, all right, it's going to be a little longer until the next game because I think they wanted to, it was a proof of concept. They wanted to make sure people liked it before they committed. Well, no, because Scarlet and Violet had to have been already well in production by the time it released.
I also say I'm just for chats. It's worth noting. I don't think any of us played Legends.
Yeah, I'm going to say I think
not at all.
Arceus Legends
Yeah, you're
is the
right.
test run for this
Yeah.
game,
Yeah,
despite
you're
the
right.
fact it came out like
And
2020.
and I know
absolutely right.
and I know a
I
lot
forgot
of people who liked Legends Arceus did not like Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like Sword and Shield was definitely like throw it in there to see how people receive it, but they just wanted a Switch Pokemon game. They wanted a game
On
to,
the Switch.
like a
it-
next generation
Yes.
Pokemon game.
Yeah. So I think when I look back on Scarlet and Violet, I feel like it's kind of just a shame because like
It's a shame.
it's inspired game design from a Pokemon standpoint, and I mean that it's inspired. Like I think I had the most fun playing Scarlet and Violet than I had since the first time I played Diamond and Pearl when I was 9.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say since then, but definitely since like Black and White.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't play Black and White.
I like Black and White.
I apparently put in 250 hours in Pokemon White when I was
In
11.
Yeah, I put in 135 into Pearl.
Yeah. How did we do that? We were in
I have
elementary
no idea.
school.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, but so Scarlet and Violet, and the DLC came out, so maybe there's some like bug patches and some like hammering on of plywood that happens there. I don't know. I'll probably pick it up at some point, like if it's on sale But yeah,
I think the release of this Apple Gear does leave a sour taste in my mouth. They should have had it cook in the oven for a year.
yes, they should.
I feel like if it released this year,
if it released like with those things smoothed over and worked out, it would be a monumental hit for Game Freak.
Yeah. And people would still hate on it because Pokemon fans,
Pokemon
we make
fans
fun
are
of this.
Here's-
Pokemon fans are unpleasable.
You can make it, dude. Like I don't know why every Pokemon is in the game. It literally takes 5 seconds to model like a little Pokemon model.
Why have Pokemon fans lost sight of the reason why you play a Pokemon game, which is to role play as a Pokemon?
Why have they lost sight about that these games are made for 8-year-olds?
Yeah, like I booted up a Pokemon game. I'm like, I gotta catch them all. Like I'm not going into the game like a 27-year-old who's played every Pokemon game since Gen 4. I'm going in like it's the first time I've ever seen Pokemon in my entire life, and I want to be the very best.
I want to be the very best.
Yeah.
And this game does like inhibit that as much as a Pokemon game has ever before, but it's just his poor technical state.
And that's why I liked it. It does like kind of drum up those feelings of childlike. Oh, like I'm gonna go catch that Pokemon that I saw roaming around, or I'm gonna go to this gym because it just feels good.
And it's fun seeing like a pack of like Pokemon roam together like they would be if we actually saw them in the real world.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of like we need to realize that a bit more.
We also need to see Driftblooms carrying dead children into the afterlife or whatever their insane lore
because
is.
that's
canon.
That's canon.
Canon. All right. So, such as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Now, chat, this is a big one.
How big? Because I know the big one.
It might be the big one.
Okay, all right.
I'm counting Street Fighter 6.
Oh yeah, we might have to. That's going to be like a big one.
Yeah, should we?
I think we should put a
hold
pin in
on
that.
Okay, well,
Just for a moment.
All right,
But because, like, this is one that's going to be dissected.
yeah. So those are the games that I have seen credits for.
Okay, I will say, we say C credits. Some games, because we play a large variety of games, some games you don't just play through a story and you see credits.
Yeah.
I have several games on this list that you don't beat. Or if you do beat it, it takes 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I have a lot of arcade games on here.
Okay.
But I played them enough and a lot so that I can actually like talk about them, and I consider those games completed.
Yeah,
Enough
I
to where I can discuss them.
Yeah, which I mean that's how I feel about Street Fighter. I played
and, like,
arcade mode.
Like we didn't finish World Tour just because I didn't care about World Tour. I cared about playing it online, and I play it online a lot. So
Yeah,
there we go.
We should be, and just because this is our stream, we can do what I want.
Exactly.
There is going to be, I think, the biggest omission we'll have with all of our games will be Tears of the Kingdom. Like literally, none of us played
None of
Tears
us
of the
played it.
Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good kind of case study into like how we can judge a game before, like, without actually playing it, because it's like it's a lot like Breath of the Wild. Everyone who plays it says it's a lot like Breath of the Wild, and we all played Breath of the Wild.
And like if I played Breath of the Wild and I thought to myself, I wish I could build a car. If that was my only issue with Breath of the Wild is that I couldn't build a car, I would have played Tears of the
And
Kingdom.
here's the problem. This sentence is kind of a. I think this is something that developers should keep an eye on.
Ooh, biscuits.
All right, pardon the interruption. We had a little
We had
delivery.
food delivered.
I mean, I'm quite
I don't
hungry.
know.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Well, I'm eating. Biscuit.
What was I saying? Oh, I was talking about Tears of the Kingdom. So this is a kind of a dangerous sentence to hear as a game developer. But when I looked at Tears of the Kingdom, I just had the feeling that it's an experience I already had.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel an urgency to play it. So, and that's kind of still where I'm at. I still see Tears of the Kingdom footage, and I'm like, I just feel like I played this game.
Remember when I was on stream and I literally streamed like the 8-minute little gameplay demonstration they had back in April?
Yeah.
Like my first reactions to it, and it was like, I was so disappointed because it literally was just Breath of the Wild.
Now, I'm glad we just talked about Pokemon and how it benefits from openness.
Oh.
Zelda so benefits from linearity because they are so like tightly designed and focused experiences, at least like Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess are. And since that's what I grew up with, that is what I like and to a degree expect.
Yes.
So I guess some of it's just, I won't say any of it's like, it's because I don't consider myself like a giant Legend of Zelda fan. I don't know if it's a case where I need to get with the times. It's a case where it's just like, oh, I liked the old gameplay and I just don't like the new gameplay. Like I'm not like bitter. It's just not my thing.
Yeah, and
So we didn't
people are
play
going
it.
to be like, oh, but the original NES Zelda was open world. Okay, but was it
Yeah.
though? Was it open world in the sense that you think of what an open world game is? I say no.
I mean,
Game takes like what 4 hours to beat.
even I would consider Ocarina of Time open world enough. Like
Yeah.
you can like
You can walk from Hyrule to Mount Doom.
Yeah.
That's not
This-
Mount Doom.
this is-
Death Mountain.
Death Mountain.
This is-
Wind Waker too.
This is something I think about a lot. I want to do this experiment at some point. I need a good population. I feel like some sort of video game event or convention would be a good population. But I want to go around and ask different people. First question, what is an open world game? Like, let's list some attributes of an open world game and see what they say. Okay. And then I want to get a different population of people and ask the question, is Dark Souls 1 an open world game?
And then cross compare.
And then
Cross examine.
No, yeah. So sorry. No, the second question is, does Dark Souls have blank attribute of an open world game? And then, of course, naturally, they'll all be yes. Mm-hmm. And then the third question, is Dark Souls an open world game? And I guarantee you that most people would say no, despite the fact that the middle population said yes to all the attributes of what an open world game are present in Dark Souls. So it's a circular paradox.
But yeah, we don't have Tears of the Kingdom on the list.
Yeah. It's just something we don't have on here. That's why.
That's why. Those are our reasons.
All right. You want to do your game? Or do you want to?
You go.
Okay.
You go.
So, I'm actually starting out with a bit of a doozy. So we talked about, we start out with Fire Emblem. That's not like super mainstream, but like I'm sure if you're watching this, you know what Fire Emblem is. Mm-hmm. Then we talk about Pokemon. Mm-hmm. You can't get more mainstream than Pokemon. So let's peel back some layers a little bit. And
let's delve into the caverns.
And now here's the thing. When I say peel back, to me, this is peeling back the layers a bit, because this is a franchise I've known about since like its inception, but not everyone does. And I've learned that our idea of what an obscure game is, it means like a game that came out in 1991 and 6 people have discussed. Mm-hmm. So this is Luminous Avenger IX2.
A game that needs no introduction.
Now, I know what you're thinking. 2, Travis, what are your thoughts on 1? I played it later this year. So this is the sequel to a spin-off of the Azure Striker Gunvolt series. This is a series where I've always been like passively interested in. And now that they're all on the Switch, and bonus points, they're all physically on the Switch, I thought, now's a great time. I like Mega Man. This was made by the people who made Mega Man 0. I like this. I really didn't like Luminous Avenger IX2. The first thing I have... Okay, so you play as... Burped. So the main character of Azure Striker Gunvolt is named Gunvolt. And the sort of... If he's Mega Man, his proto-man is a guy named Copen. Okay. I forgot what his name in Japanese was, but his localized name was Copen.
Okay.
He's coping.
I feel like we're going to be coping.
I feel like we're going to be coping in a little bit. So you play as him, and this game was... Now, I played it on normal, and to my understanding, there are collectibles throughout the level. And if you collect them all, you can play like the game on hard, and that's how you get like the true ending. But I played the game on normal, and it was potentially the absolute easiest game I played all year. This was one of the most brain dead easy games. It's an action platformer, so you do have like a life bar. It's not like Mario, it is like Mega Man. So when you have a move that heals you, which its only resource was a cooldown, which was like 3 seconds. So you were effectively invincible to everything, which just completely negates any sort of action. I don't remember any sort of punishment for like falling down a pit. Sometimes if you die, you just get resurrected. Like there'd be this whole like splash screen and then you're resurrected. I didn't get that. I was like, oh, maybe I'll understand this later when I play Gunvolt. I won't. So actually, let's go back a bit. Let's go back to the fundamental level. It's developed by Inti Creates, who started out making the Mega Man Zero games, and then would move on to making the Galgun games. But they have platformer experience, and this game controls perfectly. Like if you want an action platformer, like this game controls exactly how you want it to. We got mystery.
We have mystery fries.
We got. What are these?
Mystery fries.
Is it a good batch?
They're pretty good.
Pretty good. I think I'll try one. I think I'll have some of these. And that'll be a recurring motif. And that's why I'm hesitant to call it like a bad game. Because I like some of the design choices, like the healing, and again, normal mode. On hard mode, I'm sure that's different. But they got the bones right. The bones of this game are right. It looks good. It sounds good. But I was so confused plot wise. Obviously, this is a sequel to a spinoff.
A sequel to a spinoff.
But it starts a tradition, or it set the tone of these games having a really weird, like, mean-spirited streak. Like
What, the Azure Striker Gunvolt?
Yeah, the Azure Striker Gunvolt series. I don't know what it is, and I can't put my finger on it, but like, this is also a dog stream. I don't know if y'all can we get a
mic?
You get a. Yeah,
I
there it is.
don't know how well y'all heard that. Like towards the end of the game, you have this like robot lady companion with some non-robotic bits, if you know what I'm saying. I don't actually know if she's a robot. I think she is, because like towards the end there's like an elevator, and she like sacrifices herself to power the elevator, and instead of like the mission splash screen, you see her like eviscerated corpse with like a bunch of wires like sticking into it, and she's
lovely.
dead. And I was like looking at it, I'm like,
Creepy posh.
I was like, am I supposed to be spooked? Sad? Am I supposed to be sad? Am I supposed to be like, oh, I'm gonna avenge you? It's just like, why are we lingering on her corpse so much?
To power an elevator?
To like power an elevator. That's what I remember.
That's like the lamest thing.
The plot makes no sense. So, and that like sense will get worse later. But I say the main weapon is a little unsatisfying. That's putting it lightly. So I'll skip ahead a little bit. Typically, Copen's gameplay is he has a dash. When he dashes into something, he tags it. And then when you hold down a button, he shoots little bullets toward the things you tag. In this game, they ditched that. Instead, he has a saw. So we got a little melee gameplay going on. And you know, they made Mega Man Zero. Mega Man Zero has pretty good melee gameplay. Spoilers, I'll talk about that later too. This game does not, because it doesn't even have like the basic like, oh, you hit it 3 times and you get like a 3-hit combo or something. No, you just hold your saw out. And it felt just horrible. And the platforming was just entirely unchallenging, and the boss fights were unengaging. I'm going to say that a lot during this. And just kind of dull. Like I played it and I was like, what? That was mid. Why was it so easy? So I left.
How long did it take?
Like 2.5 hours.
Oh.
None of these games take longer than 4 hours to beat.
Yeah.
So
Only saving grace.
Like if these were like long games, I don't know what I would have done. So I left confused but intrigued. I thought, okay, you know what? I should play the other ones, because at the very least I'll be getting like competently controlling and feeling games. but this was the start of a year-long journey for me.
Why don't we take the opportunity to just discuss the entirety of Azure Striker Gunvolt that you have on the list?
Oh boy,
and just kind of like have the segment.
Okay.
We have a couple of segments this stream. I have a huge one.
Oh boy.
We have a huge
one. All right. So it took me the whole year to do this franchise. In January, I completed Luminous Avenger IX2. And then I don't have the exact day written down, but I finished Luminous Avenger IX most likely in November. So we'll start from the beginning. Azure Striker Gunvolt, developed by Inti Creates, released on a 3DS eShop.
This is an eShop classic. I remember seeing this game all the time.
Oh yeah, I feel like this and like Dylan's Rolling West were like 2 like flagship eShop titles.
Yeah.
And
I always thought they looked cool.
They do look cool. They look good. The looking good is kind of the only thing it has going for it. Because the gameplay here, he has a gun, but the gun only shoots out these little like needles, these little like rods, and they tag enemies. And then you hold down like L1, and then you just shoot lightning at the things you tagged, and that's the gameplay. That'll be for later. Adam's pulling out a fun little. little imbibement that might be happening later.
That's the secret sauce that'll keep the stream going.
Oh yeah. So, and that's how you just deal with every enemy. You shoot the tags, then you hold down to shoot electricity at them, and there's a little meter that shows how much electricity you can use, and when it runs out, you got to wait for it to refill. You double tap down to refill it pretty fast. And there's another ability tied to this meter. There's an assortment of abilities, none of which I used because I really didn't care. I probably should have done it. Maybe that would have made the game more engaging, but
Engaging.
Oh boy. Maybe not, because I've seen, like, I watched, like, speed runs and other people played to see if I was missing anything, and I really wasn't. So you play the game the same way the whole time, where it's just you shoot it and you hold down, but you need to keep a little bit, because they called it pre-evasion. If you have a little bit of that electricity gauge, you can, like, when you get hit, you'll just lose some of that and not take any damage. So you got to make sure you do that, because the whole crux of the game, the actual levels of this game, matters 0%. Absolutely none of like the platforming or levels have any sort of like necessity to them. They're not fun. They're not super different from each other, and they don't pose their own like challenge before the boss. You play the game to get to the boss.
So they only put in the levels because it's got to be like Mega Man. It's got to be like Mega Man.
Because I don't think they would be able to like actually have like a game that's just a boss rush. But when you get to the bosses, we got dogs bumping into stuff. They're not like, they're meant to be watched, not played. They all have these like big flashy animations, and they all get their own splash screen. Adam was looking at screenshots of it last night. It's very over the top. It definitely has its own unique vibe to it, and I feel like it is mostly a vibe game. Like, you like it based on vibes, and I tried talking to people about it online in terms of like why you play it, and I'm like,
what would you say that vibe is exactly?
I have no clue.
Really
Anime, sci-fi,
but only really cool if you're 8 years old.
But like I was talking, like I was like saying online, I was like, you know, I didn't enjoy this. I didn't get that like intrinsic motivation that I got from Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, where it's like I want to try out weapons, and like just like landing a combo is fun in and of itself, but like the action's not fun. At least to all the boss fights, not being trying to find the time for you to like land hits. It's just dodging, because when they're tagged, they're going to take damage. So it's just you hold that down and make sure you have enough meter to use pre-evasion, and then make sure you tag them. And the gun has infinite range. You just fire it, you tag it. That's super easy. You run around and you don't get hit by the big attacks, and that's how you do every boss. And I mean, every boss has their own patterns, but the patterns don't really matter to me, because you just run around it, or you use pre-evasion and you just hold down L1 and wait for the boss to die. I didn't feel like I was fighting it. I just felt like I was watching it happen. And this is when we get to a bit of the mean-spiritedness of it, because you kill all the bosses. And the bosses aren't robots. They're just people. You're just killing people. And I hate this sort of character. Gunvolt's a very like, whatever, who cares? Like, he shows like no respect.
We call them McBurn type characters.
He's a middle schooler, by the way, just to give you an idea of the target audience. Gunvolt is a middle schooler. They call him a middle schooler.
Wow. So I was going to make a joke. I was like, this guy thinks he's really cool, and he looks like a middle schooler. I guess they did a good job portraying that.
They did a good job, because they just go, oh, he's a middle schooler. And I'm like, I don't want to be a middle schooler.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to middle school.
I didn't. Yeah, middle school looked pretty bad.
I think
college, though.
Yeah.
So I already don't like him. I think he wears shorts, Brett.
Oh my! Shorts?
I think he wears shorts.
So yeah,
it's just a design trope. We hate shorts. It's not even a trope. We just hate shorts. No,
seriously, we just don't like
shorts. Just look bad on anyone who wears them. Like, don't wear shorts.
If you want me to take a video game character seriously, you cannot be wearing shorts.
You can't be wearing shorts. It is so hard. Like, we're getting on a shorts tangent. Do we want to continue down the shorts tangent?
Do we have another
Okay,
instance
so
of this?
we have a good instance of shorts. Sagat.
Yes.
Because he's a Sagat from Street Fighter. He's a Nak Muay. He practices Muay Thai, and so he wears a boxers like that you wear in boxing.
Yeah.
So it like fits, and also he has like legs to show off. He's got giant calves. He's got muscles. There's like a reason for him to be wearing. He's got mobility because he kicks really high, so high it just whiffs on some standing characters.
Interesting.
This happened.
There's a reason for him to be wearing shorts, but like Gunvolt, I guess it's just because he's a middle schooler.
And middle schoolers wear shorts and
Well, it's like
That's
part,
like
of
part
the
of the
It's
school
like a part of the uniform,
Yeah.
but it's like
of course.
it just looks stupid, and I don't want to be him. And I play as him, and he just like shows no respect to like the bosses, and he like kills them like to death. And
Without doing anything. Like,
yeah, then you just stand there, jump over some stuff, use privation to not get hit. And this is what I mean. I don't know if other Gunvolt fan felt this way, but that's where like the mean spiritedness of it came in. It's just like, can we just not? Can we do something else than just like whatever and then murder them?
yeah.
This
Please, I don't
guy
want to die.
Don't care. Like they don't say anything like that, but he
don't care.
He's just like dismissive, and it's just like ugh. I can't stand him.
That's like it is a trope that a middle schooler would write for a character about how he encounters like insurmountable odds. It's like, yeah, whatever.
I'm trying to find. Oh, I actually did Azure Striker Gunvolt. I'm actually just going to do Gunvolt 1 and 2 now, because 3 and Luminous Avenger IX are pretty different.
Yeah.
Like it. But I played these back to back, I think the next day. I said absolute nonsense story. I wrote that down because I still don't remember what the story was. Here's a fun thing. I'll try to recollect the story. Septima are powers, and they can be stored in a sword called a glaive. That really bothered me. And so all the bosses have their own Septima, and then they use their glaive to transform into something. They all have their own minor transformation sequence, and they all have their own over-designed bosses. If there's one thing I can give them credit for, they use bright colors. I did like that, and they all had their own color. I always like that.
That's cool.
And that's one of the reasons I played it. I just do like the colors. But once we actually played it and I saw the bosses, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
A lot of the female characters had these oddly prominent, colorful breasts. It's a weird way to put it, but it's like you're looking at it and it just looks weird.
Yeah.
Because they're not robots. But they're meant to evoke the feeling of a robot. They look like if you played Mega Man Zero, and I don't know what they're called. I think they are called Reploids. I'm not big on the Mega Man lore. I just like the gameplay. But like in the base, you'll like have these like robot people, and they'll have like skin, and that's like kind of what this looks like because it's the same company that made it, and that's what they're going for. And it just looks weird. All the bosses look weird. One of them's like a centaur guy. None of them look right.
And the centaur guy isn't a robot.
No, he is not, but he transforms with his glaive into a robotic form. But that's not a robot because you kill them and then they lose their glaive. It like breaks or something. And then they just die as a human. Chat, any Azure Striker Gunvolt fans, please correct me.
But his robot form
Has like a centaur, like,
Okay.
but like, yeah, and he's like Rage. I think the Azure Striker Gunvolt 1 bosses were supposed to be the 7 deadly sins. I think they were called like Wrath and Envy and stuff, and that's overdone.
Yeah.
I actually,
subtle.
it's not probably, it's definitely it's coming back to me now. It's overdone. Don't do that. He's a middle schooler.
He's literally a middle schooler.
His name is Gunvolt.
His name is Gunvolt.
Like between missions, you like go back to just a static menu, and you can like talk to the other members of whatever group you're part of. I do not remember the name of it, and like I don't care about them. They all have their own air quotes personalities. There's like a guy, and he's like excitable. I'm sure the commander's super serious.
There's another guy, and he's melancholy.
So it just felt like a vessel for them to show off their admittedly really nice looking animations and nothing else.
Yeah.
And I really just couldn't. I couldn't jive with it. It was just me and Azure Striker Gunvolt 1 and 2, because everything I'm saying about both of these games, it applies to both. They're very similar, and when you buy them on the Switch, you get them together. It's called the Striker Pack.
The Striker Pack.
You get them in the Striker Pack. I think that's about all I can say on Gunvolt 1 and 2. I'm sure it's one of those situations where if I was like looking at it, I could say more, but it's like I just don't. The levels themselves just aren't memorable, so I can't really comment on those. The theming on the levels just wasn't very strong. The action gameplay is just non-existent. Like, the only reason to replay levels is like you get they do have their own scoring system. It's called kudos, and as you like take damage, and if you spend too much time like not moving, you lose kudos. So you like want to keep moving and like use and keep your kudos streak. So that's like why you would keep playing and replay stuff to get more kudos. But again, I like didn't feel good getting kudos, because like it wasn't like getting like when you get a triple S in Devil May Cry, it feels great. But getting like just keeping your kudos streak up, I don't know. It didn't mesh with me. I'm not out here saying it's a bad game. I got bad games on this list that I will refer to as bad games. But I just really, really did not care for Azure Striker Gunvolt 1, 2, or Luminous Avenger IX2. And I think we can go to our next topic.
Okay.
So are we ping ponging?
Do we want to ping pong?
I think we can ping pong a little bit.
Right.
We can ping pong. So this one is going to require a bit of context, but my first game I beat this year was on stream. Adam was there.
I was there.
No More Heroes 2.
Yay!
No More Heroes 2. So I guess the only context I'm going to give is that No More Heroes 1 I played in 2022 in May, and it has wormed its way into my top 10 favorite games of all time. It is that good. I like thinking about No More Heroes 1 is like
Yeah.
it is a great blend of like silly, serious, and like doing the odd part-time jobs kind of feeds into Travis's character, and it like I'm playing the game, but it's also telling a story, which is that's what you want from a story game. I quoted it. You want the gameplay and the story to like combined, and all that all kind of built together to just make a really enjoyable game. And so I was like, all right, I want to play No More Heroes 2 and 3 now. And so I did so and streamed it, and on January 16th, No More Heroes 2. So No More Heroes 2, I don't think was directed or written by Suda, who did that for 1. So this is not a Suda super game, which is why some people kind of look at 2 less than 1 and 3. We'll get to 3. So No More Heroes 2 is an average game. And from the surface, it looks like what you would want from a No More Heroes sequel. You have wacky bosses, Travis is back, and you have like 4 weapons now that each have their own moveset. You have even more kind of wacky little part-time activities. But it feels like they didn't really understand what made the first one good.
Let me bounce off of that real quick. I'm glad you mentioned the mini games. The sort of part-time job mini games now are these like sort of retro arcadey style mini games.
Yep.
And I'm assuming this was because this was a direct result of people saying that the mini games in the first one were boring.
Yep.
But we can like not to get, you know, not to be that guy, but that's intentional.
Yeah.
They're boring and mundane and soul crushing, like a part-time job.
Like mowing lawns.
You're mowing lawns. You're slowly walking with coconuts.
Getting coconuts, picking up scorpions, picking up cats, and spray painting over graffiti.
And a gas station?
And filling up a gas station.
It's all complete mundanity. And like you're playing it and you're like, this is so mind-numbingly boring. I wish I was doing what I wanted to do.
It's
interesting.
I almost feel like that's a perfect encapsulation of No More Heroes 1 to 2. Is that 2, you have these retro style games, and even in these retro style games, it's like you're collecting space junk.
It's
you're
silly.
fighting off alligators in a sewer. Like these are too silly,
Yeah.
and they're too fun.
Yeah.
Like Travis said, the whole idea of No More Heroes 1's part-time is that you're not supposed to like, oh, I'm having a great time. You're like, why do I have to grind to do the next killer mission? because you're a loser.
Well, like that's the thing. It's the game's kind of harsh. It's like that's Suda that's life, dude. You're gonna be you might just be working a job. Like this is like kind of the opposite because you're supposed to view Travis as a loser, but like I'm sure a lot of people can relate to like I don't want to be at my part-time job. I want to be at home playing video games right now.
Exactly.
Or I want to be doing something that I enjoy. So I feel like Travis Touchdown is a character that could be talked about for a long time in terms of like story and character and writing because he is nuanced. Like he's a loser, but he is kind of likable in the first game. But he's also not a good guy.
He's not a good guy, but there's like different facets to like just how we like approaches even just the missions. Because like a big thing in No More Heroes 1 that's gone by the end of the game is that like he doesn't want to kill women.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to kill women. He like feels remorse.
Yeah.
Like the last 4 bosses or maybe 3 bosses, he does like feel bad or like respects them before killing them.
I mean,
Unlike Gunvolt.
It partly kicked off because they kill his best friend and he's pissed about it.
That's 2.
That's 2, yes.
That's
Like
2.
this one, he orders a beam katana online. It's just like, well, I'm gonna get money.
And it's like the whole joke is that just like he just wants to have sex with Sylvia.
Yeah,
that's the
like
whole point. But by the end of the game, he's just like he doesn't really care about that anymore. He's just like I've come this far.
Yeah,
I have to finish it out.
Yeah,
and then it has like the final boss is like his stepsister / ex-girlfriend.
It's weird
and like it's weird, but also like kind of depressing.
It is,
and it's like a very depressing ending to the game. And then Henry cooldown fight is a hype ending to the game.
And then after that, we get introduced to another Gene. I also like how there's 3 characters named Gene. His cat is Gene. His stepsister's Gene. And then Sylvia's daughter is Gene.
Yep. Okay. No More Heroes 2 does start with his best friend Bishop getting killed. And so the quest is, it's now about revenge. And now he has to... Travis is now a pretty point-and-blank good guy now. Okay, not super clean cut, but it's like they killed his best friend. He wants
his
revenge.
actions are fundamentally heroic.
The bad guy is like an evil corporate guy who is like taking over the whole city.
This is the pizza.
Yep, it's the pizza butt guy.
Yeah.
That's not a good joke.
That's not a good joke. No. The pizza butt junior guy should not be the final boss.
I remember when I watched you do the final boss, I was like, is that it? Like,
it's like
the pizza guy.
The first game had like silly bosses like Destroy Man shooting out of his nipples, but like it wasn't. I need to stop using some words so much, but it wasn't farcical.
It was not farcical. But like there were very few silly bosses. Like some I forgot her name. Holly Summers. Not a silly boss fight.
Like honestly, really sad, really especially at the end.
Sad boss fight. I forget like the Atomic Buster. The lady who shoots the big rail cannon is like silly, but like
that's a serious situation.
Your mentor dies in that cutscene beforehand, so like it raises the stakes. The Gene boss fight, not a joke
in the slightest.
So like, but all of No More Heroes 2 feels like a joke. All of every single boss fight besides 2, we'll say 3, doesn't feel like a joke. One of them is a football captain who. So there are 50 ranks in No More Heroes 2.
Great.
And to not make you fight 50 bosses, the football player and like 25 cheerleaders are the next ranked assassins. So you wipe out 25 ranks just like that.
Yeah, and when this happened, I think we were all like, why not just like why does it have to be 50? Why can't we just like contract it to the same number as last time?
What's wrong with 10?
And like the whole, I feel like there's a joke in the game to like, why can't I just go kill Pizza Bat Jr. right now? And like, no, you have to do the assassin list. That's such a flimsy. That's not a good joke. That's such a flimsy excuse.
And it's just a way because like it was a natural device in No More Heroes 1.
Yeah.
Because it was like rising the ranks. But it's an unnatural device in No More Heroes 2 because it's your motive is revenge.
And and the only reason they did it was because that's what No More Heroes 1 did. So obviously in the sequel, we must have a ranking system again.
Exactly.
Right here as well. So all that is super frustrating. There is something I do like is I like Travis kind of has a crew in this game. Like Shinobu comes back and Henry comes back as both of them as allies, which is cool. I like that. I do like Travis's character in this game. I just feel like it took a leap and thought he was like a hero in the first game, and they call him a no more hero in this game, and it's like, what is happening? Like the second to last mission, the second boss, the second ranked boss.
There we go.
You're literally walking, and like there's a huge mural of Travis on the wall. Like, what?
No one likes this guy.
Yeah, like who?
This guy's such a dork.
But no, they do now. He's now a famous assassin
that's the thing, it's
who
like, no one-
they idolize. That's not the direction.
So
they
why
should have
is
gone
he
with this
still
character.
like living in a dingy
That's
apartment?
a great question. I'm sure there's an explanation.
Unless that's like a joke of
About
fans
how he, like,
liking
squandered-
Travis. But
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
we don't idolize him. I don't think anyone would look at him and go, "Wow."
I don't. Yeah,
Like everyone does like, "Ooh, he's just like me." But if you like see Travis, you go, "Oh my god, he's just like me."
I do want to say No More Heroes 1. I know we're not talking about No More Heroes 1 because 2 and 3 were completed.
Yeah.
But No More Heroes 1 was a creative game.
yes.
I will never forget the little touch where it's a Wii game, right? So you've got the Wii remote. Do you remember that chat? Do you remember Wii games chat where you had to hold the Wii remote and nunchuck to play them? When Sylvia calls you, it's through the speaker on the Wii remote.
So you have to hold it up.
So you hold it up to your ear like a telephone, and she talks you through that. That's genius.
That's cool.
That's like utter genius. Anyway,
This game is not creative. This game took one and then just like kind of turned up the wacky notch. And it's not a bad game, but like it is a disappointing game that they saw No More Heroes 1 and then just like didn't really understand it. And like the gameplay's fine. I just used the regular beam katana. I did not like the other weapons.
Man.
The side activities were fine. I feel like that just misses the whole point. The final boss is terrible. And the ending to the game when you're like Sylvia catches you on the bike and she's driving around the city. That's stupid. That's a terrible ending.
Yeah. And when it ended like that, I was like, okay,
I was, what?
okay. But No More Heroes 3 sticks the landing, right? Surely No More Heroes 3.
We have another game to talk about after.
Oh,
but
that's right.
before
I forgot.
We have a terrible game to talk about next for me. But I think that'll be it for No More Heroes 2.
I also have a terrible game.
Oh, is it
that's-
not another No More Heroes?
Oh, no.
Oh, you just watched the cutscenes for the Travis.
Oh, yeah. I didn't play Travis Strikes Back.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to do the No More Heroes coupled.
No.
No. So we're doing it like a timeline. Like we're showing chat. Like
I
these are the
see.
games we
Yeah,
played.
like
now.
completed in
okay.
order.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
next game I completed in order is terrible.
Okay.
So, well, it was Pokemon, but we
Right,
already
right,
talked
right,
about
right,
it, so
yeah.
it'll be the next game.
So this was a game you mentioned offhand on stream, and I was like, "Huh, okay." And then
That
later,
I mentioned on stream.
and then later, I got an email. PlayStation was just like pre-order it or the Switch, and I was like, "I think I'll do just that." Now, if you don't mind, I have to. It's not a. I need to look up the developer again. Let me get my facts straight, chat.
While you do that, I'm going to go use the little gamers room.
Little gamers
Yes.
room, absolutely. All right, well, I have it. This was a game developed by, and let me know in chat if you recognize the developer, Shade.
Well, I do not.
To my knowledge, I don't know how many games they've created, but I know of 2 games they created before this. One of them was called Bullet Girls Heaven.
Oh yes.
And this was a EDF clone where you play as girls
As one can imagine.
and you fight monsters. It's rated M.
You can put the
So
pieces together.
extrapolate from there, chat. And their next game was a game that for some reason had a ton of marketing, I remember. Okay, a ton of marketing in the circles we, hang around in.
In the caves.
In the caves, down here in the caves. If you like followed Axis stuff, you would have saw it. I think it had like an OVA or something. A racing game. I hope we're keeping track of the genres here. A racing game called Kandagawa Jet Girls.
Okay, I didn't know about
Bullet Girls, Heaven, Fantasia, whatever, and then now Kandagawa Jet Girls. Are you understanding what kind of games this company makes, chat?
you know their MO.
You know their MO. And so our next game is, we had a third-person shooter, a racing game, and now a character action game.
Hey,
Samurai Maiden.
Samurai Maiden.
Now, this game, the point of controversy for this game, this T-rated character action game, was that in the photo mode, you could not look up her skirt. And that caused controversy among Shade's fan base. So that's sort of the stage we have set for Samurai Maiden and the people who play it. But I've bought it. Love myself some character action games, and boy howdy, this was a bad one.
We're in a bad stretch.
This is a really bad one. It got so in the game. There's like I do not chat. If you ask me to remember a character's name that isn't Oda Nobunaga, it will not happen. But our main character, she's just a normal high school girl, and she's like studying history or something, and somehow she's sent back to Oda Nobunaga time. I forgot how.
Oda Nobunaga, that would be the warring.
Nobunaga was Ito.
Sengoku. That's the Sengoku
No,
period.
Sengoku.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Sengoku.
So she's sent back to the Sengoku period.
I'm thinking of
The Tokugawa shogunate.
Tokugawa. Yeah.
So she's sent back, and she has a sword, and she trained in dancing, and then it's shown later that the dancing was derived from a sword fighting style, so she can fight with her sword. And there's like 3 other characters. They're all referred to as ninjas. Only one of them really is ninja-like,
Even though it's samurai, that's the title of the game.
Right? She has a katana, which means she's a samurai. That's all it takes to be a samurai. She holds a katana and she kills people. She kills demons with it. You don't kill people in this game, except for Oda Nobunaga, but he's also part demon. But it's actually a twist that he's the villain, because they introduce him as a good guy. He's 10 feet tall, wears exclusively black and red, and they try to say, no, he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
I really wish that we created media in the United States and treat our history the same way that they treat their history in Japan.
Exactly.
Like a video game where you fight Benjamin Franklin, who's a wizard, and he's like shooting lightning from his fingertips.
I think that's just a little too recent. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, we'd have to do like
it's not exactly mythical history.
Yeah, we'd have to go back to like something in the 1500s.
I don't think America's old enough to have
America's not.
Fun stuff
Well, I mean,
like
we can
that.
go back. Well, I guess King Arthur is like that's
like in 300 years
Knights of
we
the Round
can
Table.
we can do Ben Franklin.
Yeah, we'll do Ben Franklin with shooting lightning bolts from his eyes.
Exactly.
We got to write it down somewhere.
George. Well, we have there's Paul Bunyan.
There we go.
That's Paul Bunyan was probably a real-ish guy, and that we just kind of.
He probably wasn't that tall.
Are you sure about that?
You know what? I can't. I'm not. But so the other two ninja chicks, there's one who's tall and she has a mechanical arm, and the other one is short and wears yellow, and she had no relevance to anything in the entire game. But anyways, character action game, I was like, 4 characters, that's pretty cool. You only play as one. You only play as our main character, and I was like, that's unfortunate. But I can change weapons. Here we go. You just decide whether or not your weapon deals more damage with its light attacks or strong attacks. Because this is a you have a light attack and strong attack type game chat,
Yeah.
and then also a hit you have a resource that you spend to call on one of the other ninjas, and they'll do their own attack. And we mentioned this a lot with bad games. From level 1 to the very end of the game, it's the same game. You are just doing the exact same thing for every level. You'll be walking through a stage. The walls will come up. You'll kill the required enemies. You'll walk through. I'm sure you defeat some structures. There will be a big enemy at the end of the game, or at the end of a stage. Like any other bad character action games, things stun lock you. I forgot what it was. The button to like quickly to quick roll off the ground was not what it should have been. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what it was, but it was like so unintuitive, and it was something you had to unlock. There were several basic mechanics you had to like purchase in order to actually use, and it led the game to feel very just like they didn't know how to make a character action game or how to make it interesting, because the controls were stiff and the moves themselves didn't matter.
As we know, the studio dabbles in a lot of different,
and that's what I was getting at. It's like they're known for two things. They're not known for their gameplay, and this game isn't either. It's just a bad character action game. Like it's teetering on mediocre, because we're at the point where it's like, well, actually we're not at that point because that King Kong game got released. But I was about to say we're at that point where even like a bad game will at least look right. Mm-hmm. This is one of the games like you could look at a screenshot of this game and go, oh, okay. But then like once you play it and you feel how stiff it is, like it's things like when you do like a string of moves, you can't even like steer yourself a little bit. Dante can pretty much attack in 360, but like not here. You're like locked in. Jumps are super stiff. It's just a very stiff game all around. The actual moves when you summon in the other ninjas, they don't do much.
So it's a character action game, not
Correct.
A Musou game.
Correct.
Wow.
Yes. Like,
because it definitely sounds like a Musou game.
Yeah.
It sounds like it should be a Musou game, but it doesn't. The line teeters. Mm-hmm. It's like one of those games where they couldn't really figure it out.
Okay.
Because we have definitive character action games that we will be talking about, and the Musou game.
Yes. Yes, we will be talking about.
A game from the Musou game company. Yeah. Musou's in the title, so we're good. We'll get there. We'll get there. So it just saving grace, like 10 hours. Like all good character action games.
Yep.
But just uninteresting to play. That characters were completely unmemorable. I don't remember their names. I can picture them because they all had their own color. Our main girl was like white and black. And there was like red and blue and yellow. There we go. Yeah, and it was just not worth it. Or it was worth it because it was like interesting to play, because it like it made me appreciate better games more.
Yeah.
And it's not a game. Why you play bad games, by the way.
Yeah.
And then I finished it and it's bad, but I was like, I didn't hate that. Like I didn't have like any like I hated Azure Striker Gunvolt when I finished it. I was like, that was stupid. But it wasn't a bad game. Mm-hmm. This was bad.
Yeah.
But I didn't hate it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was almost like, it was like 8-year-old, good job. Nice job. This was a valiant attempt. Shade Incorporated.
Yeah.
You tried to make your own character action game. You didn't make it as salacious and exploitive as your previous games. You're trying to carve your own niche. That's not bad. But there's just no reason to play it. There really isn't. Unless you loved Knights of Azure 2 and you just desperately need another game like that.
No.
Like there's no like I think I was saying this earlier in the year. You have to have played like every other character action game in existence for you to reasonably play this. Mm-hmm. Like there's no like don't play this. There's like mountains of Devil May Cry clones on a PS2 that you should play before this, and I didn't.
Yeah.
I played Samurai Maiden, which did release this year, but it's another game where it's like hey, I got a physical. It's on the shelf, and it's going to be like, oh, what's this? Oh, that's Samurai Maiden. It's weird
It was dumb,
and not great, but
it was an experience.
it was an experience. It's not an unforgettable experience because I did forget a large portion of it, and what I remembered was how bad it controlled.
That was a big takeaway.
It was a big takeaway. I'm in a position where controls will really turn a game off, on or off.
Oh,
I got a fun control game.
Well, because it's the first thing you notice.
Yeah.
Like, so. All right.
Okay.
I want to hear about more bad games.
Ys Origin.
Now this, so if we had a little Punnett square of bad game hate, so Azure Striker Gunvolt was not a bad game, and I hated it. Samurai Maiden was a bad game, and I did not hate it.
Mediocre game I hated.
Yes.
My first bullet point is, how do people like this game? Okay, so let me try to pull out some positives here. One, you can pick between 3 characters, one you get from beating the other 2 characters, and both of them have unique skills and weapons. So that's cool. That's some replay value baked in. 2, I only learned this after playing the game, but the whole game recreates the final dungeon from the first Ys game to a pretty pretty close degree. At least like every location that's in the first game is in here, which is pretty cool. That's a cool callback to the first Ys game that I did not know playing through it. 2, it is sprites on a 3D background, and I do adore that.
Pardon some background noise, chat. I'm going to be running the Keurig briefly.
He's got the Keurig.
I'm glad you said that because I'm Johnson as well.
Oh, yeah. So, despite my very corporate Happy New Year thing, this is a very casual discussion here. So we will be like getting up, we will be eating and drinking and moving around.
Yeah.
So while Travis is getting the Keurig set up, I will.
Oh, it's already on. I just need to.
Okay, while it's already on. So I love sprites on 3D backgrounds. I don't like these sprites though.
I see what you're saying.
Sprites.
So this is the Falcom game, by the way. Mm-hmm. Falcom PSP sprites all look the same.
Yep.
Yes.
And they look like clay models.
Yep.
And I don't like that.
Oh my. Okay. I'm gonna need you guys to forgive me real quick.
Yeah. Oh no.
They worked in a turn-based setting. That's all I'll say.
They worked in a
They worked in a turn-based setting, and it wasn't off-putting. And they have classic super deformed proportions, which has its own charm. But in the action scenario where you have to run around with these frames of animation, absolutely
there
not.
isn't enough frame of animation for a lot of these things, and movement felt very slippery and floaty. Yeah. And there are platforming segments in the game. The 3D game, isometric 3D with 2D sprites as my model, I had to platform. It's kind of
Which
hard
is
to
absurd.
tell where I am.
It's absurd when they ask you to do that.
And you have to look at your shadow, and it's with floaty controls still when jumping. This one is the one that, if there's one thing every positive review says they love these boss fights. I hate these boss fights. I hate these boss fights.
Like the one stream that I snuck in to watch while at work was a boss fight, and I was like, this is bad.
Because the boss fights, just a baseline issue, a foundational issue with these boss fights, is that they are 3D models, and I am a 2D sprite. I do not know if I'm hitting it or not. I do not know where I am in relationship to the boss. And then they decided, you know what the bosses need in this game? A maximalist approach to design. The plant boss absolutely should have AoE things that shoot out like it's a bullet hell game, arcade game, it should have something that pulls you closer to it while those things are happening, and it should heal itself as well. It should do all of those things at once.
And this is one of those things where, like, sometimes design choices, design choices, technical limitations, and genre conventions are all interwoven things.
Yes.
Like, sometimes design choices are made because of technical limitations, and that in turn affects the genre convention, whatever.
And a lot of times that can... this can be a whole discussion on its own. But I am a firm restriction breeds creativity believer.
Yes.
It did not breed creativity here.
No.
But I'm just saying that some technical limitations can definitely lead you to make some decisions you otherwise wouldn't have made just given your resources.
Yeah.
Like Snatcher's interesting location shooting gameplay.
Yeah.
If they made Snatcher today, it would just be a third-person shooter.
Yeah.
But now it's like got interesting gameplay.
So and Falcom is known for its technical limitations and budget, not
creating creative limitations. Like they don't think through.
They think they have a huge budget and huge production value, so they try to make these massive stories, Cold Steel, and they can't pull it off.
So, in a Metroidvania, where it's all 2D, right? You can have a boss that's throwing out bullet hell stuff, and it feels right. That's fine.
Because in a lot of those situations, it's one of two things. You either move up or down or left or right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In this situation where it's like 2D pasted onto 3D, like some of these boss fights, I feel like I was looking at a magic eye puzzle with like I didn't know where projectiles were or you were or the boss. It's stupid.
It was a nightmare.
It was a nightmare.
It was a nightmare.
I'm having a nightmare.
And
I'm
having a nightmare of a day.
And people call them hard bosses, like because they take. They are hard because they take a chunk of your health, and it's like the game is not airtight to allow for this kind of boss design. Like, people still don't understand the harder your game is, the tighter it has to be. The tighter the controls have to be, the better your game design has to be. You can't just make a hard game and expect it to be good.
Yeah, and too
just
often
made me think about the last game I'm going to talk about and how happy I am.
A hard game is just a one hit. Like,
you could,
which is what Ease was.
Like, you could make a game infinitely hard if you absolutely wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, you could, like, everyone talked about, like, Ghosts and Goblins is an example. The difficulty of that game does not add to the enjoyability.
Yeah.
The difficulty stems from the fact Capcom wanted your quarters.
Yeah.
None of that felt like, oh, kids are going to love this. Like, that is bad difficulty.
Yeah. This is bad difficulty just because it feels like it's out of my control. I feel like an old man playing it because there's so many projectiles on screen, and I can't even accurately tell you where I am in relationship to them because I'm a 2D sprite. And like every game ever, wow, I was just really
like every game ever.
Like most of the games I don't have a good time with, it's too long for me. I clocked in 7 hours and 26 minutes. That should have been 5 hours.
Those 7 hours felt like
when you finished that game. 20 hours.
When you finished that game, I'm pretty sure I said something in chat like, "What was it, like 20 hours?" You've been playing this game,
and it's like it has such a good structure where it's like you are ascending up a tower. That feels like forward progression all the way through. But halfway up the tower, you start going like up and down between floors for like puzzles and stuff. Not good.
Additionally, correct me if I'm wrong. It looked the same the whole way through.
It tried not to. They tried to have each floor have a different theming, like a Zelda dungeon. It is kind of like a Zelda game with RPG elements on it. But there are some floors that looked very samey. There's like the desert floor looked similar to like the first floor or like the third floor. And then there was like a devil floor and like a fire floor, which were like the same.
Okay.
I like Ys. I like Ys 8 and 9, right? I liked Ys 7. Okay, I liked it more than this. I don't know how this game has such a good reputation. Like, I feel like I'm the target demographic here, and people on Steam, it has like a very positive on Steam. Like, people do enjoy this game, and I don't see how.
I feel like that's a situation we come to a lot.
Yeah.
Alcana being the chief
I'll kind of
Now that's a game we were not the target demographic.
Yeah.
Because it was targeted towards gamers who not gamers. It was targeted towards to people who were trying to relieve themselves.
Yeah,
and also had no idea how sports worked.
Correct. Yeah. Well, and I think part of it was like the game doesn't try very hard to do anything. So
Yeah, like if you could, like, was the game meant to be? What was the game meant to be? Because you said it had platforming segments. Zelda has platforming, but it mostly ends up being puzzles. Because Link jumps. They're not tricky jumps. You know how to do it. And if a platform is like too far away for you to jump, well, the puzzle is how do you cross that gap? It's either you need to get an item and come back later. But at this, if it's just like actual platforming segments, like what's that point? Obviously, the action gameplay isn't great because you don't know what's going on. Were there any puzzles? Were puzzles a thing?
So no, the puzzle. No, it was just keys.
So it feels like it's just a mid PSP action game.
It was a mid PSP action game that it felt kind of like a Zelda game. So I guess the target demographic. It's a more action oriented Link to the Past.
Okay,
I think that's with RPG elements.
Right.
Would be a polite way to pitch it to someone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the action falls flat for me. The bosses fall flat for me. The designs fall flat for me. And it just went on for too long. So I am pretty sour on it. I'll come to an agreement that the game is probably okay. But
that's another thing. Like we can admit, like the game can be fine, and then we can particularly have animosity towards it. Like there are mid games I've played that I just really do not care for, and I acknowledge that the game itself isn't really bad. I just not for me.
Yeah. One really fun part. Remember the Ring of Death?
Yeah,
where
the evil ring's power has been restored.
You have to go into this one room with 3 special evil enemies that have, I kid you not, 10 times the amount of health they should, like they usually have. They're just respins.
Oh, of course.
And then the moment you kill all 3 of them, if you have the evil ring equipped, it kills you.
It says the evil ring's power has been restored, and then it kills you.
It kills you.
And made for a hilarious moment.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Z's origin.
Are we keeping the negative streak going?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, here we go.
The next game I completed is Resident Evil 4 Remake.
Let's go.
Okay. I too completed the Resident Evil 4 Remake.
All right. We'll tag team it.
I done had this game pre-ordered, beat it in like 3 days. It's one of the situations where it's like I played the demo. I loved the demo. And just from the gameplay I saw in the demo, just that little village starting segment, I knew that this game was going to be great. And I played it, and hey, what do you know? The game is phenomenal.
Yep.
Like nothing was going wrong for this game. This game had 0 opposition. There was no way this game really could have been bad unless Capcom just fumbled stupid hard. They had the foundation, which they used. Mm-hmm. They had like all their experience with RE Engine, which was put to great use. The gunplay feels great.
Phenomenal.
The progression still feels great. Mm-hmm. Like I love how it's like 3 distinct acts still. If you're not familiar, it's like the village segment, which is the one I think that is most famous to people. And I think I can safely say that is the strongest part in the original Resident Evil 4, but I don't think I could say that here.
Really?
I still think the castle is the weakest part.
Yeah.
But I loved the island.
The island is really good in this game.
I like it because it's like I like this progress. I was debating whether or not I should talk about Resident Evil 4 as a remake or just also be just talking about just the game itself.
Okay.
So I think I'm just going to talk about the game itself a little bit. I like the sense of progression because it starts out the village. You're fighting like villagers and like there are big enemies like the Dr. Salvador with his chainsaw, things like that. El Gigante as the boss. But then you move into like the castle and we get to like cultists in the night segment. Let's dial it back a little bit.
Yep.
Let's dial it back a little bit. I say dial it back. I don't even know where to start. I guess we should just talk about the village segment.
Yeah.
One of the greatest introductions to any game ever.
So, yeah, entering the village and then having to fight off those waves
is amazing.
is like one of the most iconic moments in game.
Like, and it's like it's like the deck was stacked so much in Capcom's favor. All they had to do was take that, just with the improved graphics and gameplay, and
Yep.
they did. And all those Resident Evil 4 things you want are there.
Mm-hmm.
You shoot them in the knee, and you can suplex them. The only you shoot things out of the air.
Yep.
You can just toss their grenades. There's a lot of level interaction with like jumping through windows, vaulting over fences. That was all there in the original, by the way. A lot of the like praises I'm giving this game also apply to the original. They're both phenomenal games. So there were the things that were added was like the knife parry. And now, because you can parry things with a knife, it has a durability. Because obviously, if you could just infinitely parry everything, the game would be a breeze. So I'm still not super big on knife durability, but you can repair it pretty easily. You can upgrade its durability. You get better knives as you move on.
and you get like throwaway knives as well.
Yeah, you do. So it's like that would be a point of contention just because it's a break from what we had in Resident Evil 4. And a common early game strat in Resident Evil 4 was kneecap an enemy, knife them while they're down. That's a good way to conserve ammo. But there wasn't really a conserve ammo need in this game. I feel like ammo was pretty plentiful, but honestly, ammo was pretty plentiful in the original as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like honestly, me using the TMP to kneecap enemies in the original Resident Evil 4 was just being stingy for no reason.
Yeah.
Like it was completely unnecessary, but I did it anyways because might as well. It's safe.
Well. Something about the knife parry. It's just like when you get into that groove of like knowing when to knife parry and then knowing like when to crouch to dodge grab attacks. It's like that rhythm is like spot on.
Yes.
It is spot on.
You'll see a lot of people go, Resident Evil 4 is an action game and not a horror game. And I'll say to them, did you know Resident Evil 4 is a phenomenal horror game? I keep using that word, but I don't know. I'll use a different word. An exceptional action game. A stupendous action game. A stellar action game.
I am not a thief. I am an exceptional thief.
I'm an exceptional thief. So it's like the gunplay feels amazing. And like you said, it's like now there's that little rock, paper, scissors. Because once you like get the parry and you get like the double damage roundhouse kick off of it and their head explodes, it's like
feels good.
Because the controls are good. There's great feedback. And none of that is lost as you play the game. Instead, it just adds on to that. Some enemies will have like helmets on, which like make them take like less damage from bullets. Some have like the shield. Some have different like patterns. But it's fun seeing like upgraded enemies early on. Very early enemy, pitchfork guy. He charges at you with a pitchfork, and I kind of like rehash that later with the guy who has like the long cattle prod.
Yeah, he like stuns you. Yeah,
it's fun seeing like the island being like just like upgraded villagers.
Yeah, and then the castle segment has like the knights who you have to shoot at like a certain spot.
Yeah, so
which is just a fun little thing.
But they also introduced like the flashbangs still kill Los Plagas.
Yeah,
so you toss the flashbangs and it like stuns them. A lot of people criticized Spider-Man PS4 for the Mary Jane segments, which were 4 stealth sections where you were not able to play as Spider-Man.
In a game called
Spider-Man. And Resident Evil 4 original had its own segment of that, the Ashley segment, and it was bad. I did not like it, and I knew it was going to be in here because like Resident Evil 2 Remake had its a Sherry section back. There was a Sherry section in the original Resident Evil 2 as well. And Resident Evil 3 had its Carlos section, but that was fine because Carlos was also a soldier, so he had a gun, so it was all good. So I knew there was an Ashley segment coming up, and I was like, I wonder what they're going to do. Are we going to make it any better? They did. So she doesn't have a weapon still, but instead she has a lantern, and when she shines it at the lantern, it stuns the knights. And it's this really cool effect because the knights is just a suit of armor with the Los Plagas in it animating it, and it's really cool. And so you like shoot off armor bits so you can actually shoot it, or you toss the flashbang so you can reveal it. But since she doesn't have weapons, she can just shine it and stun it. So a lot of the time you're running around similar to just Amnesia. You're trying to avoid it, but you do have You can or Zero Mission, where you have to stun then evade enemies.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of like extras. There's a lot of like ways to make money. Like you can unlock stuff, and then Leon can come and pick it up later. But towards the end of the segment, this is one of like the most creative bits. You like walk through and you enter the hall, and it's filled with knights. But there's all the lanterns, so they're not moving. But like as you go through, or no, you run through, and then there's like another knight chasing you or something. And to like open the gate back up to actually finish it, you have to put your lantern down and then run back through the hall. They got it right. Like literally all you have to do is just like hold down shift and run out of the hall. But they make it feel urgent because like slowly all the other lanterns start turning off and all the knights start coming back to life. But it's not contrived. It's just the same gameplay we've been seeing. The light's not shining on them, so they come back to life.
Yeah.
I just love it when we have situations like that. It's like, oh, we're safe because the lanterns are going to turn off. But you're smart. You've played video games before. You know these lanterns are turning off. And so it's just like, it's the game forcing you to like put down the lantern, putting down your only line of defense to actually like continue and complete that segment. It felt great, and it wrapped up, and it didn't feel too long. It wasn't too difficult. It really felt just right, and I really like that Ashley segment.
Yep, the Ashley segment is much better in this game than it is in the original.
You know what I had a tough time with in this one?
What?
Where I'm kind of jumping around. It said start at the beginning. I kind of wanted to walk through, but that's just not happening.
It's not happening.
The house defense segment I thought was pretty tough.
I think it was tougher in the original for me.
Okay.
I had a lot of resources, and I was able to parry pretty consistently. At that
My
point.
issue was I just never crouched the bull guy's horizontal swing.
There's a new enemy in this game. The bull guy.
I don't know what the official name is, but it's a guy wearing like just the carved
cow,
out head of a cow.
cow.
And he carries a giant hammer.
And then he later will have a gun.
Yeah,
like an arm
but that's
cannon.
the pig one.
Oh, sorry,
that's the pig one. And it gets like an arm cannon, and he revs it up, and he starts shooting at you. And some people are like, "That's stupid," but I was like, "Is it?"
It works. I think it
it's
works.
not stupid. That sounds sick.
But that's one of those things where like they change very few things in the remake, but those that do change, it really throws you off because RE4 kind of is like a comfort game now. Where you're like, oh, I know what happens, and then the bull guy shows up, and you're like, oh, who is the bull guy?
And they like know this, so they give him like a reveal. You're in a barn, and he like kicks the door down.
Yeah.
And when you're playing Resident Evil 4, you're familiar with this barn.
Yeah,
like this was a barn in the original one, and so you like know that enemies are going to come through, but now it's this brand new guy.
Yeah, it feels invasive. Like
It does.
That was terror. It was like
It's like a cheeky The remakes do seem to play on your expectations of the original,
but it doesn't feel like it's just trying to exploit people who played Resident Evil 4.
Yeah,
because from a gameplay perspective, it's very similar to the encounter that you had in Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
It just feels it hits different.
It hits
you
different.
could say
It hits different.
if you played the original.
Another fun part is when you have to like go back through the village after you get something to when you get a key. When you get a key, you walk past, the tower explodes, and then like dogs come out from behind you.
And I like saw that and I was like, that was a really good looking tower crumbling.
Yeah.
Because it didn't happen in a cinematic. It was like rendered right there. So it's like all the pieces falling. And I was like, that's really cool.
And of course, this actual scary parts of the game that people remember for being scary are still scary. Mm-hmm. The regenerators are awful.
This was another like gameplay segment where you're like, don't make me do it, don't make me do it, because like it doesn't make something less scary when you see it coming because now you're tense.
Yeah,
now you know.
It's the Silent Hill radio.
Yeah.
You know they're there, but that makes you more tense because you're like, where? But where?
So the regenerators, for those who aren't familiar, are this big pot-bellied zombies, and now they're cheeked up in this one. They're actually not zombies; they're just like their own bioweapon.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is that they regenerate, but there's like 3 different like parts of the body you have, or like internal bits you have to shoot in order for it to like actually die. and you can reveal it by shooting it, or after you encounter the regenerators, because that is the proper way to pace that out.
Yeah.
You get a special scope, which you can like, it's like an infrared scope or like a heat sensing scope, and you can like see like the actual bulbs. I forgot what they're nodes, hearts. Yeah, because it's got multiple hearts, and then you can like actually shoot and kill them. But then they use that scope again. So you deal with the regenerators a few times, and now it's like you need like a wrench or something. Yes, no, it is. You literally need a wrench. And then you're like reading notes, and then it's like I don't even remember if it was a prank or an accident. One of them was just like, it's inside a regenerator, and we're like, oh boy. So you're like walking down to the lab, and you enter a room, and it's like 4 tubes like full of regenerators. And before this, you fought regenerators one at a time. And you have to use the infrared to see which wrench is inside of which regenerator. And then you gotta like... So it's like... They're like in the thing, like in some sort of like stasis. So it's like you have to now fight a regenerator in order to get it. And I forgot what the context was, but like in this lab, you have to run to the back. Oh, it was diverting the power again. Because you had to like turn back powers in different sections. Because of course, when you counter regenerators for the first time, there's no power, and you gotta like run through, and you're like,
it's terrifying.
It's terrifying. It is actually pretty scary.
It's a space pirate.
It's a space pirate thing, but no music. You just get, and then when they fall down, they like slither. They did a really good job with making them super unnerving. But they did a good job back during the GameCube.
Yeah.
Like again. Anyways, so yeah. You divert the power, and it has a little time segment, and enemies start pouring in, and then the regenerators start breaking out, and it's a great segment. Oh, and of course, the first time you turn power back on, you go into a freezer with a bunch of body bags hanging from the ceiling. You pull it, you get a cutscene, and a regenerator falls out of one of the body bags like a foot behind you.
Yeah.
They're good scares. They're good.
Awful.
They are. What do you think? What's your review on the look of a regenerator?
Effective.
It's effective. I forgot how prominent they made the eyes. They did a good job.
So like
with
when
that.
you're in pitch black, and you see two tiny red eyes. It's like it's over.
Well, what could be worse than a regenerator, Brett? Surely nothing could be worse than a regenerator.
Well, I feel stupid. I forgot the name of
Iron Maiden.
Oh, that's not even who I was thinking. Yeah.
Oh,
I was thinking the boss.
There is a strict upgrade to the regenerator. One who has an instant kill move.
Oh.
Where it shoots spikes out of itself. So it'll grab Leon, shoot spikes out of itself, and then you just get a death animation of Leon just stuck on its spikes. And it's like, ooh.
Not pleasant.
And then, of course, there's a segment where you have to simultaneously, you have to raise a bridge. In order to do that, you have to separate from Ashley. The whole game's an escort mission. I don't know if people... I don't know.
Yeah, the entire...
I'm sure people are familiar with Resident Evil 4 enough, but if you're not, the whole game is an escort mission. You're trying to rescue the president's daughter, Ashley, and get her out. But things go south when your helicopter explodes, so you gotta take a detour through a big evil castle and the lockdown military science fortress.
Yep.
And then you get out on a jet ski.
But
But there's one segment where you have to separate from Ashley, and you like pull a lever, and you're seeing right through, and you see all the enemies running, and they run towards Ashley, and you lose the game if they pick up Ashley and they walk too far away from you.
Yep.
So you do that, and you're like, oh, well, let me just shoot these guys. It spawns in a regenerator or an Iron Maiden right there. So you have to simultaneously deal with the Iron Maiden and the enemies trying to get Ashley. But we're here talking about specific combat encounters, which we can't do with a like Samurai Maiden because they would just spawn in the same enemies.
Because these actually have thoughtful encounters that are memorable and like test you on gameplay experiences. A change they made to Ashley, which I like, is Ashley no longer has a health bar. Instead, she has like states. So she has like fine, and then there'll be a state where she's knocked down, and you have to go over and like pick her back up. And when she's knocked down, that's when she get picked up. So she has to get hit, then she can get picked up. which I like more than having to
Heal
divert
her.
your own resources to heal her.
Yeah.
And also, I think you could use yellow herbs to increase her health
Yeah.
instead of your own.
Oh, her health.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
She doesn't fight the bosses.
Yeah. So I like this one more because I shouldn't have to like worry about expending my resources to heal Ashley. But it's still like you still have to do the same things you did for her back in
Yeah,
Resident
you
Evil
have to
4.
you have to babysit her. You have to make sure she doesn't die. And there's still a lot of the same Ashley segments. I think the most famous one was where she has to climb up and go do things on her
And
own.
you have
That's
to
like your
snipe.
first little TDF.
Yeah.
TDF, tower defense.
Yeah.
EDF, TDM.
That was a fun one though.
That's a fun one. That's
a
like
fun
one because it's like they only come in from one side. There's like a couple enemies you have to deal with, but that's no big deal.
Yeah.
That is a nice one. The one with the Iron Maiden, that's like one where it's like really like testing you.
That's like the final.
That's like the final Protect Ashley
Yeah.
segment.
Did you know that they made action figures for Generator?
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, they probably had a lot of merchandise.
That's great.
I like it. It's scary. I think that's where they named Dr. Salvador because he wasn't called that in the game.
Yeah.
It was some supplemental material where he was called that. And I don't remember if it was an action figure or like a book, like a strategy guide.
I don't know why Capcom ever used another engine besides RE Engine for any game.
Unless they just like the only other thing I would accept is RE Engine 2.
Yeah, because the game looks and runs phenomenally. It sounds great too.
I cannot believe how well it runs.
Yeah, it runs so good.
This piece of crap, I'm currently pointing at the laptop I'm streaming on because we have a little mobile setup here right now because it's hard trying to coordinate 3 people who live in different places at once. Ran Resident Evil 2 just fine. Mm-hmm. Like even in 2019, this computer, this gaming laptop, this little, I don't even know, is it Alienware? No, it's just Dell. It's just a Dell something. Ran it. Not only did it run it, I was outputting it to like just like a TV, and so that was a bit of a strain on a GPU because I was playing it just on the monitor and on the TV, and it ran great. And now this runs great, and Street Fighter 6 runs great. We're getting to that, chat.
We're getting to that.
We're getting to that, chat. It is coming up close for me because we already talked about those two. So I just actually got 2 short things before I talk about Street Fighter 6.
So in the interest of progression, what's the bottom line for Resident Evil 4 Remake?
Phenomenal.
But we have to talk about mercenaries. But we got to talk about the fact that the campaign ain't even the best part, baby. There's a mode called Mercenaries. It's been in the game since Resident Evil, at least Resident Evil 3, the original. It's just a high score mode. You just pick a level, pick a character. They all have their own loadouts. You try to get combos together, make your score go up, get things to make sure you get more time. See how many points you can get by killing 150 enemies.
That's called replayability, chat.
That's called replayability. Replayability to the point where when I bought Separate Ways, I never played it. I never played it because I just played Mercenaries. I would just boot it up and I'd go, it's time to play Mercenaries.
It's time to play Mercenaries. I actually did play Separate Ways, and I'll just say it's more of the same because it is.
Good.
It's good. It's for $10, and it's like a 4-hour thing. It just like kind of remixes the levels. Fine. All right.
So that is me from Resident Evil. Next up.
Yep. Next up, we have No More Heroes 3.
The revisit to No More Heroes.
We're back to No More Heroes. This is going to be it for No More Heroes.
Take a quick leak.
The question to pose from earlier is, it sticks the landing with No More Heroes 3, right?
So I like No More Heroes 2 and 3 the same. They're both okay.
Yeah.
But for different reasons. So that's exciting.
Because No More Heroes 3 was, in more ways than one, different.
Yeah. Like, I have to give it some kudos just for not being No More Heroes 1 and 2. But I have to give it reverse kudos for
not being No More Heroes.
Not being fun. for having a direction I don't agree with. The biggest change is that No More Heroes 1 and 2 were structured as you have like 10 levels in the whole game, and each level is like a gauntlet of enemies ended by a boss. And then in between those levels, you go and do side missions to make money to get into the next level. In this game, instead of doing things for money to get into the level, you now have to do 3, they call it designated fights around a map to fight a boss. So bosses no longer have a unique level to them. You just start fighting the boss. And the 3 designated fights beforehand kind of supplement the level. And I don't like that. Another big change is the combat. No More Heroes 1 and 2 had a pretty simple but effective hack and slash, like truly hack and slash combat, where you attack super fast and you do a lot of damage to a lot of guys at once, and then you like finish it off with the finishing move that's quick and usually has like a bit of an AoE. In this game, it is deliberately more slow, with like the previous games have heavy and light attacks, but here it is like modern day heavy and light attacks. What they were in No More Heroes 1 and 2 were just they weren't like that, so much slower. And dodging is now more of a thing, more of a big deal. Like, you have to evade damage. You take a lot more damage here. You do a lot less damage per slice here, because instead of fighting like 15 guys at once, you're now fighting 3. And these, I'm not a fan of any of these changes. I don't think the combat is as smooth and as developed as it should be for this kind of experience. And it also just, not even that's not No More Heroes combat. The combat it's trying to be, it doesn't succeed at that either. My biggest issue is you either do the light attacks or you do the heavy attacks. In the previous No More Heroes games, you could interchange light and heavy.
There were different strings of
There
attacks.
were different strings. Here it's, do you want to do the light string or the heavy string? And that is so restrictive to me. And at some point I just realized that the heavy strings, there's just no point to them. The light strings will just do more damage and were faster. So I just spammed only light attacks for the whole game. Another new thing to No More Heroes 3's combat is the addition of 4 cooldown based abilities. And I like them, but they seem more like band-aids on the combat. Like
to try to make it seem like you have more options than what you really do.
To try to make it seem like you have more options than what you really do, and to give you tools to get out of situations that your kit would normally not have.
Gotcha.
There's one that literally puts it slows every enemy around you in a circle. And it feels like they knew that sometimes you're going to be surrounded by enemies and you would just get stun locked. So here's
something you must use in order to not have that happen.
Yeah, instead of having better encounters or better enemy designs, let's give them the slow time field move and they can move around. And the wrestling moves got nerfed so hard. Oh. Wrestling moves do almost nothing now. I think they're used more they recharge your battery. I think they do that now. But they do. Enemies will have like 20 pips on their health. Will do two pips. Terrible. So I'm not a fan of the combat. I'm not a fan of the new structure of the levels. And I'm not a fan of the part-time jobs you do, because now they are the most absurd they have been. One of the jobs now is getting into a rocket launcher or like a cannon and shooting kaiju coming from out of the sea. Because the whole game now you're fighting aliens. Now you're fighting the Intergalactic Assassins leaderboard, which is aliens. And this is not the direction I wanted it to go. But I like Travis in this game. I like Travis in real life.
What?
I think it has a better grasp of his character. I like his little squad. I think there were some cool things where the story went. I'm glad it did something new and not just No More Heroes 2, but
No More Heroes 2.
No More Heroes 2. I'm glad they did something different, but what they did was not for me. So that's No More Heroes 3.
And next one for me is going to be a quick quickie.
Quickie.
So I have it listed as the Psikyo Shooting Stars collection.
Okay.
This was a re-release. So Psikyo was an arcade game developer known for their shoot 'em ups, spelled Psikyo, because Psikyo is a phrase meaning, I think, strongest.
Psikyo.
I know this from Street Fighter because dance style is Psikyo Ryu, which is the strongest style.
Oh,
With the
Psikyo.
Psikyo, yeah.
Psikyo. Yeah, number one, the best.
Yeah, but they give it a cool spelling with like PSI, so it's a little bit like psychic, so Psikyo.
Okay.
I really like that name.
That's cool.
And this is a collection of their shoot 'em ups, and they are fantastic. And I'm going to talk about two in particular. The first one I'm going to talk about, and I'm glad I introduced controls earlier, because this is a game that lives and dies by its controls. I mentioned it on your stream once because the night before I played this, and I was like, I am blown away. Zero Gunner 2. This is a game that came out in arcades and did come out on the Dreamcast. And the first thing I want to say is this game has great 6th gen visuals. They are very blocky, basically untextured, but super colorful and shockingly expressive. Everything's like a machine. That's like, it's my favorite shoot 'em up aesthetic, where everything is some sort of ridiculous impractical robot, and I love it. But you play as a helicopter which always points in one direction no matter what direction you're moving in. So you need to hold down another button for you to rotate, and then once you let go, you're not pointing in that direction.
Interesting.
And that's the crux of the game. So it's not vertical or horizontal. Enemies will come in from all over the screen, and it's you like using your position. And like each of the helicopters, there's 3 of them, all have a different bomb. Like some of them will only fire in the direction where you were facing. Then some of them might like do it, I think, like perpendicular to where you are. And it's like, I'm not going to talk about like the bosses of the level themselves, but I just love the fact that there was this game whose whole point was its odd control scheme. And I'm glad that, like, because they were doing shoot 'em ups for, I think, like a decade at this point, that they were still, like, trying to innovate and trying something new. And I think it's very worth either picking this up. I think it is on eShop, the Psikyo shooting collection. Or it might just be, like, standalone, but you could also emulate it. Yep. You could. It's illegal. You could. And you shouldn't.
That's an option.
It's just like you could commit any crime. You shouldn't. but you could.
In theory, you have the mechanical capability.
You know, if you believe in free will, like you could. You could. Like, don't. Come on, guys. Don't. Pirate Zero Gunner 2. Don't. Pirate Zero Gunner 2 and play it right now. So... great game, fantastic. This next game is Strikers 1945. This is one of their earlier titles. It is it's not described as such in the game, and I don't think I've heard anyone else say it, but it is a diesel punk themed game. It does take place in 1945, but it has like a bunch of obviously a bunch of technology they don't have. Shoot 'em up companies, they just can't help themselves. They have like these like transforming mechs. And it's like, it's another thing. Visually, it's very nice. Just like super solid vertical shoot 'em up gameplay. But we're not here to talk about its gameplay. We're here to talk about a little bit about Psikyo and Strikers 1945. Strikers 1945 you can buy for the PlayStation 1. It had a North American release. E-rated game. Makes sense. You're just playing shooting other planes. Beyond their shoot 'em ups, Psikyo was known for their erotic mahjong games.
Oh, you told me about this.
Psikyo is known for its erotic mahjong games, which they don't mention in this collection that I have. And I just think it's hilarious.
Interesting how they left that out.
Oh, but you can buy some of those games on the Switch right now. You have to have a Japanese eShop account, but you could. They just don't mention it in the shooting collection. You might see a character design that you go,
interesting.
Shoot 'em up. Shoot 'em up. That's weird. In the original Japanese version, let's just say, the better you perform, the more you can see of your pilot at the end of the game. And That's just hilarious to me.
That's amazing.
How they were able, like, all they had to do was literally just slice that off and boom, now you got an E-rated game. It's like they again, just couldn't help themselves. It's just in their blood. They're like, guys, are people going to play this game?
They won't play it.
It's like,
unless.
But it's like, it's fun. So it's just like, where they're just like, oh, what the heck?
You know what?
Oh, what the heck?
As grit.
Yeah, just put it on. Because it's this, I think they only have one artist who works on every game that they make. So they were just like, maybe it was his idea. I don't know. I just think it's funny. That's it.
No,
that's all I wanted to say about Strikers 1945.
That's hilarious.
Their little cross pollination. I wonder if any of their Mahjong games they have shoot 'em up segments.
That'd be fun.
Just
That would
briefly.
be amazing.
You called Ricci?
The green dragon tile is what you're.
All right. Are you ready for a whiplash, gentlemen?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Halo 3. So, in late 2022, me and my buddy we're played through the MCC collection on Legendary Co-op, and we played through Halo 1 and 2 in December, and 3 bled over to 2023. So,
Yep. Boom.
counting it
completed
here.
2023.
I completed it in 2023, Halo 3. I'm not going to speak to it. I'm not going to speak on it for too long because I just forgot a lot of the game. I remember I liked it. It was a good game. I love kind of early Xbox 360 looks because it's like this nice kind of like soft bloom with these nice lighting and like detailed trees and nice coloring. And the gameplay's good. Yeah, Halo 3, good game. FPS game. It out of like modern FPS games, it's probably one of the better ones. Just the Halo franchise in general.
Because it has its own design.
Yeah.
It's not aping off of Medal of Honor.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't complain. I think it still holds up to this day. I think all of them do. At least the original trilogy. So, Halo 3.
I have another very quick one as well.
Boom.
I have a very quick one. House of the Dead remake. This one, I am not
yeah.
talking about House of the Dead itself. House of the Dead 1. It's great. What can I say? It's everything I want from a light gun game, and I prefer zombies to like the Time Crisis terrorists, you know?
Yeah.
I like the zombies because it's another like just you like shoot their arms off and their head explodes and they like fall over, and it's got a shockingly funky music. I love the silly monster design because it reminds me of Resident Evil. What I want to say about the remake and specifically how I played it, light gun games can only be played with a light gun. Mm-hmm. I bought the Switch port and I played with a single Joy-Con and with the gyro aiming, and the gyro aiming is exceptional in Monster Hunter because all you need to use it for is just some slight adjustments to make sure you hit Rathalos' feet. That's where it's weak to shot. But in this, you're pointing all over the screen, and the gyro aiming is just not built for that.
Jin Yu has gyro aiming?
Rise.
Yeah.
So it was just just more controls. It's like these games are exceptionally fun, but you have to play them with a light gun, and that is super prohibitive because either you need a CRT and then a light gun, or I bought one of these and I tested it out, a Sinden light gun, which works with any monitor.
Interesting.
By using a camera. It uses the same thing, and it is responsive, and it does work, but it's super distracting since it has its own border, and it takes a while to set up, and now you got to make sure your game like properly runs and emulated. Because I was trying to do House of the Dead. I was trying it with the Sega Saturn and on MAME because I definitely own a $500 copy of House of the Dead for the Sega Saturn, so I emulated it perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It worked with a point blank though, but we'll get into that later.
Wouldn't it be weird if we just so happen to have a light gun and a CRT?
That would be weird.
That would be strange.
That would be, yeah.
But I don't know. That's a little hard to set up, you know. It's a little hard to like because the CRT is this like big old thing, and it's like what I have to buy a peripheral from the 90s.
Yeah, and then you have to buy a game that you.
And then you have to buy the game itself. Yeah, you
Come
know.
on.
Anyways, so that's all I have to say about House of the Dead remake. That's a short one.
So this one, I don't feel like I could talk about for long in this context, but like
my next game I will talk about for the longest amount of time.
Okay.
Just a heads up. Just a heads up. That's where we're at.
All right. Silver Case.
Oh yeah,
Silver Case.
Silver Case. Yeah, this is it's a visual novel, but I'm going to use this time to talk about the bad rap visual novels have.
Okay.
Because it and understandably so, a lot of visual novels are schlock.
Yeah.
Like Alcana.
We've given our fair share of grief to visual novels.
Yeah.
We have. But the thing is about visual novels is that the genre and medium of visual novels is underutilized by most of them.
Yeah.
Alcana being a primary example. You do nothing but press A.
Yeah.
And read.
Like I'm sure you will get to a point where you choose which of the three distinct and desirable women you want to.
I got to that point. I got to that point. That's the only time in the game you do something other than press A.
Awesome. Nice.
You move the
and you
up or
move
down.
it for between three options.
Yep. And a game like the Silver Case and another visual novel-esque game, I'm sure you're going to compare it to.
Mm-hmm.
You're not just doing that. Though.
Yeah.
Like it pulls you in and engages you in some ways. Like enter this code to unlock this lock, or in this other game you might compare it to. You might, I don't know, solve a touchscreen puzzle or something of this. Like it pulls you in different ways. To that way, it makes sense that you're playing it on a DS or a PS1 or 2 or whatever. Like for me, playing Alcana, it didn't make sense because I was like, why did you not publish a graphic novel if this was the case? Like it just, yeah.
Silver Case is like propping up visual novels because it is a mature story that focuses on legal adults who are not in high school.
And it's not a romance
and
story.
It's not a romance story. It is a crime thriller. I still don't know if the crime disease is literal or not. It's still up for debate. I do not know if the crime disease is real or figurative of speech. But it's hard to talk about it because there are like adventure game segments where you play in first person. It controls like a dungeon crawler, which is pretty funny. And whenever you encounter a puzzle in this game, there's actually a nifty little button that looks like a magnifying glass. You can click it and it'll just solve it for you.
Yeah.
I did it by accident, and I was like,
puzzles are for dorks.
Okay. And then I never did a puzzle because I will say that with the Silver Case specifically, like I think compared to other visual novels that you think of, which it would be Alcana or like Danganronpa, I guess.
Maybe.
The game is spectacular, one of the best, but it does have a slow start. I think the first two chapters in both Transmitter and Placebo are slow, but like chapter 3 of Transmitter, I was like, whoa, like quality went way up, and it kind of stuck there for the whole time. However, I only played Silver Case to play another game later. We'll get to it later.
We'll get to it in a while because I think my next game can potentially be the game we discuss for the longest period of time because this is one that will engage all three of us.
Yep.
I'm just going to keep saying engage.
Engage.
I think we got to put a lid on it though. We got to make sure
at some point. Like I know
we could talk about it for 4 hours.
I know we made jokes about this lasting for 12 hours, but here's the thing: we do have a lot of games, and I do want to talk for a long period about Street Fighter 6.
Yeah,
I'm in February. Just for heads up, chat. I'm in February.
We're not.
Right now.
Yeah.
So, Street Fighter 6, and I'm just gonna come out. I'm gonna be candid too. This is my game of the year, Street Fighter 6.
I need to think about it, but it's top 3.
Oh, top 3 for me for sure.
Easy.
And honestly, I'm not going to talk. I'll start out with World Tour because that's what I have to say about the least.
Yes.
World Tour has the best fighting game onboarding process there is.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
Listen, chat. We'll start up with World Tour because that's the part we have to say least about. This is one of the best additions to the fighting. But seriously, though, it is.
It wipes all other like onboarding game modes that other fighting games may have.
And I was talking to Brett about this like before the game came out, and I was like, it'd be perfect if you had enemies who just would spam the same thing over and over again, and that's exactly what it did. Like the fridge enemy just stood there and launched projectiles at you. Gee, I wonder if that's trying to teach you anything. There were enemies who jumped a lot. Like they do like these specific things. They put you into certain scenarios that you will encounter if you're like actually playing fighting games, and it just slowly teaches you. It gives you a few moves, and then like it has the RPG stuff, so it's like you can progress. You got like the equipment, you got like level up your health and stuff. You level up your styles. You talk to your trainer, and it's like a social link.
Yeah,
but that was odd. But you get art. But
you get art.
Yeah,
it's true. I mean,
you
like
do get art.
There's just random nods in the game.
There's just random nods,
which is fun.
Yeah, and like this. The story is like silly. I think Bosch dies, but
You like walk around. It's like an open world.
it's like it's Metro City, but also Nishal, a fake country.
Yep.
But that's not why it's game of the year.
No,
That's not why it's good.
It is a mode meant to try to entice non-fighting game players by having a sizable, and by sizable I mean like 10-hour
Yeah,
campaign where you're actually playing a fighting game, but also here's like side quests.
yeah.
Like if you've never played a fighting game before, ever, you could purchase Street Fighter 6 and not have and have something to do other than just jump into online matches and start playing people.
Yeah.
Which is, I feel like, has been an error in fighting games for a long time. Is that you bought Street Fighter 5, for example, and if you bought Street Fighter 5 on day one, never had played a fighting game, your only option was to jump into online play and get destroyed again and again and again and again and again
Or-
and again.
Survival mode.
I don't even know what was survival mode.
Oh, this is how you unlocked colors.
Oh, great.
You would just play 30 fights in a row. Oh, and if you lose, you just get kicked out.
But
So that was your little single player thing. But don't worry, you got your story mode, your Street Fighter V story mode, a few months later, and it was horrible, awful. Like it literally, like the game would be better off if it did not have that. So then years later, when they added an arcade mode, years later,
by the way,
it was good. That was a good arcade mode.
but if you
which was
purchased
there at the beginning.
Street Fighter 6 on day one,
Boom.
never having played a game, and you just jumped into because number one, it's engaging, it's fun. It's like, okay, make your character, you make him look like a goblin or a monster or whatever.
Like there's like sky's the limit with this character creator. I've actually like it is the best character creator I've ever seen.
No, seriously, legit. And then you get in, and the characters are colorful. It's fun. It has a good sense of humor. And at the same time, you're playing the game. It's teaching you how to play a fighting game. So by the time after you put in a few hours into it, you have naturally, without even trying, developed certain basic foundational skills for fighting games, which is insane. It's just genius.
And then when we get to the actual gameplay part, it fixes so much of what I hated about Street Fighter V. Because I know, like, chat, I hate Street Fighter V.
We can say it now that
Like,
we have
yeah, we
can
Street
say it
Fighter
now.
6.
Yes, it like at the end of the final season, it was 100% better than it was at the launch.
Yeah.
But I don't like the bones. I thought the normals felt bad. Characters' kits are still gutted. All the interesting stuff is locked behind V-Trigger. Normals felt so bad.
Street Fighter 5 is a game where you just flatly do less than in
Yeah,
previous games.
like-
the characters just don't do as much.
Yeah, Akuba just does not have as much as he used to, and it feels slower. Like if you like chat,
It feels
if
like Jello.
boot up your copy of Street Fighter 4 and your copy of Street Fighter 5. Play as Akuma in both games and do a demon flip in both games, and tell me that the Street Fighter 5 one feels better. It does not.
Wait, Street Fighter 5 and what? Street Fighter 4?
4, yeah, and then do Akuma's demon flip. And tell me that it feels better. Oh, and then do a jump back fireball as Akuma in Street Fighter 5.
Yeah, see how that goes for you.
And then do a raging demon without V trigger in Street Fighter 5. I can't.
It's astonishing.
stand it.
So Street Fighter 6, and now you might be asking yourself, well, what did Street Fighter 6 do to fix this? The opposite. Characters can actually just do more.
They were
than
like,
what they used
wait
to.
wait a second. Accessibility doesn't come from gutting characters. Guilty Gear Strive. Accessibility comes from things like an onboarding process and even modern controls.
Yeah.
Like I have a pinch of modern controls hater in me. I feel like if it was the BioWare morality thing, I would be in the anti-modern controls crowd, but I'm not going to deny just booting up and throwing out special moves to begin with. Especially if you don't care about the competitive side. If you do just want to like mess around with the friends or mess around with someone who knows how to play, now you can just do your Shoryukens and your fireballs easy peasy. But like this is the most if you're in this game, this is like the most these characters I've ever had.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because like proximity normals are not back, but they added more proximity normals just as command normals. Ryu has so many command normals. He has 2 new special moves. This is a fully kitted out Ryu. This is a fully kitted out Kin and Chun-Li and Zangief and Guile and E Honda and Dhalsim. It is the best new roster of characters since Alpha.
It's cool because it was like Street Fighter V would remove moves to turn them into V skills.
But sometimes later, like at first, like Chun-Li just didn't have Hazanshu. They added it later as an alternate V skill, meaning you had to remove another move. You had to decide whether you wanted her command jump or Hazanshu. You couldn't have them both.
And then in
Tensho Kyaku just never came back in Street Fighter V.
In Street Fighter V, then they added in a second V skill. And then Street Fighter 6 just have characters have both V skills
like out
in
the
their
box.
kit.
Yeah, characters will just have their whole kit, and then it's Guile was the only character in Street Fighter V who benefited from the V system because he solely got additions to it. Because he only has 2 special moves. You can't remove any of his special moves. You cannot make this character any simpler. So it's like, and I'm sure they were like, we can't turn Flash into the V skill.
Guile.
Oh my god! Okay.
Maybe we should lock his EX moves behind the V trigger.
And so they actually gave him stuff. His V skill is just a whole new move, and his V trigger is a whole new move. And they actually really complement the Guile style of gameplay. So in Street Fighter 6, he just has him back.
He just has him.
His V skill is now just a special move he can just do, and his Super Art 2 in Street Fighter 6 is just his V skill V trigger 1 in Street Fighter 5, and those are both like excellent additions to the game. And I'm glad we got to the return of multiple meters of super and having multiple supers. People like anytime in Street Fighter 5, like people ask for characters should have new critical arts. Everyone's like, that wouldn't add anything to the game, and deep down, I knew that was right. But in Street Fighter 5, that was right because every super in Street Fighter 5, as someone else pointed it out, was just an invincible normal that triggers a 30% damage cutscene. So giving it new, like additional, critical arts to those characters wouldn't do anything because all the interesting supers were just V triggers. Rose's Soul Illusion wasn't a super, it was just a V trigger. So you couldn't add a critical art, it would just be something lame. So now with the removal of V triggers, we can start giving characters like interesting and unique supers back, and they're all delegated to Super 2. If you're playing a character, odds are Super 2 is the most interesting super you have because Super 1 is a very classic style super. It's just a really big special move, and I like that. But they all have their own use. Like there's like really interesting combos that end with like Ryu's Super 1, just Shinku Hadoken. Like Chun-Li's Kikoken combos off basically anything, or Kiko Sho. So they have their use, and then like obviously the level 3s are our invincible normals that trigger a cutscene, and people can talk about like It's bad for like viewing in tournaments because you see them all the time. And that's a lot of downtime, and you get tired of them. And it's the same thing online. It's like, you get 30 damage for doing nothing. But this is a good way to attract casual players, because people like I like reading non-fighting game people talking about fighting games, and I saw one. It was on the subreddit Gaming Details, a subreddit which I do not like, but they were talking about a gaming detail in Dead or Alive 3, where Kasumi had different throws depending on if her opponent was near the wall. And I had to restrain myself, and I said, Travis, this is a thread from 7 months ago. You don't need to point out that characters in Tekken and Virtua Fighter also had the same thing. It's fine. We can just let it go. But I decided to look through and read it. And then someone said, I wish other fighting games had this. And I had to go, you don't respond. 7 months ago. He's not going to respond back. It's all right. But they were talking about playing one of the Ninja Store games on the PS2 and how much fun it was to do the supers and like see the supers. And it's like, that's why the level 3s are in the game. They're in the game because like people go, oh, because it's like it's like someone who doesn't play fighting games regularly and who can't do special moves like on command will have a hard time doing a super move. So when they get it out, it's an event. Yeah. It's not an event for us. We can just do a super. Mm-hmm. It's not an event for like you go online or watch a tournament. That's not an event, but it's like for like the casual players, it absolutely is, because not only that, you only can do like it once per game. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get it round 1. You're going to get it like round 2. You could get it round 1, I guess, but that's rare. So they have their use, even though I know they have their detractors as well. Speaking of the level 3, I like how the game has no dedicated comeback mechanic. The only comeback mechanic that it has is the fact that your level 3 will deal more damage if you're below 25% life. Just deals just more damage. The V-trigger, you gained V-trigger by taking damage. That's a comeback mechanic. Anything that gains you life, X factor, is a comeback mechanic. These aren't comeback mechanics. It's more of like a desperation.
Yeah.
Like you get one final big attack. It's not like, oh, if I play my cards right, I'm just going to be fine.
Yeah.
Like that's not how it works. You get one big attack and that's it. And also it's like, but now I love talking about opportunity cost. But if it's like, if you're burnt out and you need to use your super 1 to not get hit by a drive impact, I guess you could use the level 3. But like, you don't always have access to your level 3. Mm-hmm. You will always have access to your V-trigger. Like, it's hard to really state this. You will take damage. You will get your V-trigger. You will have it. You will always have X-Factor. You will always have these mechanics. You will not always have your level 3 because you just might spend it on something else. But you can't... Okay, all right. You can spend V-trigger on the V-reversal. But I'm not making myself super clear. All I'm trying to say is, over the course, if you spend your entire... If you play passively and you don't attack at all, you will never get level 3. But if you do that in Street Fighter V, you will get V-trigger, because that's the primary way of doing it, of taking damage. So the lack of a comeback mechanic is really nice. Having access, and this is something else, so it's like, just this is fun. People keep focusing on drive rush is scrubby, drive rush is scrubby, drive rush is scrubby. Bro, we can use EX moves and supers in the same combo, bro. That is fun. King of Fighters figured that out.
Yeah.
It's fun using all these moves together. It's fun playing this game. It's fun having all these options. Like, playing Chun-Li in this game is not just like you have the basic game plan that you can always do, but it's like there's so much more to actually like shift gears as Chun-Li from like defensive to offensive that really wasn't there in like 5.
I think you just distilled it to a single phrase in Street Fighter 6. It's fun having all these options.
It's fun having all these options, and it's not fun having less options.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we could talk about 4 characters per year instead of 6, and there's definitely an argument to be made for 6 and not 4. But have you seen Rashid compared to Rashid in 5? Have you seen Aki if this is the quality of characters we're getting every year, I'm fine with 4 characters.
I mean, I don't know anyone who would choose, when it comes to fighting game characters, quantity over quality.
I don't know anyone who would go, no, I want characters to do less. Unless if it's like a case where characters are like over-kitted out to the point where they don't do anything in particular. But no one's going to argue that like Zangief is a zoner here.
Yeah.
Unlike Z-Broly in DBFZ, who is a grappler and a zoner. It's ridiculous.
He's a little overkitted.
That's overkitted. These characters aren't overkitted. They all have their own tools that are used in their own specific toolbox. I just can't state it enough. It's like the best fighting game since Street Fighter 4.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 5, it seems like everyone was given a universal tool to do, and it was a fewer amount of tools to do more jobs.
I was hoping I would get a chance to use this allegory, and I hope it lands. Street Fighter 6 gives you Street Fighter 2 and 3 and Alpha and 4 and 6 give you tools. Street Fighter 5 gives you solutions. The use of moves are so insular and compartmentalized that it's like it's all like Capcom mandated styles of play.
Yes. Like a flowchart's overused in fighting game language.
But it's like
it is kind of like a if this then that.
Yes, I felt like there was so much more of that in 5 than in 6. And because it's like, first off, people are finally saying, "Oh, Street Fighter 6 honeymoon phase is over. People don't like Drive Rush."
I still like Drive Rush.
Yeah, something will always rise to the top. Dude. I see you're making a face, Brett. Drive Rush skips neutral.
There will be something to complain about.
There will always be something to complain about in a fighting game.
Drive Rush skips neutral. It costs resource.
Third Strike's the best fighting game.
Ergo, it does not skip neutral.
You're gonna burn out. Well, it skips neutral because anyone can do it. And bro, look, it's like unreactive. Dude, no. Punk said it's scrubby. Minna RD said like Street Fighter 5. That's real footsies right there. Minna RD. That's the thing. So it's like we just get like a rehashed fighting game discourse of how no, this isn't no. But also at the same time, we still get like. If sometimes people, there would always be threats. Oh, say something nice about Street Fighter 5. The top comment would always be, "No, I'm not going to."
Why? Why do you want Street Fighter 5 to be good?
I hope if there's a Street Fighter 5 fan watching this, like you don't need to listen. To
also,
this. If you like Street Fighter 5, whatever.
One more dunk.
One more Street Fighter 5 dunk before I be polite to Street Fighter 5 fans.
One more dunk. Street Fighter 5 is ugly.
It's
okay.
Hideous.
Street Fighter 6 is gorgeous.
I'm
like
glad.
Not really up for debate.
I was trying to keep it towards the gameplay for now, but like this cannot be ignored. Street Fighter 5
is
look
hideous.
up a screenshot of Street Fighter 5 and go, "Oh wow." Oh wow. Oh wow.
This image is so clear.
This is just beautiful. It doesn't look clay and lifeless at all. No. It looks
it looks fantastic.
Beautiful.
Dude, Street Fighter 6 looks ugly.
Yeah, it looks like
too realistic.
People said I don't like the hyper realism of Street Fighter 6. What hyper realism?
If you think that is hyper realistic,
what is Aki is hyper realistic?
Dude,
this is what hyper realism is, bro.
Blanca is in the game.
Are we trying to say that like Tekken and Street Fighter have the same visual style? Because people looked at screenshots next to each other and, oh wow, Street Fighter characters are a little more stylized. Just a little. Anyways, yeah. If you like Street Fighter 5, it's fine. Like it literally doesn't affect me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So, but like it's a game I hate, and we got 6. So we're good.
6, and 6 is a game we love.
And 6 is a game I absolutely love. So I can keep going. Like there's like because now we're building off. It's like this game has the arcade mode. It has like fighting. It has like trials, which are really good. It has like the battle hub. It has lobbies. It has extreme battles as a party game mode. It has everything I want in a fighting game, and it's still just like good Street Fighter. It has everything I want. People talk about like, oh no, there's no footsies. You just drive rush instead. Okay, I'll take it. I'll accept that. Like neutral, drive rushing from a parry should cost more meter. I'll accept that. That's fine. Costing 1 bar, you can use it a lot, and it is strong. But are we just gonna we're acting like drive rush just makes no? Okay, I say we're acting like I'm overblowing like loud voices here. Not everyone who plays Street Fighter 6 thinks drive rush like negates all normals and all special moves and anything ever. But that's how people are acting. That's how I see people. Yeah. And like there are good drive rushes. DJ, Jury have phenomenal drive rushes, but it's like. I just that just doesn't ruin the game like some people are trying to say. And I don't know if it's just like it's like if I was like a CPT level player, would I also hate drive rush? But would I hate it to the point where I'd go back to Street Fighter V because that game just feels horribly stale. Tell me
there are people going back to Street Fighter V
absolutely
over
not.
Drive Rush.
Like Street Fighter 6's player count is still like the best we've ever seen on Steam for any fighting game. Like over time, like it's not the highest player count ever, I don't think. But it's like these consistently high numbers is fantastic, and I want to see if someone who plays Street Fighter 6 go back and play Street Fighter 5 and see if they think it's rich and engaging. And then
I doubt it.
And then just move into other aspects of the game because we could be here for ages. I don't disagree with any of the redesigns for these characters. Nope. And in a lot of the cases, perfect. Ryu has his robe and the beard.
This is the best Ryu.
Best Ryu I've ever seen. Best Zangief I've ever seen.
Best Zangief.
Yep. Zangief.
I'm still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say a little fun thing that makes me love this game more. But
no,
you can
go.
Oh,
real quick.
In fighting games, there's typically a forward throw and a back throw. At least in Street Fighter. If you hold neutral or forward, you get a forward throw. If you hold back, you get a back throw. Sometimes it changes. Oro in Third Strike does not have a forward or back. I don't remember, but he has a neutral throw. Mm-hmm. And if you have a neutral, it's like a match, but they kind of moved away from that in 4 and 5 and now in 6. And in 6, everyone has the back throw and the forward throw. Zangief also has a neutral throw, a down back throw, a down throw, and a down forward throw. Because they said, they looked at Zangief and they went, this is a grappler.
He should grapple.
Give this man grapples. And they said he has more throws than he ever has. So they were just like, forget it. Give him 4 more normal throws than any other character. Perfect. Because it's Zangief. That's what he does.
That would make sense.
That makes him feel amazing. Gives it more personality. You're not going to get that from 5.
No.
And we'll compare Ed. Because we already know Rashid blows Street Fighter V out of the water. So we'll compare it with Ed.
When he comes
Ed
up.
will be better.
Yeah, he will be better. They made DJ. DJ's always been in this weird spot where he looks evil. Because he has a huge grin and very tiny eyes.
Yeah, and like his Street Fighter 4 character, he looks sinister. Straight up.
Now he looks happy.
Yeah,
because they made his eyes bigger.
And fitting with his personality. Well, he's wearing shades.
Unless you use his other costume.
And even without shades, he's just dancing.
Yeah, he's just like he looked weird in 4.
He looked bad.
He looked bad.
But not only did he look bad, his gameplay was just bad guile.
Yeah.
He is not bad guile. He now has like his sway. He now has dance-like moves in his kit. It's almost like this is the best DJ ever. And they looked at DJ and they went, we have a theme and we have like just bum gameplay. Let's let this gameplay fit his like actual theme. And they did it. He has a rhythm game super.
Unreal.
Like I just want to Punk, if you're watching this, let's just appreciate these aspects for a moment before going back to complaining about Drive Rush. Because that's what, and it's like it's these little things. Little things cannot make a bad game good, but little things makes a good game great, or a great game my game of the year. and it's like all those, every character has those little personality touches. They all have like 5 win poses and 3 taunts. There's so much more personality here. Lucia's personality in 5. Oh, she's a cop. She's got a Brooklyn accent.
End of characters.
End of Lucia's personality. So we just get so much more.
When you
here.
play her arcade mode, there's a cutscene where she mentions how much she likes instant noodles. Personality.
That's the personality.
Right.
And when you play her in the actual video game, she kicks fireballs.
Yeah. For whatever.
But like these are the animations like the most personality in any fighting game right now. Yeah. Like I know the Azusna, the Tekken 8 character.
In Tekken 8.
Like yeah, she dances while moving, but like
I mean, so does
I just don't see like that personality come through like it happens in Street Fighter 6.
Yeah. Because I feel like people pick out that character specifically because that's the only one that does it.
So I see Asuka.
Yeah. See Kazuya. Same as ever.
No, you don't get it. He's like a very focused karate man.
Same as ever.
Same as ever.
Okay. I mean, Ryu's a focused karate man.
But I'm glad we're like at the point where it's like, but they concluded his arc.
Yeah.
So now he's like just chill karate master, just hanging out. Like he did it. He did it. I'm happy. He did it.
He looks like Goku.
Finally. He looks like Goku
awesome.
now. I wonder why that is.
Honestly, if they just made Ryu more and more like Goku in each game, like gameplay wise, that'd be kind of cool.
I mean, let me try to drudge up something bad to say.
Yeah,
because like I do want to be fair. I do want to try to be fair.
The genuine complaint is the monetization.
Yes. Okay. All right. So this is pretty egregious. This is such free to play mobile game garbage.
Yeah.
Like when I heard 300 fighter coins for a costume, $6. That's like at the upper end of what people are willing to pay for a single costume, especially because it's like they don't change like moves, they just change like the visuals.
Right.
They don't change like audio or anything, but like they're well made costumes. Like you look at them and you go, wow, these are great.
They are.
Like the Manon one, great. Like all of them except for like Kin with his stupid pants.
Like all of them are modeled well.
Yes.
Like just because we don't agree with the Kin design doesn't mean it's poorly
crafted.
Yeah.
But like, have you seen Zangief's costume 3?
Costume 3?
Yeah.
No.
Look up Zangief costume 3 right now.
And like DJ's costume 3 looks great. But it's like
Pouring rain outside, chat.
You have to spend $12.
That's the issue.
It
costs 300 fighter coins. And then the lowest denomination you could get is 250, and then the next highest is 600.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's so. Come on, that's like
scum.
That's like the thing. It's just like there's. I am a self-admitted Capcom show. There's no way to spin this. That's just horrible.
Yeah,
that's just bad.
And it's like, oh, so you can't find another costume you'd like? Yeah, but
like, come on.
Actually, no. Like, I would only want DJ's outfit 3. Like, that's the one that I would play and like use.
Yeah. And like,
so,
but here's the thing: it's like people.
I'm eating shorts.
Vote, guys, no, you vote with your wallets. Don't buy these costumes. I went on. Okay, I bought the costumes because, like I said, self-admitted Capcom show. I bought 2 of them. I didn't buy all of them.
Yeah,
I would buy all of them if there was like a $25 bundle. Because
there should have been a $25 bundle.
You know how many people would have bought that?
I would have bought it.
Well, here's the thing.
Instantly.
Like I said, like right after they came out, I went online. Everyone was using costume 3.
Yeah,
every single person was using costume 3. Like so. Like it's a shame that they're going to keep doing it like this. Hopefully they'll do what they did with Street Fighter V and just have the version where it's like, okay, this one has all the costumes.
Yeah, because
or just release or have like I'm not upset that the costumes aren't like I saw people go like, I bought the Ultimate Pass. Why am I not getting costume 3? Because the Ultimate Pass didn't advertise costume 3. No. If it advertised costume 3 and we didn't get it, that's something to get mad about. But it didn't say you will get all the content. It was very clear what you got. Yeah. So I'm not upset that we didn't get it, but it should have been in there. I do think those should have been included. it's just a bad situation all around, and it is a really bad stain on a great game.
Yeah, and it's you have to spend a little over a sixth of what the total game
costs
for two costumes.
Two costumes. And here's the thing: all they needed to do was make it cost 250 fighter coins, and I don't think anyone would be upset.
Yeah, that'd be what, $5?
Yeah, $5.
Yeah, and then because you'd get the
one,
and you'd get one costume. That's like, yeah.
So they fumbled the bag on that one.
Yep.
Hopefully, I doubt they will change it just because people said so.
I doubt it.
Like financially, obviously, people. I'm not mad about the $5 fighting pass.
Dude,
like the fighting pass doesn't have anything people want in it.
Yeah.
So I don't buy it. And wow, would you look at that? I'm missing out. But I'm not fearing it. I actually feel fine. Oh, I didn't get that sticker.
Who cares?
I don't even use the social aspects.
Who cares?
I barely even played the World Tour mode. I just did it to get Costume 2 for Chun-Li.
Yeah. I only did get Costume 2 for DJ.
Yeah, but from like a gameplay perspective, like I really don't have any glaring issues.
Seriously. Honestly. All right, so if you can,
all right,
what's the bottom line?
Yeah, I can think I can get to the bottom line. Like, no, this is
6.
Game of the year and fighting game. But my favorite fighting games is Street Fighter 4. Now, again, like Chad, if you know me, you know I love Street Fighter.
Yeah,
but no, phenomenal.
Yeah, high marks.
Yep, I think we'd all agree. It's the fighting game. Right now.
Right now it is the fighting game.
Just a simple this is like a good selling point just to anyone who doesn't even know. It is the most content complete fighting game.
It's the most content
ever released.
I also think it is the most accessible fighting game.
Yeah,
possibly ever released, but definitely on the market right now. Like if you want to get into fighting games, purchase Street Fighter 6.
You have not only do you have World Tour mode, not only do you have modern controls, there are like in-depth written character guides.
Yes, for each character. And combo trials and all that stuff.
Yeah, and
an arcade
and
mode.
I will keep thinking about it like the best training mode ever conceived.
Yep, best training mode
it's
ever.
Like we can
super robust.
We can keep pulling out all these small things that add up so much.
Here's what you should take away from this chat. We are going to move on to the next game, not even having said half of all the things
we could sit here and break down every single character and why they work.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's our we've had Street Fighter 6 discussions in the past, but it literally we never gets old because there's just always more to say. But
okay,
I think we're on Brett's next.
All right. While you start that, I'm gonna go grab some grub and bring it down real quick. Like I'm literally just pulling it out of the.
Okay. So next up we have Like a Dragon Ishin, which is a remake of the Japanese exclusive Ishin game that was released in like 2014 or something like that. And this is a remake, but not a remake in the vein of Kiwami, where it's like, because Ishin is pretty new in comparison though to 1 and 2, which got remakes as well, Yakuza 1 and 2. Ishin does not get upgraded to the Dragon Engine, I assume because they knew Western audiences wouldn't have played Ishin, and having it have a different gameplay feel, I don't think would sit right. It wouldn't have sit right with me. So it said they ported it to the Unreal Engine. So it controls very similarly to the Yakuza 5-0 and Ishin era, which I like. That was just a little side tangent. Unlike Gaiden, this is a remake, not a side game. So it is a full...
I absolutely agree.
We just said that Street Fighter 6 actually wasn't as good as we said it was.
I take it back!
So this is a full-fledged Like a Dragon game. And in terms of just like the uniqueness of the city, the uniqueness of the story, of the themes. I think they do a lot with this historical. It takes place during the Meiji era, and it's historical fiction, kind of like how Kinzen was with Miyamoto Musashi, and I did play Kinzen.
Yes.
So I've never played Ishin before this remake, but I had played Kinzen emulated. And I think I do like Ishin more. But there are problems. And it's hard to say because I have not played the original. Enemies in this game are super duper glooper spongy. Like regular old street rabble will take way too long to fight.
Ooh. And
the only remedy for this is to grind for absurd amounts of times in this like battle dungeon side mode to get ingredients to make better swords and guns.
We said this about Kinzen, and just saying this again. Did they play that and think like, "Oh, this feels good"?
It's
a similar thing was in Yakuza 7 though, because I remember I had to do like the Fight Club thing. I had to grind levels.
Yep. I feel like that was the best it's been, but whenever RGG puts in these like gear grindy segments, they always seem to miss the mark. And in this case, I think it hits the worst. I think it's the worst in Ishin. And Kinzen, it was annoying, but it was playable. And in 7, you just had to bite the bullet and do the whole 50 floors of the arena. But the remedy there was you would at least be getting levels.
Yeah.
It was a really good XP grind. Here, you're grinding away at these battle dungeons that take like 3 minutes, but they're super repetitive, and it's only like the last one of 5 that will give you anything worth it, and you won't be getting XP, and it's really hard to do them. And it's a blemish because that is the only side activity. I think that's an L in this game, and it's the most prominent one. Mm-hmm. And that grindiness just ripples throughout the game because it affects the combat pacing. Yeah. It affects how well the fights flow. And I do think an upgrade from Ishin, from Kinzen, is that the styles. Kinzen, there was zero reason not to use just the double sword style. Ishin does a better job of balancing the 4 styles to each be used. So the Wild Dancer is really good at crowd control. That's like the gun and the sword. The sword only is really good at like one-on-one fights. Mm-hmm. The fist, the unarmed mode, is good at kind of just like you have a lot of tools. It's a lot of utility, and the gun is good at like just high damage, but it requires a resource. I think that's balanced really well. And I think the combat is fun, but the enemies take a lot of damage. I don't know, play it on easy so you don't have to worry about a grind. I think this has a really good thing where it will use sub-stories and friendship events to expand on side activities. I think one of the greatest improvements the RGG series can make is for more reasons to play the side activities like pool and billiards and stuff like that. So having an in-game reason to do those things, I think allows the player to appreciate it more because they're engaging with more of the game and more of what the developers have developed and put in the game and put effort in and are more in depth than what they should be. Like I spent a lot of time here fishing. It was a really fun and relaxing fishing game, and there's like 3 fishing spots that each had their own different catches, and this guy would just ask you for different kinds of fishes. It was really fun, and it was really engaging, and I want more of that in the future games about like this guy. What if there's like a sub-story where it's like this guy wants to play you in pool, and you have to play him in pool, so you're playing the side content. I think that would...
I thought that was in Yakuza 0. There were like sub-stories.
Friendship. It's a friendship thing. I feel like friendships do it, and that's a good way to do it. But we need to have more emphasized because there's a lot of game you're missing if you're just doing the sub-stories and you're just doing the story content, which is crazy.
The only saving grace
Yeah, that is crazy.
is that the Yakuza franchise is known for its mini games and getting distracted just by playing darts.
Yeah.
Playing darts.
I think this is just a thing about the series in general. It's such a good, well-paced game because if you don't want to do the side stories, you can do the main story. If you don't want to do the main story, you got tons of side activities. You have like your own little pace breakers just within the game, so you don't have to stop playing Yakuza to stop playing Yakuza, right? So it gives you a nice little break, and you get to just choose the content you like to do. But I'm not really going to speak much on the story because it's like I'm not going to get in depth.
Yeah.
That's a tough thing about stuff like this, where a large part of the game is like the story, and it's like well directed. It looks nice. It was interesting. I will say there are some characters with the remake they switched out the faces. The thing about Ishin, the original one, and this one is that all the characters look like characters from previous games, and the idea is kind of like this character looks like this one, but it acts kind of differently. It's sort of like subverts. And they changed some faces, and Yakuza 4, my favorite Yakuza game, has less representation in this one than it did in the original. Tough.
I'm going to be chewing, chat. Forgive me for the chewing sounds.
There's also a controversial like card system. I forgot what it was called in the game. It was like the rally support where you hit the D-pad and you do a move.
Yeah.
I didn't care for it, but I don't think it ruined the game either.
That's very similar to something that was in Lost Paradise, where you get
like an ally.
you assign like it was like characters were assigned to like different constellations, and you could apply those to the D-pad, and then it was like on Kuna, and you'd use it, and you'd use a move that was like specific to them. It wouldn't like call an ally in, but it was like
No, that's exactly what happens here. Where it's like Ichiban is like you equipped Ichiban, but Ichiban like heals you. Right. You just like hit it and you just heal.
Like it was like if you equip the Toki move, you would just if you equip Toki, you would do like a Toki move where he would like
yeah. It's just like that.
Cool.
I don't think that really does anything. And that's like a Dragon Ishin.
This little Reaper Bones miniature here. This little foo dog guy.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to say.
His sculpted testicles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just picked it up and I was like,
He lays them out for you.
Also, I love the lizard men
I have so many
from the Reaper Bones.
I have so many of these little lizard
I
men.
love the lizard guys.
Got Turtle
Right.
Shield.
Travis, what is your next title?
My next game is another one that's going to be pretty short.
Okay.
Brett will be able to talk a little bit about it too. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R. This is a fighting game based off of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure franchise.
You might be familiar with it.
You might be familiar with it. And this is through and through a fan service game.
Yeah.
This is not meant to be a competitive fighting game because if you have seen competitive clips, it's probably some infinite combo nonsense. I know Kiro was known for some infinite combos. And I got to say, as just a fan service franchise, it does good. Like, you get to see, since, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, all the parts are very insulated. There's not a ton of crossover. There obviously is, but it's not like every character from each part moves into the next. So if you really wanted to see two characters interact, like they do have like interactions, like win quotes and taunts and stuff. So that's nice. All the characters, like, you'll do move and then you'll point at the screen. Oh. You'll be like, oh, and it like says like the name of the move will be like the line they said, or
it'll say you can see this move originally in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Volume 18.
Yep.
Yep.
And then after each match, it gives you a link to Amazon to buy the next volume.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
and then it pauses the game and gives you a quiz to determine if you're a real JoJo fan.
On panel 3, that's how old PC games had anti-piracy measures, right? After a certain point, it'd go open up the instruction manual, page 6.
Well, Spyro, right? Like the Spyro thing.
It's anti-piracy?
Spyro could tell. They had like a tag or something in it where they could tell if it was being pirated or if it was a licensed copy or not. And when you put it into The console, after a certain point in the game, it's creepy. Like, it's kind of creepy. Like, one of the fairy characters will come up and say, Spyro, it looks like you're using a unlicensed game in the console. This is serious, by the way. This is real. I've seen footage of it. Please eject the game or purchase a licensed copy or something like that. And if you decide to continue playing the game, it'll break down. Like, screens will flip backwards, colors will be inverted, performance will tank, and eventually it'll just like kill the game.
I think bro was also about to say this. Anti-piracy screens have become a little bit of a creepypasta recently.
Oh yeah.
But this is a legit Spyro.
No, I got this from a YouTube guy who does like proper work. Like, research.
Okay.
Like, it wasn't a creepypasta. It was like he used it as an example.
Right.
Of the,
okay.
Because I was about to say, like, oh, you also know Mario Party for the DS has a really creepy anti-piracy screen.
Okay, so
which was fabricated.
Yeah. It's cool looking at those anti-piracy measures because there's a lot of funny ones.
They are kind of creepy.
Crisis 1, you fired like chickens, which couldn't hurt anything.
Sega Sonic CD, that wasn't an anti-piracy thing. The Sega's
Fun is forever.
Fun is forever.
Fun is infinite. No, that was just a little funny Easter egg in the
Funny.
terrifying Easter egg in the like sound test. So back to Jojo. As a fighting game, it does not feel good because characters walk extraordinarily slowly, and normals are so stupid short. But it makes the game feel bad if you're really accustomed. Now, this is R, which I think did change some system stuff to make it more 2D than the original. I'm not 100% sure. I'm no all-star battle scholar. But this game just did feel off to play, and you really just had to like either jump in or dash in and do your string, and then you end on the super and you go, I remember when that happened. Oh, Kaosu got hit by the flower pot. I remember when that happened. But it works for that. Yeah. That's what we're here for.
That's what the game is.
That's why you bought it. That's why you buy that, not all the anime arena fighters. Gets it done pretty well.
All right, Brett.
Yeah, so next up we have Flower, Sun, and Rain.
Oh,
so this is why I played Silver Case. What a weird little game. Flower, Sun, and Rain is
very weird.
I guess it's an adventure game. It is. It is a lot of reading. It is mostly a visual novel, but it is an adventure game. You do like puzzles and stuff, and
you run around.
the
world. People sound like.
It's hard. It's like another one all about the story, and it's hard to get into it. But it's like this is probably one of my favorite games I played this year. It's just like such a weird and unique tale, and it has a really good theme about like imposter syndrome, where where Mondo, the main character, has his job description is someone who finds things.
Yep. He's someone who finds things.
And he has a briefcase named Catherine, and Catherine is the one that does all the work.
So I don't know if you realize this, chat, but Japan loves Twin Peaks.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of games that, most notably Deadly Premonition.
Yes,
like if you have watched Twin Peaks and played Deadly Premonition, you're like, how did he get away with this?
He very nearly did.
This has some Twin Peaks DNA intertwined with it. Like he speaks to his briefcase and Catherine.
Yeah,
you know, like Zach or whatever. It's a time loop type game.
Yeah.
So,
but. Are we okay with spoilers?
I think we're okay with spoilers.
But it's not a time loop. It's a clone type game.
Oh.
Where every day is a new Sumio clone.
I guess I didn't realize that.
Yep. There are 13 Sumio clones, and each day you play as a different clone.
Interesting.
And it's a different plane that blows up?
I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. That's a little vague.
The credits roll on that game, and you're still like,
Yeah, especially because Sumio dies.
Yeah.
And he's resurrected, but he's not resurrected. It's just a different clone. Which is crazy. It has such an immaculate vibe. It really does feel like you're on a little island vacation because it's like very warm colors. It's like these huge beaches and like
there's a pink crocodile that speaks.
A beautiful little pink crocodile named Chris. Yep. I was like, was that Catherine? No.
If I could interject for just a second,
Yeah.
a little bit of a tangent. Sometimes the vibe is what makes or breaks it.
So, truth. This is a make or break game for sure. If you're not vibing with a game that will like run you around for a joke for like 30 minutes, this isn't for you. But it's not like the whole game is a joke. It's just like that little 30-minute segment is a joke.
Yeah.
Which it fluctuates on me on a game-to-game basis. It depends on how it's pulled off, if I'm okay with it or not. But I was okay with it here. I was really okay with it. The only problem I had with this game was that the last segment, this is going to sound like a joke. You're in the airport, and there are 40 bombs. And each bomb requires you to solve a simple math equation. And you have to disable all 40 of them.
Wow.
I don't know if it's 40, it might be 20. But whatever it is.
More than 10.
It's more than 10, and terrible. They're simple, right? You just have to run around. It's like a 30-minute segment where you're doing simple math equations, and it's like, Suda, I get it. I know what 4 minus 1 is. I know what 3 plus 2 is. Whoa. 8 divided by 2?
Oh, okay.
I'm only in the 2nd grade, Suda. I don't know division. That was a bad way to end the game in terms of gameplay. But the ending itself is nice, and it ties into Silver Case in a cool way. Silver Case is super gritty. Flower, Sun, and Rain is not.
It's a little whimsical.
It's a little whimsical, and I love it for that. It is not the best DS visual novel.
That is true.
And I wish I played that this year.
It had extraordinarily tough competition
It had really tough
against
competition.
Professor Layton in the Diabolical Box.
And another code.
Oh, wait a minute.
And what was 6 hours, 6
Nine,
rooms?
nine, nine.
999.
666.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, 999. Tough competition. But yeah, that's Fire, Sun, and Rain. A lot of it's story, and you can dig into it, but for gameplay purposes and for brief overviews, Fire, Sun, and Rain. I like it. He's good.
Next game for me. We pranked you, chat. We pranked you. I see Adam has his phone up, so I've been verifying this. We've not had a single chat member in the past 3 hours and 15 minutes. We pranked you, chat. I do have a CRT. I do have a PlayStation 1. I do have a Namco GunCon. And I do have a physical copy of Point Blank.
Uh-oh.
So, Adam, have you heard of Point Blank?
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Then we're good. I did not hear about it until this year, and I was blown away. WarioWare, but a light gun game? I have to play this. I wonder if this is going to be any good. So I ordered the GunCon, which was cheap. And the game, which was
Not cheap.
less than $60. So I got it for less than MSRP. And I booted up and I played it, and I love it a lot. I think this game, it's just fun. And it's another game that utilizes its controls. So, for instance, chat, when I say it's WarioWare, the games themselves are longer and a little more involved. But it'll be things like, you always use a light gun, so you're shooting at the screen. But it'll be like, one of the mini games will be like an array, like a 3x4 array of tiles numbered 1 through 12, and you have to shoot them all in a row, and you lose if you shoot the wrong one in a row. There will be another one where it's like a carnival game where it will show you a stuffed animal, and then like show you a bunch of variations of that stuffed animal, and you have to match it. And the thing is, it's like they're all on a time limit. I got a very short amount of time. Some of them are like based on precision. There's a lot of like single bullet ones where it'll be like the leaf falling is super hard. You got to shoot that one. There's one where a guy like has a bottle and you got to like shoot it once he drops it, and if you shoot it before, you lose. Other ones are like try to shoot as it's like 60 criminals, and the criminals are like the cardboard cutout things, and it like pans through and you shoot them. The best one, and I'm glad Brett played it, was the one on the shooting range, when it has like the target and different parts of the body give you different amount of points, and you got to score some like a minimum amount of points, and it's like in the back, and you only got like 6 seconds, and you only got like 6 shots, and it just feels good when you get it right, and it pulls up. It's another one. It's like similar to WarioWare. At the end of every minigame, there's like a animation with how like the minigame ends. It doesn't just like stop. It gives each minigame a ton of personality. The way games are organized, they all have their own different...
micro game?
These are minigames, I think.
These are
I don't know if I would say these are minigames. I think Wario might sue me. Each category of game has its own soundtrack tied to it that gives them all different vibes. It's just fun. And it looks great, and it sounds great. The only issue is when you calibrate the gun, I move a lot while playing, so like I'll be at a different position, so it would be like a little to the left from what I shot, and I'll be like, oh.
So if you want to play point blank, chat, get yourself a CRT. Yep. Get yourself a Gun Con.
Yep.
And get yourself a copy of the game.
Yeah.
And you're golden.
So easy.
Wait, what console does it play on?
PS1.
PS1. There you go.
And
the PS1 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Not much more I can say without just mentioning all the mini games I thought were a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. But I mean, just another game, great vibe, great fun.
Great vibe.
I need to play 2. There's a second one. And this isn't a prank. I did not play 2 this year, chat.
Keep it rolling. I'm gonna get it.
We're keeping it rolling. Brett, you got another one? Because I'm about to enter a block.
You're about to enter a block? So
that's a hot zone.
That's a hot zone.
I'm about to enter a hot zone after this one as well.
Okay, here we go.
So we're coming at you with 2 major segments here. But beforehand, we're going to start off. We're going to get something really good here. Donkey Kong Country. So
would you call this an all-time classic?
Yeah, I would. It looks so. Am I a casual gamer? It looks great. Like, I care about the graphics and only the graphics.
This is one of those games where it's like, what? How do we even introduce it? It's Donkey Kong Country.
It's Donkey Kong Country. It's really hard to just like start talking about it. So I'll go with the aesthetics first because it's the first thing you notice. I feel like I just read somewhere that some people don't like how it aged.
Really?
But maybe I'm just making it up so I sound cool, but no, I think it aged incredibly well. I think it carries a certain atmosphere that is only really found in cinematic platformers and not fun platformers. But there's like lighting, there's like dark shadows, there is a lot of detail in the environments, there's a lot of effects going on screen. Like, the game just looks good. It like just mind-blowing things that a lot of people don't really think about because it seems so natural. But put yourself back in the SNES days where you're going through a snow level and the start of it is sunny, and then as you go through it, more and more snow really starts like falling down in front of the screen. Like it's or in front of Donkey Kong, and literally in your house snow starts falling. Rare is incredible that way. Yeah. But no, snow starts falling like in front of Donkey Kong, and it starts coming down hard. Like, it's hard to see Donkey Kong, but that's kind of the point. And a game can look great, a game can sound great, and it sounds great, and the music is fantastic. But it's about how it plays, and it plays incredibly well. Donkey Kong, I think, pulls off what Sonic wants to do better than what Sonic does.
I am not a Sonic hater. What I am is a Sonic confuser. I mean, I'm confused because
we are puzzled by Sonic.
Because you play Sonic 1, and you go through Green Hill Zone. Oh, that's fun. And then you go to, what's the next one, Marble Zone? Oh,
I think so.
I can't be fast. I have to platform. Anyways, that's all I had to say about Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic has always had a hard time balancing speed with precision platforming, and I feel like Donkey Kong Country does it out the gate. You can go fast and have precision platforming. Mm-hmm. So it's good players will just breeze through the game because they know where to maintain speed and what jumps are coming up and how to utilize bouncing off of enemies or grabbing enemies and everything like that. Where in Sonic, it feels like you have the fast segment and then you have the slow segment. So I always felt like I was in perfect control of Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, which is what you want in a game like this because it is hard, it is difficult, but it feels like it has the tight controls that it should have for these types of platforming challenges.
Like that's like the number one thing you need to get right with a platformer is making sure it controls right.
So
You better get that right.
a game that looks great, sounds great, and has very tight controls. What is a blemish that could be on it?
Is it the difficulty? The bosses? Oh no, I know what it is. It's when you transform into an animal. Or maybe that's not it.
I was going to say too many
water.
gimmicky levels.
Oh,
Levels,
yeah.
levels that aren't about
The platforming.
the precision platforming. They're about gimmicks.
Oh, what? You didn't love the barrel level?
The minecart levels are one thing. It's the levels where you have the invincible Kremlins who will run if it's dark and will stop if it's light. And it's usually red light, green light. The levels where I have to collect gasoline to power up a platform is kind of ridiculous. It seems like there are just a lot of gimmicky levels, and I can appreciate how you want variety in your game, but the variety is coming at cost of what is making the game fun to play. And there's just one too many gimmicky levels for me to really call this one like a perfect platforming game. And I do think overall I like Donkey Kong Country 2 better. I don't have it on this list, but just from Donkey Kong Country 2, I think I like that one more than this one. But this one is still fantastic. It's still worth a play. If you play it today, save after every level. Don't do the checkpoints that the game has, because the game has like one save point every world.
No.
So that's unnecessary.
That's the 90s difficulty coming in. That's the Ghost and Goblins difficulty coming in, where it comes from. Oh, redo the last 3 levels because you didn't save, bozo, or because you lost lives. It's hard to talk about landmark games like Donkey Kong Country, and there'll be a couple more I'll talk about.
I don't think I have any more landmark games, but I have one cult classic.
Is that the next one?
No, that'll come up later. That's one of the very last games I have.
All right.
The next, I'm going to talk about my next 3 games all at once, because they are not only in the same series, they are extraordinarily similar, and we're entering a little segment for me. Chad, if you
ever played the Gal Gun series?
If you ever played the Gal Gun series, I had to play not just every Azure Striker game, but every indie. I'm lying, Chad.
That was a joke. I understand that.
I continued the bit, but I sounded a little too serious.
We feasibly actually would play them. So
I like 2024. I'm like thinking about it. Like, here's the thing. I don't know what to call them. Jiggle games.
That's actually a great way to put it. That's a great term.
They are endlessly fascinating.
Oh, incredibly fascinating.
It's because it's like, normally when you're designing a game, you focus on like, there's like the sound, visuals, the gameplay, the story. But in these games, now all those have to serve towards the jiggling.
Yeah.
It's it adds another layer.
I would call them ecchi games, but
I would too.
Specific, that's connotation, like a visual novel kind of thing.
Yeah. So I don't know the proper way to call it, but I play them because they're just so interestingly bad.
It's interesting. Because like the game exists
for one purpose.
But it's not even sexual gratification. It's just titillation.
Yeah, that's it. Because like that's all you can get away with on a console, and it's so weird.
And it's almost like a subculture has developed around appreciation of the titillation. Like it's, I don't know.
But anyways, that's not what I played. I played Armored Core 1, Project Phantasma,
arguably
and Master of Arena.
Opposite of a jiggle game. Nothing jiggles in
this
Armored Core.
Is so rigid.
It's angular.
Across these 3 games, you only see one human. But I knew Armored Core 6 was coming out this year because I watched the Game Awards in 2022. and I played the demo of Armored Core 4 on the Xbox 360, and I did not understand any of it. So, but I went into this. I love mechs. And when I went into this, I do have a copy of Armored Core 1. That's not a joke.
We can show you.
I can show you.
If
I can
you
post
really
a
want
picture
to,
of it.
And we can prove it.
And
If
we can prove
to.
it. But I did play this on an emulator. I did not play it on the official hardware because there were a few things I did not want to deal with. One of them being the camera. The first thing you will see people mention when talking about Armored Core 1 are the controls. When Armored Core 1 came out, dual analog sticks were not a thing yet, and the PS1 just didn't have analog sticks at all. So, the way you controlled the camera, moving it up, down, left, and right, was through the shoulder buttons. It gave the game it gives the game a very interesting feel, because it does a good job of, you're not playing as a mech, you're playing as someone piloting a mech. And I think the learning curve actually really works in its favor in that way, and really making you feel more like a pilot, as opposed to you're just a robot. But I used DuckStation and the power of modern technology, and I mapped the R1, R2, L1, and L2 to my right stick, and I controlled the camera like that.
Oh.
Did I lose some of what made the game special? I think so. I didn't have any trouble beating these games at all. But so just keep that in mind, chat. I did not play this in its intended fashion, the way FromSoft intended, but that's fine. Speaking of FromSoft, a lot of people, when they mention FromSoft, they'll mention the difficulty. They'll mention the environmental storytelling, the minimal plots, all these things, and
atmosphere.
And a lot of people erroneously credit this to Miyazaki. He's a great director, but these weren't his ideas. These have been there since Kingsfield, and these are there in Armored Core. Miyazaki's just continuing a long-standing From Software tradition. It's funny because like it doesn't play like Dark Souls, Armored Core 1.
No,
but it's definitely the same company that made it, and I
which
think
makes sense to say.
And I think it does. But going into actually playing the game, what I did not expect was that it would be an evil game, and that it's just an evil franchise.
Yep.
You're called a raven, which is just what they call mercenaries in this world, and you're just a freelancer, and companies give you jobs, and the first job, or one of the first two jobs you can get is, hey, some of our workers are on strike. We can't kill them ourselves. Can you do it? and that sets the stage. That's just how you go from there. And one thing I like about the mech genre is that in universe, it is probably really easy for people to do this, because there's like a dehumanization. Ooh, no, I'm just blowing up a robot.
Yeah.
There's no one. I'm just blowing up a robot. I'm just blowing up a robot. So I kind of like how that leads here, because like you're doing pretty awful things throughout the entire franchise, but you don't see it like directly. So there's a bit of like the dissonance you can give yourself.
Yeah.
And that's something that actually isn't in 6, but I'll get to why it's not in 6. Mm-hmm. But that's something that's a recurring thing throughout the franchise that I like. And in this one, I just like these mechs. These are just really good mechs. I like the scale. They're about like not like a story tall, but they're pretty tall. Not like Gundam. Those are super tall. Yep. But I'd say these are like 30 feet or something. I don't know exactly, but the name of the game is Customization. And we talk about the difficulty, but the game actually has some shocking quality of life things. One of them being there's a shop where you buy more parts, and the buy and sell price is the same. They encourage you to try out more parts just because there's no penalty for buying a part and then selling it back. Once you get money, there's really no way for you to lose it, except in a mission Once you're done with the mission, you have to pay for all the ammo you used and for all the damage you took. So you can lose money that way. But not only that, if you fail a mission, you don't restart it. The game continues. You now don't get the money that you would have earned, and you just lose a bunch of money in ammo and repairs. And so you can just lose money that way. And then you can start going into debt. If you keep playing and you keep losing, you keep going into debt. And you will have like a negative money. And
that is appropriate.
It is wild. Like the thing is, it's ambitious. Like that's the thing. I was playing this. I was like, this is crazy.
That's a more direct way of just saying, if you're not learning and picking up the game, you get punished for it.
You know how in some games you'll be playing it and it'll go, "Ooh, you just lost that boss battle. Do you want to play on easy mode or do you want to If you lose enough money, you get forced into the Human Next project. Where you gain like extra boost time, so you can boost more, like more damage. You just like get stronger, just fundamentally stronger. And if it's like it's your first time, some people do recommend just going into debt really fast so you can do it, and it's like a little easier.
Interesting.
I didn't do it because I never fought the controls because I cheated and used the right stick. But it's integrated so well because one of the things, you input your pilot name, I just did travesty, and then your mech name. And Brett reminded me, I didn't know what to name my mech until Brett reminded me of Fantasy Star Online 2. And so I named my mech after my robot character from Fantasy Star Online 2, Killshot. His name was Sheriff Killshot, but nice. I didn't have enough letters for Sheriff Killshot, so Killshot it is.
Oh, wait, you didn't name him... Okay, I forgot the names of all the mechs in Cold Steel, and I think that's a good thing, so we'll continue.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to put any more thought into trying to remember their names. Yep. They'll just come to me in 5 minutes. Yep. So, if you get conscripted into the Human Next project, it replaces your pilot name with just like a serial number, which is a really nice touch.
Wow.
It's
wow.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's the idea of it's so bad, and the only way you can repay it is by getting lobotomized and turned into a mind controlled murder machine for people to say, "Oh, I don't know who killed those workers. I don't know who bombed my opposition's factory." But the gameplay itself, they know you can't aim accurately. So instead, there's a part called the fire control system, which has a reticle on the screen, and you'll automatically lock onto things within the reticle. But within the customization, you can change out your fire control system, and typically the trade-off is a larger reticle for a shorter lock-on distance or a smaller reticle for a longer lock-on distance. Anything in between. How many targets you can lock on for missiles, because you can change your left arm weapon, your right arm weapon, your shoulders, your legs, your arms, your core, your head, your sensors. It is a ton of customization. I got a little off track earlier, but like seriously, customization is like why you're playing this game. And the generator, because that's how you produce energy, because you need energy to boost, which you can use to either glide across the ground or fly, or if you use energy weapons. Energy weapons will eat into your energy consumption, but don't require money to use, because you don't need to pay them. You don't need to pay for ammo for the energy weapon. You just need to recharge it. And that's just a nice trade-off, and it makes total sense. Just so much of this game was me going, this makes so much sense. And then like a lot of the levels are straightforward. You have an objective. Oh, another quality of life thing. A lot of times it'll be like going to the base, destroy something or pick up something. Once you do that, it just ends. Rarely did they ever make you like walk out of it.
Right. Except
once. Because the game does some pretty interesting stuff with the story. And one of my bullet points is I really like the story, and the minimal storytelling worked, but it was way too minimal. Mm-hmm. I needed more information. Because as you play, all the missions start becoming like traps. Like the missions are now set up by the person who made the mission to kill you. And so they'll give you, and I typically hate fake objectives, but it's great in here. Like like so many missions, like the last like 6 missions, you'd never do what it actually says. You have to do something like you'll do that, and then you have to like figure out what you need to do. Like one of the times you're going in with another AC to like destroy something, and he like locks you in a room, and then so you just have to like you don't get like an updated briefing. Raven, now you're like in the room and you got to find out which part of the wall to blow up, and then you just have to like run. There was one where it's like, hey, we need you to go clear out the rest of this fortress. We think there are a few stragglers you missed. So you go in, and like the first 3 minutes you're just walking down and the whole stage is empty. And then like you get to the bottom and it's just like, oh, sorry, false alarm. And then you walk back up and all of the enemies then spawn in. And it's pretty awesome. And
that's just creative.
It's like just creative. Like that's the thing. It's like I like the way it looks. Obviously it looks like PS1 polygons, but it looks good and it sounds good. It did not control good even with the controls. I'm blown away that this was like a PS1 game, and that I could see why it didn't get popular. It is super obtuse. Like
obtuse games tend not to.
Like I could understand like someone playing the tutorial where it's just like kill these 2 things. You have no idea what you're doing, so you just stop and you return the game and you never think about it again. But it's interesting, and honestly, a lot of this stuff applies to Project Phantasma and Master of Arena. We'll get into this, but like each Armored Core game is like in generations. This is generation 1, and they'll all like have their own string of gameplay, exactly the same. But you could transfer your mech over. But they're also made as standalone experiences, so the missions get harder. So when I bring my in-game mech from Armored Core 1 to Project Phantasma, I just blow through the early missions. I'm way more powerful than what the game expects me to be. And I made Project Phantasma not only super easy, but super short. It took me an hour and a half to beat it.
Oh, nice.
I had no idea what the story was, but the missions were still pretty good, and I enjoyed it, and same goes for Master of Arena. Project Phantasma introduced the arena, which was a way for you to fight other mechs just in a one-on-one duel, and you get parts and money if you win, but you don't lose anything if you lose. So a lot of times if a game has an arena, you just blow through your arena, get a bunch of money, boom, now you got a little safety net. But Master of Arena was the first one which required you to do arena fights to progress. And this was a cool little storytelling bit because the whole thing is leading up to, like, the final boss is the number 1 ranked person in the arena. So you can check the arena rankings once you boot up the game and you can see who it is. And I just like that. I just think they do a good job integrating the story and the gameplay here. And I really liked Armored Core 1. And it's 2 like successor games. Spin-offs. Project Phantasma and Master of Arena. I looked it up. A lot of people say like, oh man, Project Phantasma is so weak compared to 1 in Master of Arena. I don't feel that at all. Like it was weak, but I didn't feel like the missions were any less quality. But there we go. I was like, dang. I couldn't believe this was what we were capable of on the PS1. Well, okay, all right. I should phrase it like that. Obviously, there are a ton of great games on the PlayStation 1. I just didn't know we were getting this weird, unorthodox.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is a really unorthodox PS1 game. I would thought this was I would expect this from an Amiga game from 1987 that 6 people bought, not from a PS1 game. Oh, and the mech designs on this game are just fantastic. They're just good looking mechs. And I think that's all I got to say for Armored Core Generation 1.
All right.
Okay, I know what's coming up for Brett.
So we're gonna shake it up a little bit. Not that I beat all of these games. Okay, it's Devil May Cry.
It's Devil May Cry.
It's the Devil May Cry series.
The franchise.
The franchise. Because I played every single Devil May Cry game in about a month and a half. But I played them out of chronological order. I played 3, 5, 1, 4, 2, and then DMC Devil May Cry. So just to make it easier to talk about, we're going to just talk about the whole series starting from 1.
I like it.
starting in chronological.
I
release
agree.
date.
All right.
So, Devil May Cry 1 is the grandfather of all character action games. Or
And it's-
maybe father, I don't know.
No, but you're right.
Yeah.
It didn't make character action games, but I just love looking at like the timeline of stuff because it's also just like a 3D rendition of beat 'em ups.
Yep.
I love seeing that through line of genres. It's
And
great.
There is something, because like I said, I played 3 and 5 before this. It almost seems quaint, Devil May Cry 1. Like its
Yes.
gameplay, it seems like it's the action, it seems like it's the character action game at its purest.
Yeah.
There is like there's 2 weapon sets. I know there's like 5 weapons, but all the swords play the same.
Right.
So they're like 2 weapon sets. There are a couple of guns. It just, the gameplay is so simple, yet it's so in depth with the enemy designs. I think Devil May Cry 1 has the tightest enemy designs in terms of like their move sets and how well they can combine with other enemies to make for meaningful encounters. It also has the greatest atmosphere out of any Devil May Cry game as well. Melee Island is Melee.
It is like it's hard to describe because you can't just say what the vibe is. But the atmosphere of Devil May Cry 1 is like a lot of people say this is probably the best in the franchise.
Yeah. It's kind of reminiscent of a Resident Evil game.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. And it also takes you to a bunch of places too. Like you go to like the garden. There's the interior's pretty well.
I think it's
Underwater.
The underwater.
I think it's also reminiscent in a lot of ways of Metroidvania games.
So there was potentially the game in. I'll just say a line from the end of the game where like you defeat the bad guy. And Dante says something along the lines of, "Oh, like you'll have to deal with my son or something." So it like has like a, I don't know if this is like legit, but some people said like Hideki Kamiya like kind of saw it as like potentially something like the Belmonts, where like the next game could have been a descendant, but that obviously never.
Regardless
and
of
there's no
that,
proof.
at that time, they were mulling over what a 3D Metroidvania would look like, which today we now know is Dark Souls.
It's Dark Souls.
But at the time, Dark Souls didn't exist, so they were puzzled over this. Devil May Cry came out, and they were like, "That's it."
Like Big Evil Castle, they got it right.
And Curse of Darkness and Lament of Innocence are quite clearly Devil May Cry clones.
Yeah.
So there's the connection there.
That's I didn't even think about that. So it because you could talk in depth about all the different game mechanics that come from Devil May Cry 1. I think maybe the most genius one. This is like something I don't even know how, if he drew inspiration from this or he just like was just doing thought experiments in his head and was like, oh, this would be a good idea. But the fact you have Devil Trigger, and that is a resource that carries over between fights. Just having that through line between each encounter in different levels is like such a genius idea that I don't think I would be able to think about that or think of that. Did you want?
I was trying to relate it to something else, but I forgot.
But it's just like just having that connection between encounters to like
it's a meaningful resource.
it's
not just like it's use it or lose it would have been such a cop out for Devil Trigger.
like having to think about, or I could use my Devil Trigger now, or I could save it for the next encounter. It's just such a little thing that adds so much,
especially because you don't know what's coming up.
Yeah.
Like that's something that's overlooked, but that's like basics of game design. That's good resource right there.
Yeah.
Good resource management.
Yeah.
and it's not hard. It's not like a complicated thing. It's just like, here's a resource that makes you stronger. Do you need it now or later? You know?
I need it for Nightmare to use Air Raid
Yes.
while Alistair's equipped.
I also love how it looks. I love how that game looks.
Like for PS2 games, I can think of another PS2 game that looks better. Devil May Cry 3. But Devil May Cry 1 looks fantastic and sounds fantastic. The music is amazing. And I own the vinyls.
Right over there.
I have a 4 vinyl set of the Devil May Cry 1 soundtrack.
Right underneath
and
the Doshin the Giant
right underneath the
soundtrack,
Doshin the Giant soundtrack.
which is a banger.
Yeah, we're talking about very known games here, but we got the Doshin the Giant vinyl.
Yeah. That's all I want to... Since this is a huge block, Devil May Cry 1, in the grand scheme of things, I like it because it's simple. But it hits all the marks it needed to, and
it's another game. The importance cannot be overstated.
the important
Oh, yeah.
cannot be overstated.
For sure.
This one's
So
going to be a
2
toughie.
is going to follow it up with a
So-
strong sequel.
Oh, you're doing all the Devil May Cry?
Yeah,
Did you
Okay,
play
I like it.
You
Yeah,
played those in
I like
a row, right? So it's logical.
it is logical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Like the only game, it was only broken up between Resident Evil 4,
Okay.
but we already talked about it.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about
DMC2.
okay.
So DMC2,
Okay.
I'll come out. This is not my least favorite game ever. It is the worst game I've played.
I have to agree.
Oh,
My least favorite game
statement.
is Kingdom Hearts Dream Drops. Kingdom Hearts
Chains of
Chains of
Memory.
Memories. Dream Drop Distance is the 3DS game.
My
So
least
not good.
my least favorite
I don't
game
know.
is Trails of Cold Steel 1 through 4 collectively.
But the worst game I've ever played is DMC2.
Like-
Okay.
And I know you're about to say this, and I hate to steal it from you. How did Capcom make a game so bad? They had it right. They had the formula right there. I don't know how they screwed it. Oh, I know. Hideki didn't work on it. Hideki Kamiya was not on the team for this game. Worth noting.
And Itsuno was... he directed it.
Yeah, it was like from what I hear, he did not like start the game. We have a mystery director that started the game, and then Itsuno like came in to wrap things up. And Itsuno had like already made a Street Fighter Alpha at this point, so he wasn't like an up and coming guy to pin it on. I feel like he had
Yeah.
clout within Capcom.
Wasn't Devil May Cry 2 one of those games that had some of the developers use like the Japanese coded language to say this, where they said something like, "It wasn't exactly how I intended it to be."
I guarantee it.
I'm sure they have, but they also like to just not talk about it.
Yeah.
The only time they brought it up was when they were like, "Oh yeah, here's where it takes place in the timeline." By the way, here's where Devil May Cry 2 takes place.
I wonder if I could make a video of Devil May Cry 2 and only talk about positive aspects. Here's one.
Can you do it?
It's not too long.
Nope.
It's about 3 hours.
Absolutely the shortest in the series, without a doubt. Feels the longest.
There are some cool animations. The backflip.
Okay, you know what? There is some gun stuff.
There is some cool
neat gun stuff. Okay, you're right.
Because they really like the guns. Because now they launch it. Now they just...
That one of these stupidest looking things, even stupider looking than in Devil May Cry 1, where the motorcycle stops and then he starts shooting.
That one.
Like just shooting and then just going up.
That one always gets me. That's what happens in Devil May Cry 2. You just shoot them and they start going up.
One weapon.
It's a pretty diverse locations. You're in the city,
Okay.
and then you're in like an underground Egyptian tomb,
It made no sense, and I was in there and I was like,
and then you're in the furnace.
and right after the underground Egyptian
Factory,
episode,
not a furnace.
was it the wolf boss in the tunnel? The most jarring start to any level in any video game
Yes.
ever. It opens with a
Yes.
boss fight, and the level keeps going on after that, all the way to the chopper.
So, not only is this game bad, it's boring. The game is mind-numbingly boring.
Hey, let's list some of the bosses as in a way. Let's talk about some Devil May Cry 1 bosses to set some context.
Okay.
The first Devil May Cry boss is a spider with a scorpion tail made of lava named Phantom, who banters with Dante before the fight.
Classic.
The first boss you fight in Devil May Cry 2 is a big gorilla.
He's a big...
He doesn't do anything.
He's like a big gorilla.
He's a big gorilla. You also fight a snake with the one head.
Original.
You
Three
fight,
skulls.
yeah, you fight 3 floating heads.
Three floating heads.
You fight an infested... You fight a
The
tank.
infested chopper is the quintessential Devil May Cry 2 boss. The infested chopper.
So tell me that's not what it sounds like, right?
So you know how in Warhammer 40K,
oh no, this is
yeah, demon engines are just a machine with demon bits in it.
Nice.
Yeah, infested chopper is. But here's the thing: you fight it just like a helicopter. It shoots machine guns and rockets at you.
It just shoots.
It's just a helicopter.
Okay.
And they call it infested chopper. And all the way, if you fight infested tanks, and the infested thing they do is nothing. They just have meat textures, and they shoot their gun at you. They use their big tank gun. They don't. It's so bad.
I want to find it.
Oh yeah, infested chopper. Like there is. It might be the most famous thing from Devil May Cry 2.
The sword combo in this game is so terrible. It is so bad.
It is the first appearance of Rebellion, though.
It's so dumb.
But except he's doing like he's doing like weird spins.
He's doing something weird. He's also really lithe.
It also, when they were animating it, they forgot a cardinal rule of animation is like anticipation.
Yeah.
It has no anticipation. It's like the same speed all the way through. Devil May Cry 1 has great sword attack animations. You did it once before. You could have ported those animations to 2.
They really could have.
They made new animations,
But yeah,
and they were worse.
Dante's like not wide enough. Like he's not like a big guy.
No.
He's like a trim guy, but they made him like really like not wide enough. I don't know how to properly word that in terms of body shape, but he's just too lanky.
I feel like he's a little Dorito shaped. I feel like he has like really broad shoulders and then like gets a really tiny waist.
Like the in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the champion. She had the suit with the shoulder pads. And had the most unnatural posture ever
with the bizarrely skinny straight legs.
Yeah. But the design itself, like the costume, is pretty good. I don't think it's that bad. I like it more than 4, which is the worst.
Yeah, 4's pretty bad. Yeah.
And he's too big in that game.
But Brett, what about 3?
Well, since you asked. So Devil May Cry 3 is probably the best action game I've ever played.
Yeah. It's, for me, it's one of the top 5 games ever made.
It is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time we used this word today.
For me, partially intentionally.
Yes.
I am not talking about any masterpieces today, but now we are.
To give it just that weight. Like, this is a masterpiece. Like, the best action game. Not even character action game.
Just any game that's focused on action. Yeah,
action game. Devil May Cry 3. It has really good... I guess, is it set pieces? It has really great levels. Like every level, you're not doing anything gimmicky. Well, some of them are. Admittedly, some of them
But there's no... In Devil May Cry 1, for instance, there was a first-person swimming segment. Nothing like that is in Devil May Cry 3.
But yet there's still a lot of variety in the levels that allow you to play the game for why you want to play it, while also giving you some shakeups. Like
chessboard fight.
And having infinite devil trigger, but your health is draining.
Oh, that was great.
It has just great pacing all the way throughout. I think the enemy designs from a gameplay perspective, while not as strong as 1, are still pretty good.
Yeah, I was about to say, so the basic enemy in Devil May Cry 1 is a puppet. Mm-hmm. And every once in a while, you can actually see this string. And I'm just stealing what Matthew Matosa said.
Yep.
I like the implication there is great because it's puppets, and it's like something is like there's a larger force at play controlling the castle. But yeah, in this game, the basic enemy is this robed skeleton with a scythe, which sounds generic, but the actual look of them is really good because they have this really long face. It kind of reminds me of the Scream painting a little bit.
Yeah.
But
they look kind of comical. They look
a little comical, but they do have kind of an eerie noise. Oh,
yeah.
It's hard to replicate without.
I think the whole Devil May Cry series does a good job of intermixing weak enemies with strong enemies because you never. I think Bayonetta's guilty of this. Late game is just you're filled with really strong enemies, and you're not getting that catharsis of just like nailing an enemy, right? And we will be talking about Bayonetta later.
There's two enemies in particular in Bayonetta I'll talk about.
Yeah,
Which
and I think I might.
we need to whenever we have streams, we need to have a counter, a Dark Souls counter, because I'm going to say something about Dark Souls. But Dark Souls did that.
Yes.
You know, as you progress through the game and you would pipe back around to early areas, you just blasted through weaker enemies. And then we talk about this all the time about how bosses in the early game are just overworld enemies in the late game.
And it looks so stupid in Dark Souls 1. I love that game to death.
But you got
it's one of my favorite games.
112 Tauros.
Yeah, just copy and paste it just haphazardly around the Great Chaos Ember. It's so stupid.
But it does give you a sense of progression. Like you go back and things that troubled you early on don't trouble you later. But it's a good feeling. It doesn't.
It's a great feeling.
It's just to feel good.
And it's a natural feeling too because it's portrayed. Can you guess, chat? Through the gameplay.
There you
Through the gameplay. But like when I'm talking about these games and specifically, they never just drop the filler enemies. They never drop the puppets in 1. They never drop the skeleton guys in 3.
They're always there.
They're always there because they feel good to hit.
Because you don't really do more damage.
Yeah, you never upgrade your damage. You only get new techniques.
You get new techniques and you get more life and more devil trigger, but like you won't, which was a thing in Devil May Cry 2, you never just get a more sword damage upgrade. It never happens.
Yeah, that's not how these games should operate ever. And they don't. The good ones don't.
And even then, like the big enemies are interesting. I know you're gonna do something else. I was just mentioning like the urn enemy. The giant skeleton with like the big urn and who like open it up and like release spirits.
And they'll spawn just the weak goons, but like you don't want them to spawn weak goons.
Because you don't want to deal with weak goons.
And they just do a great job with the combat encounters in this game. Even the annoying enemies, they hate the angel enemies. I think is the most notorious of them.
Yeah, fallen angels. I think mostly because they just clip into walls and they fly. up.
But honestly, like even they're not that spongy. You just need to like expose them.
Yeah, but it's like you fight them differently because like the Bloodhawks, Blood Eagles, they'll like turn to stone.
Yep. Eventually, you have to shoot them. Yep. You have to shoot them to turn to stone to hit them. And they're not strong on their own, but makes that enemy with an urn enemy. Well, then what? Makes that enemy with the chess piece guy.
It reminds me of like in combat encounters in there was a early 90s FPS
that has really tight enemy design. I can't think of the name of it.
It'll come to us. It'll come to us
at some point, I think. But it does kind of remind me of that.
Yeah.
And there was something else I played too that I said had pretty good enemy design. Never mind.
Resident Evil 4?
Maybe.
That's
not like this game where it's like you like deliberately have like at most like maybe 10 or 12 enemies and you utilize them to the max with every combat encounter, right? The weapons in this game are fantastic.
Devil May Cry 3 weapons.
Like this is
peak.
Like there was like the gauntlets in 1, but this is when we get like the good Devil May Cry weapons, and this is where like I will compare every character action game to this. Like Samurai Maiden not having multiple playable characters or multiple weapons. Sorry, I just can't.
Yeah, like
I just can't accept that.
You can have a single character. Dante's only one guy, but you have is it 5? I think it's like 5 weapons that are
Rebellion, Agni and Rudra. I'm gonna try to see if I can do it in order. 6. Oh no, I'm sorry. If it would be Rebellion, Cerberus, Agni and Rudra, Beowulf, Nevin. That might be it for melee weapons.
5. Yep. And then Virgil has Yamato,
Force Edge, and
Beowulf.
And then guns.
But like even those 5
are insane.
You can play the whole game with using 1.
And like unlock moves and do combos specific to that weapon using Swordmaster. The whole time and not get bored.
But you can seamlessly switch between 2 at release. If you get the Switch version, you can just switch between
all 5
of them.
And it's just like, from a gameplay perspective, you might want to have 2 weapons that fill different niches. But also, you just might want to use your 2 favorite weapons.
Absolutely.
You just might like swap
Which
the combos during a combo because that feels good.
Which is the correct answer.
And
Yep.
game feel, I know it's so abstract, but this game feels so good to play. The hit effects, the controls, everything comes together for a flawless control experience and game feel
I
experience.
know people love this game, and I was stupid when I played this. I was like 17, and I was like, it's a PS2 game. How can it feel better than any game ever released? I still don't know how they did it. It's amazing.
Great hit effects, great weapon effects, great sound design. The health numbers on every enemy just feel so finely tuned to be good.
Nothing takes too long to kill.
Yeah.
Even bosses, I feel like.
Even bosses.
Best bosses in, like, I can't say the best bosses in any video game ever, but man, is it close.
Whatever does have the best bosses, Devil May Cry 3 is gunning for that position because every boss is unique, memorable, and has a unique attack pattern and are hard without being overtuned like Yi's origin bosses. Like Cerberus, he like drops icicles, he'll like lunge at you, he'll paw at you.
But they also show he has a very specific. When he pulls too far, he like the chains pull him back. So it's like it has like for our first boss, it has a very obvious like this is when you damage it moment, and then those moments get less and less with each boss.
Yep. Beowulf might be one of my favorite video game bosses.
Yes.
I streamed it, so you guys can see. Like I spent time learning the Royal Guard parries on that, and it was so satisfying and rewarding because I was being rewarded for being good and learning the boss.
And then Beowulf. Another great example of gameplay and story working together. Whenever you beat a boss, they always like go, all right, Dante, I'm on your side now. I'll become a devil arm. Beowulf runs away. And he's like, I'll be back. And then like later in the game, Dante blinds him. And so he smells him and he's like, all right, I'll be back. And so he finds Virgil later and he's just like, I'm back. I'm going to kill you. Virgil kills Beowulf and he gets Beowulf's weapons. And the next time bosses. Virgil. We didn't talk about the main antagonist of the game, and honestly, the best part of the game.
Yo. Virgil was like a non-character before 3,
yes.
and then it like, now he's like the most popular Devil May Cry character.
Like Dante had a throwaway brother for a surprise twist.
What?
This guy with the helmet was my brother? What?
At the Devil May Cry 3.
Oh, and it's just any scene with this was just one of those games. Every cutscene is perfect.
Yep.
But specifically, every cutscene with Dante and Virgil, it's just even better. Because if we can get into just talking about the game, Dante doesn't want to be a devil, and Virgil doesn't want to be a human. But as the game goes on, Virgil starts losing his cool and becoming more like Dante at the beginning of the game, and Dante like cools off and is finally starting to like come to terms with himself, and he's like at the very end of the game like kind of serious.
Yeah,
it's great. And Virgil wears blue, but the inside of his coat is red. I didn't even know if chat heard that.
It's almost like they thought about it.
Yeah, it's almost like it's highly intentional. Even the weapons they use.
Yeah. Devil May Cry 3 is fantastic. A must-play game.
Yeah,
like
we
might all games I've talked about today.
This would be the one.
Devil May
I
Cry
might have to
3
agree.
is a must-play game. Street Fighter 6 is a must-play game.
In terms of games that came out 2023, yes.
Yeah.
But I feel like I don't want to move on, but we might have to because we could just keep bringing stuff up. We didn't talk about
It's
Nevin.
one of those.
Yeah. Well, we'll move on to 4 because we have less to say about 4.
Wait, I just have one very last thing to say because we
Absolutely.
didn't mention this with Devil May Cry 1. Its final boss was horrible.
Yes.
The Virgil 3 is the most satisfying final boss in any video game ever.
Yes.
And I will confidently say that.
Yes. Because It's a hard boss, but at least when you die, you just hit restart and
you're
you
right
start back into.
You don't watch the whole cutscene. You're just back and you're fighting it. And what's the most climactic place for a boss battle? A waterfall.
A waterfall.
Come on.
With like giant moon in the background. Like
with the giant moon in the background. With an excellent cutscene at the end of the game. With the only non-embarrassing title drop. I can go on literally forever.
We talked about the Fire Emblem title drop, and I was thinking like Devil May Cry 3 actually title drops it, and it's like hard.
We didn't even talk about Lady. And we have to move on. This game is infinitely talk-aboutable.
Yep. And what's great is I could tell you the whole story and it'd still be worth playing because it's a gameplay first game.
But the story is still...
One last thing. I ranked... So, I don't have numbers here because I don't believe in numbered ratings. But for the website I kept track of it on, I did have numbers ratings just because. And I had it as a 9 out of 10 until I replayed the game as Virgil. That bumped it up to a 10 out of 10. Devil May Cry 4 is
I'll give some context. Let me give some context real quick.
It's hard to live up.
Take some context.
Devil May Cry 2 sold a lot of copies. More than Devil May Cry 1. Obviously, I don't have any official reports or any word from people from Capcom yet. Capcom? Devil May Cry 3 sold the worst out of all three of them. Heartbreaking. But I can only assume it's because people played 2 and went, I never want to play this game ever again.
Devil May Cry sucks.
But this was Xbox 360, just came out, burgeoning market. Capcom?
I remember seeing GameStop standees for Devil May Cry 4. I remember reading about it in Game Informer.
Capcom was a top dog in the 90s and even early 2000s. Because Devil May Cry 1 and Resident Evil 4 are some of the biggest titles that generation. Mm-hmm. I mean, Resident Evil 1, Street Fighter, Mega Man, like for a long time they were a dominant company, but that started waning. Or they started getting greedy. We do have reports. The game, they wanted Devil May Cry 4 to sell comparable units to Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
See, Capcologists will discuss when the downturn started, and many contend Devil May Cry 4 was the first portent.
And I am one such Capcomologist. It's just too neat of a time frame for them to have such ludicrously high expectations coming off of a game that didn't sell great. And then it doesn't perform great, and then all of a sudden we get a long stretch of some not great titles.
That really extended pretty much until just what?
Until Resident Evil 7.
Yeah.
Until Resident Evil 7 when we got RE Engine and we started getting World and RE2 Remake and then...
Jin. Well, Monster Hunter never really... It was kind of separate.
Monster Hunter never did bad. Dead Rising 1 is good. I didn't play it.
Yeah.
Or I didn't... Yeah.
We did play it.
But it's like Dark Void. What? I know people have an affinity for Lost Planet, but it's just
for
like
some reason.
It's just like a science fiction third-person shooter. I'm sorry, Lost Planet
fans. I have an
fans.
affinity for my childhood, and in my childhood, I played the Lost Planet demo
constantly. I did too.
So,
but anyways, onto Devil May Cry 4 itself.
So,
did it deserve to cause the downturn of Capcom for a decade?
No.
I don't think so either.
But it's
not as good as 3.
It's not as good as 3. It's not as good as 1. It's obviously better than 2. But if it was worse than 2, Capcom should have closed its doors.
Yeah, Capcom should have just said we're done. We shouldn't have released another game after Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
I will say I said this with Halo 3. I love how this game looks. It's that early Xbox look. I love how that looks.
It kind of was a vibe.
And they have bright colors in this game, which I really appreciate.
Another good game with a variety of locales. I always appreciate that.
Yep. You go like the docks, like a snow castle, and then you go like this nice like forest jungle area.
And then it's like the chapel-y area towards the end of the game.
Yeah, the chapel castle. It's all cool. And what's great about this one is you play through the game as Nero, and
we got new protagonists this game.
Yeah,
you have Nero.
New guy, by the way. You liked Dante? You liked Virgil?
I like Nero. I think Nero's fun to play.
Oh, I do.
I agree.
But it was a bold choice
it's
for
not-
Devil May Cry.
Very bold choice.
There's another bold choice they make with this game, because you play as Nero, and it's like a nice, great pacing.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Honestly, really good pacing. A 5-hour campaign. Then you play as Dante, which is Nero. This is the main game. This is not a separate mode. This is like the main story.
You have
play as
not seen
Dante.
credits.
You play through Nero's part in reverse. Same levels. In reverse.
I was stunned because like I moved to Dante and I'm like, wait, this is where Nero ended. You don't mean? Do I just walk out?
You literally backtrack the whole game.
I walk back to the forest. I walk back to the ice castle.
Yeah.
It was like depressing.
Yeah.
Because like you're playing it and you barely even unlock new weapons. You unlock Lucifer, the most nonsensical.
Lucifer, Pandora, Gilgamesh. Or the three.
Gilgamesh. And then obviously Rebellion.
And
But, yeah.
Pandora is a gun.
Yeah,
It's-
but they consider
but they
it a
consider
double
it a
arm.
double
It's
arm,
weird,
yeah.
but it really sours it because I mean Dante feels as right as he should, and this is the first game where you can freely swap between styles. Amazing choice,
Yeah.
But man, it just takes the wind out of your sails. Like I did this already.
Yep.
Yeah, backtracking through a game as the second half of the game,
It's
And
rough.
it's difficult to pull off.
You
And-
run out of steam.
This game had too many gimmicks. I just remembered it once you said Ice Castle. When you have to hit those things into the locations and
Yep.
they like bounce around.
Yep.
You think I care about that, Capcom?
Yep.
Capcom knows we don't care about the dice game because Dante cuts it in half and like looks at the camera. But you're glad you didn't have to play that.
And then you'll never get what the final mission is.
You have to
It's the boss rush with the
with
stupid
the
dice game.
With the dice game. Like no, you like hit the dice, and then like depending on the space it lands, sort of like spawn enemies or something will happen, and
that's
it's
stupid.
so bad.
And like for the dice game in the final boss room, you have to land on the exact spot to get to the final, like to fight a boss for the boss rush. And also have here mid bosses. The boss, there's not like a single.
Yeah, I don't even remember their names. There was the first guy, the four-legged. I don't remember his name.
Was
He gives
it-
you Lucifer.
I think it was Lucifer.
No, I think
He was smelly.
the next one was
Dang.
Baal, right? The frog.
Yes,
That's Baal.
frog in the.
Oh, Echidna. I did like the Echidna boss fight. Plant. The big
But it
plant.
was like I wasn't. It was weird.
It was weird. I didn't know what to hit.
It was weird because it flew around. It
And
flew
then,
around.
also this new cast of antagonists is just stinky.
The stupid guy with the Credo.
Angus and Credo. Because Credo was like Kyrie's brother, and then
Right.
Angus was the
Angus
glasses
was the
guy,
glasses
with, the,
guy.
with the jaw. And
Yeah.
he turned into a big bug.
Bug guy. I like Credo's angel bug
Yeah.
design. That was a fine boss.
But the actual final boss, G, it's just like a big statue.
No, the final boss was just the old guy flying around.
Oh, you're right. It was just him flying around.
Final boss is him flying around with the Kyrie.
It's
It's bad. That one's bad.
it's like a game where like the actual gameplay is fine, but the levels and the bosses and the pacing is just
Really drag it down.
a Cubert falling off the ledge noise.
And then, I don't know if you can hear that.
And then that
Thunk
noise
at the
causes
cabinet.
the death of Capcom for a decade.
It didn't
Except for
deserve
Street
that.
Fighter 4.
Pretty much.
When you have a game like this that is set for sky high expectations,
You're going to fail.
you're gonna fail.
You want it to sell better than any other game in the franchise coming off of the least selling game in the franchise? Ain't happening.
Usually, when it's something like this that's expected to sell high copies, it usually like tries to follow trends. This one really doesn't try to do that.
It just tries to go like, oh, people, or they go, I guess I don't want Japanese games.
Yeah.
Even though Capcom's MO was kind of making Japanese games, but for everyone.
Yeah.
And then we'll just not even discuss that.
Well,
period.
no, we will discuss making Japanese games for everyone because now we're Devil May Cry 5.
Devil May Cry 5.
I will say, I do like special edition of Devil May Cry 4.
I said I was going to do this in release order.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so we do have another one.
I'm sorry. I was
special-
going to save that for last. 'cause
Special
I played it
edition,
last.
special edition Devil May Cry 4 lets you play as Trish, Lady, and Virgil, and they're all fun. And I do really like that. Next, though.
Okay, so
More context, more historical context.
you're yeah.
Well, Devil May Cry 4 did not sell more copies than Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Who'd have thunk it?
Imagine.
So Capcom goes, they don't want Japanese games. Let's get a Western studio to make Devil May Cry. Let's get a Devil May Cry reboot.
No way, you played this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we were just going to skip it.
And here it is.
The whole franchise.
Now, I won't blame Ninja Theory entirely, because if reports are to be true, Itsuno is the one for this Dante to be pushed. Is the one who pushed for this Dante to be less like our Dante. And I think the director guy was just trying to I actually don't know what his problem is. He was still really vitriolic, and I still don't like him. But I understand it's not entirely his fault. Nothing's ever the fault of one guy entirely. But he was the PR guy, so he took a lot of heat, and he did not say great things. I make it sound like he made like said racial slurs.
He just like defended this design.
He defended this design and tried to say, "Oh well, the other Dante's not cool."
Yeah.
So he really said nothing
We could
to get riled up about.
Factor.
But so I'm not even going to talk about like the design of Dante's.
It's bad.
It's not good.
It's the worst looking Dante ever.
It's not good, but like that doesn't make the game. No. Even how he acts doesn't like make the game. What makes the game is the gameplay. And I there's a couple of games I could have said this for, like No More Heroes 2, but I'll say it for this one. It is so aggressively average and boring. It's not boring and bad, but it's average and boring. It's just a character action game on the 360 that it says it's Devil May Cry, and it's like not.
But it's not because like none of the weapons play super different from each other.
No,
they tried to have like Ikaruga polarities for some reason because they introduced lore where they're half angel, half demon.
Yes, so we want to talk about controls. I need to look up these controls. So there's a polarity system where you have, I think it's just Rebellion as a neutral weapon.
This is a reference to one of the also greatest games ever made, Ikaruga. There are some enemies that can only be damaged by certain weapons. Like a devil enemy can only be hit by a devil arm, and then angel enemies can only be hit by angel arms. I don't remember angels ever being an enemy, but it doesn't matter. The polarities were there. So, how do you switch to these weapons? How do you think? If you were designing the controls of this game, how do you switch to an angel or devil weapon? You did not play devil.
I didn't play.
So they got it right in Devil May Cry 3. Which button you used?
Yes, which was RT. You hit
that's
RT
that's
and
exactly
you switch.
what I would have said. Like one of the back buttons that you aren't moving that your finger's always resting on. There.
So you're right, except there's one. You're implying another option. You're implying a toggle. It's a hold. To use a angel weapon or devil weapon, you must hold the shoulder button down.
The corresponding shoulder
The
button.
corresponding shoulder button.
And is there like a meter that runs or
No.
So it's just annoying.
But
For no reason.
there's something else, and Travis might need to think about this. What's the lock-on button in other Devil May Cry games?
In other Devil May Cry games? Oh, geez.
RB. You hold RB.
Oh, yeah.
But you can't hold RB if you need to hold RT.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you could actually use this was introduced as a joke, the legendary Armored Core grip, where you'd hold the controller backwards, so the buttons were facing out, and you held it like this, and then you manipulated everything all at once. I think that's how Ninja Theory wanted you to play.
No, guys, it just came back to me. I was like, that's not the lock-on button, but how do you switch it? There's no lock-on in the game.
Oh,
You can't lock on.
there you go.
Travis,
That's a solution.
Easy.
I know they can't hear you. How important is locking on in Devil May Cry? It's almost like there are moves gated behind being locked on.
You see in Devil May Cry, some moves, like you get different moves depending on the direction you press. And it's nice to know what direction you're actually pressing, because I'm pretty sure in Devil May Cry it is dependent on Dante's position.
So if you are locked onto an enemy and on your screen they are on your right side and Dante's on your left side, you would hold towards the enemy, aka to the right, to do Stinger.
Yes.
So how do you do Stinger in this game? I forgot. I genuinely forgot. I think it's the same thing where you just hold forward and do it. You just always go forward. There's no lock on. So what does RB do? Roll!
The roll!
It rolls. So what does LB do? Well, it also rolls because you have to have both buttons do that. Because if you're holding RT, you have to be able to dodge. And if you're holding LT, you have to be able to dodge. So all these controls are coming at the cost of the stupidest gameplay mechanic ever seen in a character action game.
It's not a company that was equipped to make this game.
Why are all these controls coming at the cost of a poor gimmick that adds nothing to this game?
And here's one thing. Like, we talk about Ikaruga, that is the point of Ikaruga. That is not an element, that is the game.
That is the game.
The polarities.
Also, the launcher is the B button. You hit B button to launch enemies.
Chat, in the previous games, you held back and then attacked, and that did a little thing. And it also depended whether you held it down or not, whether you jumped into the air to chase them. It was actually very intuitive and very fun to use.
So
not here.
If you played this game the last like I did, the controls would be like playing a different game, because the controls are awful here because they need to make the controls fit the stupid polarity mechanic.
Now, back to the history.
Yes.
Resident Evil 7, I almost called it Village, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard came out. And it was the introduction of the Reach for the Moon engine, also known as the RE engine, which you already released, so it's not, which we already discussed today, so it's not like this is a surprise or anything. And I actually don't know why this game got greenlit or how it got greenlit. I have to admit, I just don't know. Maybe, I don't think it's desperation, because Capcom was on a hot streak. Resident Evil 7 sold like hotcakes. Monster Hunter World sold the greatest ever.
There is one thing I want to talk about Devil May Cry, DMC Devil May Cry before 5.
Oh, yeah.
This one is we're going to get into theming here, chat. So put on your story caps. Dante, in the previous games, is half human, half devil.
Oh, I mentioned this to Adam.
Yep. And the whole point is that Dante is stronger because he embraces his human side. Dante and Virgil in this game are half devil, half angel. I guess only to make them more special.
That's what I imagined too.
So
even more demigod-like,
there is no embracing the human aspect of yourself,
because there is no
human aspect. You're an angel and a devil. So yeah, there you go. That's a little cherry on top. We can move on.
But I guess Capcom just made enough money off of their highest selling game of all time that we were able to get another Devil May Cry game. Because honestly, I didn't think it was possible. But we got Devil May Cry 5, and it had it not only had big shoes to fill, it had big courses to correct.
Yeah.
Because we came off of a very divisive game, being DMC Devil May Cry,
which is a stupid title, by the way.
It's one of the worst titles. D lowercase m capital C colon Devil May Cry, also known as Devil May Cry. Exactly.
DMC, I guess, doesn't mean Devil May Cry.
Digital Millennium Copyright.
Yep.
Yeah. So. Well, we got a Devil May Cry 5,
but from all
what did you think? How does it hold up?
All odds, we got Devil May Cry 5,
and now we also have 2 more Devil May Cry 5 completers here.
Yes, we all have completed it. So this is the second best in the franchise.
I absolutely agree.
It is quite good.
Here's one thing. You can't be better than 3.
You can't be better than 3.
That's just one of those.
The thing is, like, Devil May Cry 5 knew that,
and it didn't. need to be better than
Yeah.
3.
No, and it doesn't like super try to be 3. I don't think so. At least.
No.
It is its own thing.
The only
it feels
thing,
like its own thing.
if it was trying to be 3, is because the antagonist is Virgil, but that's not.
That's not.
That's not trying to be 3. That's just trying to
bring
wrap
back
up
the
a
best
story.
character.
Yeah. And Virgil is a part.
Oh, and also like they already hinted that Nero was Virgil's son. Spoilers. But
So-
people guessed that back in 2010. Is this
Yeah.
Virgil's son?
Wait a minute. Why is it Yamato?
Why can he use Yamato?
Why can you use Yamato? So yeah, Devil May Cry 5, a really good game, controls super well. They get that game feel back that was missing in forward and DMC Devil May Cry. And Nero gets some new gameplay tools with his Devil Breakers,
Devil Breakers.
which kind of can diversify him a bit more, give some more customization. You get to pick which ones you like.
Unfortunately, they are consumables.
They are consumables, and I wish they did a little bit more, or I wish using what's special to them didn't expend
Yeah.
one of them. It's tough. I kind of wish you could just switch out without having to.
Just before a mission, be like, I want to use. My favorite one was Tomboy, because that's the one that super powered up Red Queen.
Yeah,
And I like that. You were flying around.
yeah. I wish they worked it so it was just another tool you could use at any time without having to worry about durability. And we also get a new character, V.
Oh.
And V is our point of contention with the game.
This is the big blemish of 5. The consumable Devil Breaker thing
It's what
is what it is. This is this would be a game I replay on the regular basis if I could just play as Dante through the whole game, or honestly Dante or Nero, because the gameplay of V is way too hands off.
Yeah.
For me.
It lacks the game feel because you're literally, the camera is so far away from the enemy actually getting hit, because you got the shadow doing
Shadow. He uses enemies from Devil May Cry 1, which is fun.
and then you got
Griffin Shadow
Griffin.
and Nightmare.
I forgot the name Griffin because he looks more like a falcon.
He's just a bird.
Yeah,
It's not really
but
a Griffin.
You got Griffin shooting, which is cool, and you got Nightmare. He's coming up as your devil trigger, but it's
He falls from the sky.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that V is not very cool.
Yeah,
In a game
I don't know what they were going
in a game
for.
that lives and dies by its cool characters. And the thing is, Devil May Cry, it was always I don't know, because you would think it's in tone, right? Because Devil May Cry was always a middle school boy's idea of what the coolest guy on earth was,
Yeah.
but actually they pulled it off. And it's
because they realized Dante's he's kind of dorky.
yeah. But then V, it's he's covered in tattoos. He's not wearing a shirt.
got his book. He's
got an open leather jacket, and he quotes Shakespeare.
He says,
or
"Pin him to the
whatever.
wall."
Pin him to the wall. It feels too hot topicy.
Yeah,
I don't
also,
know.
it's the
Something's
human
wrong.
side of Virgil.
Which
No, you're not.
why is the human side of Virgil still doing supernatural power? He's
Yeah.
got shadow. I don't know. It just the concept behind V, I don't feel works, because he doesn't even act like Virgil in any way. It's just
But
a
I guess
guy.
Arisen doesn't either.
Yeah.
It's the devil side.
But then
Chad, it's the devil side.
But then Virgil's playable, so it's
But then
okay.
Virgil's
But then
playable and he's
Virgil's
awesome.
playable, so
okay.
Devil May Cry 5 rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, we've said a lot of negative things. Devil May Cry 5
No, yeah,
rocks.
Devil May Cry 5 is yeah.
But I'll say a really good thing. Balrog is my favorite weapon in the franchise.
Yep, I think I agree.
I think Devil May Cry 3 has a better suite of weapons for Dante, but Balrog singly is the best, in my opinion.
And some of them are like Cerberus is back in this game. Cerberus is
King
back
Cerberus.
with King
Another.
Cerberus with 2 more elements, not just ice, but also fire and lightning, and it like
pretty
changes. The ice is still like the nunchucks, but then like I think the lightning one is like the staff, and I forgot what the fire is.
Yeah.
It's-
Then we have.
it's cool.
I forget the bike's name.
I always forget the bike's name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, but like this is a better devil arm lineup than 1 and 4.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely awesome game. I feel like this one is a great beginner Devil May Cry because it doesn't have fixed cameras and it looks pretty new.
It has modern quality of life.
Yeah,
I do like how we fight devils who are introduced as devil arms in 3 and 4, actually just across the series, because we fight Gilgamesh, Artemis. Yeah, because there's the whole Gilgamesh level, and then Lady is trapped in Artemis.
Yep.
And it's cool because like Artemis uses like the Artemis moves from Devil May
yeah.
Cry 3. That's tight.
That's cool.
I like that idea. I don't like how Lady didn't do anything the whole
Lady
game.
did not do
Yeah,
anything.
She didn't
Literally
do a
did
single
nothing.
thing.
Yeah. She just existed in a couple cutscenes.
We took her rocket launcher and she was like, "Hey, I need that. I'll
get
give it
that?"
back." That's it.
Oh, by the way, Capcom does not respond to my emails because they have not made a Devil May Cry co-op spin-off where you play as Trish and Lady.
Because they know
they know-
they couldn't beat it.
They know it would rock too hard.
They couldn't beat it.
No, and I said, you don't even need to credit me. Just release it.
That's Devil May Cry block.
That's the Devil May Cry block.
We talked about every Devil May Cry. If we had to rank them, 3, 5, 1, 4, 2. DMC. I'm not even going to rank DMC. DMC.
No, it exists outside of space and time.
So moving on to my side, we're continuing with Armored Core. Now, I did not play every single game in the Armored Core franchise because, like, there's a lot. There's a lot. But next after Armored Core 1, I played 4. A bit of a jump, but when I played Armored Core 4 and 4 Answer back-to-back, so I'll be talking about both right now. This is the only notes I wrote for Armored Core 4, and I can expand on this. Fluid. Fast. Ooh. Neither things I want from Armored Core. This was a game where I just felt too strong.
Slippery. Oh.
Too slippery.
Yeah.
I liked the feeling of being big and heavy and, like, to a degree, fighting the controls to play because it felt good. It felt
It's how you would
believable
imagine
to me.
piloting a giant mech would be.
So it's like when we move here, like the degree of separation, like there is no degree of separation between you and the mech. It's almost weird saying this. It's too easy to control. And one of the big things I don't like about this game, and keep this in mind, chat, when you boost on the ground in Armored Cores 1, 2, and 3, I did not complete 2, but I did complete 3, and I'll talk about that later. It costs energy. It costs energy to boost. If you're boosting on the ground in Armored Core 4, it doesn't cost energy. It's free. When I saw that, I was like, that's weird. Why would they do that? It's a flying game. It's a flying game. And this is actually the first From Software game directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, I believe. So far as... okay, all right. I'll just cut to the chase. I'm not too big on it. I'm going to be honest. Another reason I wasn't too big on it is they're not called ACs this game. They're called Nexts, but I'm not going to call that. I'll just say AC to keep things consistent. The AC design of this game was bad. It was bad because every single suit was hunched over, and I didn't like that. And they all were way too thin, and they had these spindly arms, and I don't know. It's like they were trying too hard or something. I have a weird time trying to describe it, but like the thin arms looked really weird because every single weapon in the game had like a pistol grip. There was no stock to anything, so you'd have this gigantic long weapon that it holds just like this, just like out on this tiny arm, and it looks so stupid. Like it's such a small thing, but like they look bad, and the levels were too bland and like trying to be cool. Like the other ones weren't trying to be cool. There was like in-universe reasons, and I liked what you fought in Armored Core as a cool escalation, because at first you're fighting like literally just like a backhoe they would strap a gun to, and like MTs, they were called muscle tracers, which are smaller mechs. They would use like just one for like working on the docks, but it would just hold a gun. I like that. But in this, you're just fighting helicopters and tanks and other next. Oh no, you fight normals, which I think is just a normal AC. So it's got like a power scaling thing going on where necks are powerful in ACs, and you're fighting it. And the actual like enemies are just pure chaff. You don't even need to like think about them. It's all about fighting the other armored cores, and all the armored core duels end up being the same. You're just quick dashing around them, and you're using fast armor to get through it. It was just a game I didn't jive with. It was like I only played Armored Cores 1 and its 2 spinoffs, and that kind of set the stage, and I really liked that. And now we've got this big deviation. I just really don't like it. And it's worth noting that before 6, this was the ones that people liked the most.
Oh.
I think after 6, most people like 6 the most. But there's also a large group of people who think 3 is the best. But we'll get to that when we talk to 3. It didn't deliver anything I wanted from Armored Core. Still, if we're just talking about it as an action game, pretty good and pretty unique, because it does control well, and the flying is pretty interesting, and you still have the customization, still have all the part options. They're just visually not great. So I built purely for utility, which made me feel wah. But yeah, people talk about this one because it's dark. Because it takes place, and it's like post-apocalyptic. And then in one of the endings, you blow up a big flying thing that has 20 million people on it, and it's like you just killed 20 million people. Okay. Okay. So what? Yeah, humanity's done for. All right. I so don't care.
Just show me the credits, and I'll turn the console off.
Can I see the credits? Good grief. This game was... Both these games were like short. It took me like 7 hours to beat them both, Armored Core and 4 Answer.
Oh wow!
And I just didn't get what I was looking for.
So where did you go from here?
Where do I go from here? Armored Core 6.
Oh, so to 6 now.
To 6.
Okay, interesting.
And then
3 after that.
Holy smokes! I forgot to put Armored Core 3 on here. But I did complete it. Mm-hmm. So actually, I'll just talk about 3 right now.
Yeah.
3 is the best. 3 is the best because...
Better than 6.
Yes. Or, okay. Actually, let me see if I can try to explain this. Armored Core 3 is the best. I'm about to say something crazy. At least crazy between us. Playing Armored Cores 1 and 3 and really liking those, and then liking 4 less, I, to a degree... kind of, a little bit, get what Monster Hunter 1 and 2 fans are saying. Something is missing.
Yeah.
A lot of the actual mech simulation bits are gone, and that does remove something a little bit for me.
Okay,
Because
I can get that.
Armored Core 2 is just Armored Core 1, but how worse. The graphics of Armored Core 1 are quaint, and I really like them. And then in 2, this is just like, it lost a lot of charm, and it's like, yeah. And I was like playing these missions, and I was like, ugh. I don't know why. It was just game. I didn't even finish it, so we're not going to talk about it too much. But when I got to 3, I was like, holy smokes. I knew before going in that was like a quasi remake of 1, where it's like a similar concept where you're just taking a bunch of contracts between different companies, and then moving through, and you like fall in and out of favor of companies the more you do it. But it added a lot more simulation stuff. This was introduced in 2. Heat sinks were now something you needed to worry about. You had to manage your heat gauge, which was something realistically, and as you boost and take damage, you gain heat, and if it filled up so much, you would start taking damage over time. I did like that. It was not completely unmanageable. It was entirely manageable, and yeah, I liked it. It's hard for me to say what I liked about Armored Core 3 because it's just everything I like about Armored Core 1 just amplified and refined.
One thing I will say on the topic of the Monster Hunter comparison is that it does seem like the Armored Core 1 simulation mechanics were way more fleshed out than the Monster Hunter hunting simulation.
Right, because people talk about, oh no, it's like camping.
I played Monster Hunter 1.
It's not like camping.
And I played it with an open mind. It's not like I went in knowing that it was janky and...
Did you even know about attacking with the right stick before going in?
No, not at all. I had no idea.
So I was in for a treat.
I feel like my experience with Monster Hunter 1 was
Valid.
neutral. Now, granted, I didn't get very far, but I just didn't. I don't get what people are saying when they talk about the hunting simulation mechanics. Like I don't. Get what
they talk
mean
about
by
like,
that.
oh no, because if you run out, you need to like forage for more supplies so you can. I don't run out. I don't run out of materials.
Like
yeah, but it's like here, it's like just a staggering number of part options in 3, which was great. And a lot of the stuff, when I talk about 6, which I guess is right now, we're ready to talk about 6.
Sure, let's do it.
Since I kind of have all these together. No, 6 is great. 6 is really, 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 really good. Great action game, but it's got a lot of things from 4 that I didn't like. Boosting on the ground is free. Didn't like that. But everything is intact. Mm-hmm. Customization is perfect. You could still lose money. You can't go into debt, but you can still complete a mission and lose money after it. That feels good. I have to say, the big standout thing for me, and I talked about this while we were going over the Game Award nominations. This is like one of my favorite video game stories in a while. Mm-hmm. I do think they did a really good job with the story. I like shockingly, because people said story's fine. Like the reviewers said, like story's fine. Voice acting's a little okay. Both those things were dead wrong. The story was great, and the voice acting was perfect because you don't see them, so all of it's portrayed through the voices, and they portrayed the voices perfectly. Another Armored Core 4 opinion that carried over here, and I think you agreed with me because I mentioned it. Part options aren't good.
In 6,
yeah,
they're a little lacking.
It's really hard to make an upright mech for some reason, and when you do, there's like the only one that was like I do like kind of bulkier suits, but the only one they had was like they made it look like a construction vehicle. It looked like a Tonka truck. I just didn't like that. I just wanted a normal upright thing, but everything was like hunched over and had these spindly arms, and they did the thing where it's like the weapons were way too big for the arms. You can't lift that up.
Yeah,
but other than that, the actual levels themselves are the most in-depth they've been in any Armored Core game, and I think that helps a lot. Mm-hmm. I think that they did do a good job with the bosses, except they added a new mechanic. Attitude control system.
Attitude.
So.
Not altitude.
Attitude.
Okay.
This was a game. This was not like Dark Souls. This was like Sekiro. And the ACS, Attitude Control System, is this game's stagger mechanic. Oh. And oh boy, would you believe it, Adam? You take bonus damage when you stagger a boss. And oh boy, would you believe it? The chief strat is run the weapons that stagger enemies the fastest.
Okay.
I could not stand it. The build I always ran was I use laser weapons because I like saving my credits. So I use a lot of energy weapons. And a lot of the energy weapons were like a bit longer ranged, so I kind of built all the suits around that. And it was like a fun longer ranged attrition thing. Just kind of fly away, keep them zoned out. It was fun, but that wasn't possible in Armored Core 6. Got to take a sip of my coffee. Got to recaffeinate because there was a new system. Which again, this makes sense in universe, and I feel like with a little tweaking can really work. The farther away your weapon is, the less effective it is. To where sometimes it'll just like ricochet off of them.
Although ricocheting does occur if you just hit him.
Right. If you hit sometimes they just have they're just strong against energy weapons. Yeah. And so your energy weapons just ricochet off of them.
But you're saying like if you shoot a shot that wouldn't ricochet would ricochet at a distance.
I think so. Okay. Or like have diminished damage or something.
Well, yeah, they definitely have diminished damage. Yeah. That's for sure.
But it was the fact that like none of the energy weapons staggered. So it was like I used the energy weapons for as long as I could, but it got to a point where I was like, no, I need to stagger them to deal damage.
Yeah.
So I just I didn't use the shotguns because I just figured the shotguns were crap. I was dead wrong, but I did know the dual grenade launchers because grenade launchers were famously strong in the previous ones.
Okay.
So I was like, are they going to be strong here? Oh wow, dual songbirds. That's super strong.
And I was the opposite. Like I saw a shotgun and I was just like, I want to try out a shotgun. I wanted to play an up close, kind of bruiser type mech. And we'll get to a problem I had with it.
Did you know the German? Would you say you're a bit of a fighter?
I would say I was a bit of a fighter.
Our vocabulary word for the day is a German word for fighter, Kämpfer. Kämpfer. Just
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
So I would say I tried to make a camphor. Yeah.
And I tried to make the Saza beam.
But yeah, I wanted a shotgun. I wanted to make a big, kind of average, but slightly bulky with a shotgun.
Middleweight, yeah.
And it just so happened the shotgun
is busted.
Like
it literally makes the game easy.
Yeah.
I was using the energy weapons, and then a little bit. I had a lot of fun with the little burst fire machine guns you get through the tutorial at Sujin. I kind of like them. That was like kind of a speedier one, but none of those things just felt like they worked because you dealt so little damage if they weren't staggered, and the shotguns just any boss would stagger them just almost instantly.
My biggest issue is you have these bosses, and every boss you just make as light of a mech as you can with 2 Zimmermans and 2 Songbirds. I think they nerfed the Zimmermans.
I think they nerfed both.
But when we played, that's how you'd beat bosses. Like any boss.
Crumples.
I was having any boss, every boss,
every single one.
I was just like, this is my mech. I'm having a good time with my mech. Thankfully, you can switch out parts.
Like if you lose to a boss, like right there, you can want to change out your parts. Good quality of life.
That's a great thing. Yeah. Because I just switch out my parts. I do nothing different, but my dodge is now farther and my stun is now higher. And oh look, I two tried it. Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel good.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And another thing that doesn't feel we're dunking on this game a lot. I really, really like it. I need to keep saying that because I really, really like it. But I just have just some issues that really just turn it down just a little bit. One thing being, even though the levels are a lot of fun and more in depth than previous games, any enemy that wasn't a boss was a total pushover. Like there was never, like similarly to 4, another game directed by Miyazaki, just the chaff enemies were literally chaff. It did not. They were just non-factors in every single mission they were in, and bosses were comparatively a lot harder. But the game, I think people tricked themselves into thinking it was harder than it was. It's not a super difficult game. Mm-hmm. It's like the easiest FromSoft game they've released in a while.
That was just the bias that came with it.
Yeah, they were like, wow, guys, Balteus, whoa, talk about a wall. Like, he was tough at the beginning. Yeah. Like I'm not going to deny that. But it's like...
This is a philosophical topic of conversation, probably beyond the scope of this stream. But we've said it here before. But taking multiple tries to beat a boss doesn't make the game difficult.
No.
Like, that's just... Like, you have an expected amount of trial and error per game, and if the game expects you to try and error a certain amount of times, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's difficult. It's just encouraging you to reevaluate every time anyway, that's something I've been thinking about.
I never hit I guess first Balteus was a wall, but I wasn't like tearing my hair out. It was difficult, not the hardest. I don't know how to say it, but like every boss after that, especially if you just bring shotguns, doesn't just not as hard. Obviously, it's harder than the average game, but not the level people like. Guys, Ibis, that's the new millennia. That's what I kept saying.
You said 3 was your favorite.
3 is my favorite.
1 versus 6.
Here's the thing. I think in this situation, 1 is a more interesting game, but 6 is a better game.
Okay.
Because 6 is like still, just like 4, a good action game. And feels great, sounds great, looks great. And the story, like, I won't, since it's a very recent game, I won't get into spoilers. But there's 3 endings. You get the 3rd ending by completing the other 2. And like once you complete 1 ending, it literally boots you right back to mission select. It skips all the prologue missions, and you could just go back and do it and get the other ending. I really like that. Yeah, overall, like, great game. Like, definitely great game. It sold a lot. It sold very well, I hear, or at least it did better than expectations from what I've heard. So I would be A-okay with a DLC or an Armored Core 7, and I would get both day one. And it's really good. It's just still not the more rigid, simulation-y, more down-to-earth.
Obtuse, but in a good way.
Obtuse, but in a good way. Like, I never got, like, Armored Core 3 wasn't super obtuse. Maybe it's just because I was used to it. That was the one I played the most recent. It was good. It was good. All these games are good. I didn't play... because I dropped it, Armored Core 2 was my least favorite. Armored Core 4, like I said, fumbled. I hate saying it's a bad Armored Core game, but it's a good game. So I won't say that. It's a good game.
It's a good game.
It's a good game. It's not a 4 out of 10, Jeff Keighley. Come on.
Yeah,
Jeff Keighley.
That was during a time where Japanese games just got dunked on a lot.
Yeah.
In Western media.
That's true.
That was a topic of conversation that started this year, didn't it?
Yep.
You might have been busy at that time, but during a press tour, or I don't even know, it's just like an interview for Final Fantasy XVI, the director said that he was not a big fan of the term Japanese RPG.
Yeah.
I forgot the exact specifics, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it just sparked a whole conversation about, like, there was a time where people would be pretty... It feels weird using this word to refer to video games, but xenophobic, where they're just right off be like, oh, it's just a weird Japanese game.
Yeah.
There was Phil Fish, the guy who made Braid, saying, oh, no, Japanese companies don't make good games. Like, just straight was just like, no, Japan doesn't make good games. Yeah. And there was, like, people would just, like, make fun, oh, haha, it's like an anime game. And people still do that. People will Resident Sleeper any more... Like, in chat, anytime you see a game with an anime aesthetic, it would be flooded with Resident Sleepers during a live stream. Yeah. So it's still a little bit there.
In favor of the next, like, hyper-realistic third-person adventure action game.
Yeah, so it was an interesting topic of conversation. So everyone was bringing up, like, old episodes of X-Play and old interviews where people were being really critical of Japanese games for odd reasons.
Yeah.
So, and Jeff Keighley was a little... now, it could be he just didn't understand the game. He didn't say it was because it was Japanese. He I just know he gave it a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Which is a bad review. You can't be like, like, that's bad.
I meant that joke more like implicitly.
Yes.
Not like explicitly, oh, the game is Japanese, but just like... there was an ongoing bias at the time.
Yeah. And Armored Core 4 is still, like, a super different and unique game.
Yeah.
It's definitely not what was coming out around time. I think it came out early in the 7th gen life. It was like 2007. Yeah.
Something super
it was a game that 100% went against the grain, and honestly, I respect any game that does that.
Yeah.
So that was my journey this year into the Armored Core franchise, and I love it. I think all these games are special and bring something good to the table.
You know, I'm trying to anticipate.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I might be wrong. Speaking of Final Fantasy 16,
it's coming up.
You are a little early.
A little early. Okay.
I'm in May.
Oh my.
I'm in May.
Wow.
Oh, dude, I okay, I am now in October.
Okay. Okay, all right.
So, chat.
Are we gonna have to put the pedal to the metal a little bit?
Like, obviously, notable games we want to talk about, but if it's just like
FF16,
a lesser game, we can just kind of
we'll be able to breeze through two of these.
Oh boy.
Maybe. Okay. Well, Travis talked about. I had Armored Core 6.
So that's another.
So we don't talk about.
All right. So we're good on Armored Core 6. What's the next one on the list?
So we will be crossing the 5-hour threshold.
Oh yeah.
Like we're 4 hours and 56 minutes in.
No, like we're crossing the 5-hour threshold.
I don't think there will be a 9-hour stream.
We could. I'm not saying we should, but like we could have. That reminds me of Skeleton
I feel
Realm.
like we've already exercised some discipline. We could still be talking about Street Fighter 6 right now.
Absolutely. We can still be talking about Devil May Cry 3.
yeah.
We can up the ante. That's. I want to make a quick note here. Chat.
Okay.
I did beat 35 games this year.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of
I
games.
promise you, chat. I had a good social life, and I did well academically.
Yeah.
I did
Yeah.
not forego my personal health and mental health to finish these games.
Here's the deal, though, is that video games are our primary hobby.
Yeah.
Like, most people engage with video games not on the level of, like, a
Oh, I'm
hobby.
bored. I'll play a video game.
Exactly.
No, like
It's
like
like watching
today.
a show.
No, it's like
Yeah.
we plan out games we're going to
Yeah,
play.
yeah, Like, I'm carving out
We-
time, like, to engage with
And-
And not just that, we look into the people who make games, like the developers,
Yeah.
and, like
Yes.
the context.
And,
the
like all the
history.
games that we play are curated. I'm not going to play a game just because like I saw a commercial for
Yeah.
it.
Like,
you know?
like I would not play Samurai Maiden if I did not love character action games. I forgot to mention it's a Yuri game. I feel like that was a big part. I
mean,
I forgot to mention that.
vaguely implied.
Vaguely, I implied that with the Knights of Azure 2 thing, but I feel like I should. Yeah.
Also, some of these are stream games, which I kind of, which I have put
I
off
had a stream game.
as kind of its own thing. So yeah. Oh shoot! What? I'm sorry. Did I miss a game?
Did you miss something?
I did. No, sorry. So, different game. Okay. I was going to talk about Bayonetta, but
That's another game I could talk about for 12 hours.
Oh, no.
we get to talk about Final Fantasy 12. So you actually were right. Final
So you're on
Fantasy
Final
12.
I remember Final Fantasy. Dang, you streamed a lot of games this
I
year.
Final
love
Fantasy 12.
Yasumi Matsuno.
Final Fantasy 12. I have, by the way, chat enough. I was collecting enough clips to make like a Brett only clip compilation, and I think I have like 5 minutes worth at this point.
I slacked.
And some of them are really good, actually.
I slacked, chat, because this was the first year where I was employed for the whole year since 2017 when I was in high school. So I had a little
Working the Hallmark beat.
yeah. So I would come home and go, I should stream, and then go, I'm actually just gonna
Go to
not.
bed.
I'm actually very tired and cannot entertain chat right now. Anyway, Final Fantasy 12.
Final Fantasy
Fantasy
12. Final Fantasy 12. So we'll expedite it. We're not going to talk about the story much. It's
It's Final Fantasy.
it's
Wars.
not as good. It's Star Wars, which is a little bit of a shame because Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre has a much
right.
more mature.
Yasumi Matsuno did not direct the entirety of Final Fantasy 12. He was only working on the game for the first, like, even less than half of its development.
Yeah.
Yasumi Matsuno was the guy who made Ogre Battle, and then made Tactics Ogre, and then Final Fantasy Tactics, and then, if you know, Final Fantasy Tactics, Vagrant Story, and Final Fantasy 12 make up the unofficial Ivalice trilogy. They all do take place in the same world, but they are all disconnected, like story-wise, but are in the same developed world.
Shoot, I didn't know Vagrant Story.
Yep.
Neither.
Wow.
I did not complete Vagrant Story
You
this
would
year.
think they would have advertised that as like Final Fantasy Vagrant Story.
The reason they didn't, I think, was because Vagrant Story, like Yasumi Matsuno said, like in interviews, like this was not meant to be like an entry-level game. And he treats Final Fantasy as like a general audience game,
Okay.
but he like designed Vagrant Story to be for like, I hate saying hardcore. But for like dedicated
Yeah.
enthusiasts.
Yeah.
It's a game for dedicated,
Hey, if there's anything that can be said for us, chat,
So
dedicated
we are
enthusiasts.
dedicated enthusiasts.
Final Fantasy 12 is most notable for its job board zodiac system.
It really shakes up the job.
So jobs have been a thing since Final Fantasy 3. Super.
One, you like pick a job for the
But I mean, so like switching jobs. That's like a class. You pick a class of the guy.
right.
But so it's been a thing in Final Fantasy for a pretty long time at this point.
Famicom days.
Famicom days. And here it's the first real shakeup to where you pick a job and it doesn't affect stat growth or anything, but it's like a board will appear and you'll get points for defeating enemies a little bit, and you spend those points on upgrading tiles on boards.
I'd like to unlock tiles to unlock like.
Yeah, to unlock the tiles. And these tiles, some people might like this, some people might not, but like you have to unlock tiles to even equip certain items. Like a wizard literally cannot equip heavy armor because you can't equip heavy armor without unlocking that tile first. It's interesting. I think it's well implemented, especially with the Zodiac Age edition, to where they changed it so you can have 2 jobs at a certain point, and those boards will overlap, and any tile you unlocked on one board will unlock the corresponding tile on the other if they're overlapped, which can encourage nice synergy and like just makes grinding and unlocking a little bit more impactful and rewarding. Another big change Final Fantasy XII had was it is a real-time combat system. This just came after 11, which is an MMO, and it kind of follows suit of that, where
kind of the auto attacks.
You auto attack, and you'll pause the game to give specific actions like spells or skills like that. And with that, and this is really forward-thinking too, has the Gambit system, and the Gambit system is you get to basically program your
like literally
AI
you program
and give them a bunch of different flags and conditions to do certain things, and you can set priorities.
For instance, if ally below 25% health, then cast heal.
Boom.
That's like the example they give.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you'll get hundreds of conditions to choose from, and like 8 lines to give it. It's genuinely like scratch
super
coding.
in-depth.
It is crazy. And it's one of those, but like you can get as involved or as loose as you want with it. You can even turn it off if you want to, and like manually control them, although that gets a little tiring. I do felt like the story, it felt like the story really came and went. Like there are some points where it's like, oh yeah, the story's a big focus, and other times where it's like, no, the story's just to get you from here to here.
I'm Bosch von Rosenberg.
I'm Bosch von Rosenberg. That whole part where you have to rescue Penelope.
Penelo.
You're right.
You'd think her name would be Penelope, but it's not. It's just Penelo.
And most dungeons I did not enjoy. They were a slog, as I wrote down.
It's a controversial one. We are truthers.
It's a controversial
Final
one.
Fantasy XII
I
truthers.
really wanted to be at bat for it because I love Xenoblade, and Final Fantasy XII is kind of like a proto Xenoblade, but I think it's easy to grind in. I think it's one of the best ones for like an overworld exploration. But when it comes down to like the story and the dungeons, it leaves a lot to be desired.
In the effort of moving on, this is a quick one. And one we could talk about both. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe.
Yes.
Re-release of Kirby's Return to Dreamland. This might just be the truest Kirby experience, in my opinion.
It's pretty quintessential.
It's pretty quintessential. Like you play as Kirby, you suck in the enemies, you copy their abilities, you play through the level.
Yep.
They get everything right. Like even the action here feels good. There's a ton of copy abilities, a ton of collectibles, mini games. There's so much side stuff. It has full 4-player multiplayer. Not only can everyone. We had a snackcident. We had a snackcident. Full 4-player. Anyone can play as Kirby, because I feel like most people would want to play as Kirby. Yep. But if not, you can play as Bandana Waddle Dee, Meta Knight, King DDD.
And all of them are like, they have their own movesets. And
they're fully playable with their own thing. And they're all like kind of based off another copy ability, because there is the spear, the sword, and the hammer. But I mean, it's just a ton of fun. Yep. It's fun getting the gears to try to unlock the other levels, because like a ton of unlockables, ton of challenges, ton of mini games, multiplayer mini games. Mm-hmm. It's just good fun. Kirby is just good fun, like super easy, but that also Kirby's MO.
Yep.
Yeah, look, it's just like point blank. I just had Just had a ton of fun. I was swapping between copy abilities. They had a ton of moves to them.
Yep.
Like the mech one was new, and it had like, it was dropping mines, it was charging up lasers, it was tossing like overhead things. It had like a dash punch. It was like full moveless. I wish Azure Striker Gunvolt.
Try not to have fun in a Kirby game challenge.
Impossible.
Unless, I don't know. I haven't actually played a Kirby game where I was like, this stinks.
I'm not a fan of the Amazing Mirror or whatever it is.
That one had confusing level design.
Because,
wasn't straightforward.
Like, I just want to go to the end of the level and then be done with the level.
And that's what Return to Dreamland Deluxe.
Yep.
Yeah.
No complaints. All right. I'm talking about Bayonetta.
Hideki Kamiya.
We
We already talked about Devil May Cry 1, directed by Hideki Kamiya. He famously does not like to direct sequels to his games, so he did not do Devil May Cry 2. And he did leave Capcom to form Clover shortly after Devil May Cry 1, I believe.
However, we skipped a couple of games of his games
We
get
did.
to Bayonetta.
We did.
Because now we're at Platinum.
Because now we are at Platinum.
Clover games.
Has been closed, and now we are at Platinum. And this was this before Vanquish?
Yes.
All right.
This is 2008 or 9.
Their maiden voyage. And it's great.
It's good. It's a good first outing, and it is a character action game without just being Devil May Cry again.
Yep.
I think its big thing is that it's super stylish. Really good animations, really good cutscenes, really good voice acting, a visual treat, has great and dynamic music. In terms of gameplay, I think my favorite thing this one does is you can equip weapons to either your hands or feet, and it'll change what moves they do.
Hand is light attack, feet is heavy attack. So you could have the gun light attacks, but the katana heavy attacks, or vice versa.
Yep.
Any combination, very nice.
And it'll like switch it. And there's some unique weapons here as well. I like the ice skates a lot. I think that's unique. And it feels good to control. I do like Witch Time as a mechanic.
It does. No, that's not. Now it is worth noting. Witch Time is not just the dodge mechanic. There are like enemies that require Witch Time, puzzles that require Witch Time.
Yep.
It is an integral part of the game.
Yep.
And if you do not like it, like it will put a huge damper on your enjoyment of Bayonetta.
You have to dodge.
You have to dodge.
Which is fine from me. I usually do.
It's lenient. It's not super
At
punishing.
least in higher or lower difficulties.
Yeah, like the window to dodge. And, if you play for the first time and you only get stone on each level, don't worry about it.
That was basically this.
Yeah.
And it's hard to like. You can't really even criticize these games unless you perfect every level. And you're like, yeah, see, I'm good at these games. I can criticize them.
So,
but from a casual player, a lot of late game levels focus on fights with like one or two tough enemies.
The ones I was thinking of, they always come in pairs. Like that was the whole point.
The huge claws.
Yep, the fire one, the ice one.
Yep. I hate those.
They are the toughest enemy in the game, and they are a huge pain to deal with.
And they are everywhere late game.
Valor and Virtue,
something
like that.
There's one level I remember late game where you go into like this pond. You're like not in space, but like you're in like the heaven area. You go into a pond. A giant serpent comes up. It takes like 3 minutes to kill the serpent. And then you go down some stairs, and it's those two guys.
them two dummies.
And it's like
where are the weak enemies?
I want the weak enemies to make me feel good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I want to plow through at least two guys. So that's, and I don't like some of like there's like one part in like a tower level where you have to like cling to the walls, and it's like the elevator.
Yeah, because every once in a while like the moon would come out, and all of a sudden you have like Spider-Man walking.
Yeah. And with the bosses, I was not a fan of how prominent the cutscenes and QTEs were.
That's like my biggest complaint. You would be just watching cutscenes and a QTE comes up,
and that's every Platinum game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I just it kind of, Devil May Cry. You fight Beowulf. and you just fight Beowulf, right? But in Bayonetta, you fight a boss, you get a third of the health down, cutscene, QTE, second phase. But if you die, you gotta watch that cutscene in QTE again, and it's
it can be a little tiresome.
But that also varies person to person. I can definitely see some people thinking that's cool,
because the trade off is a super like dynamic and cinematic fight.
Yes.
Because it's like
versus Devil May Cry, where it's just all gameplay in the little room in Beowulf.
Like bosses will have like phases, which I know people love, but like I don't think any boss in Devil May Cry has a phase. I think Beowulf might use his like wings once you get him down to like half life.
Yeah, like
but
that's not really.
He'll get like 2 new moves.
Yeah, but it's not like this.
Same
Where,
with
like
servers.
the whole arena changes and like the
Yeah.
or Elden Ring.
Oh gosh. But those are
moving
all
on from
my
that.
notes on Bayonetta. I liked it, but I would rather replay Devil May Cry 3, 5, and 1 over Bayonetta.
I obviously do like Devil May Cry 3 more because I agree it's the greatest action game ever, but I think I like Bayonetta 1 more than you did. Because
Yes.
it was honorable mention on my top game of the decade.
Yep.
Yes,
But
only
completely
because of
understand.
the technicality.
It was there was a technicality there, but yeah, Devil May Cry 3 is better. Devil May Cry 5, it's a close one.
It's a close
It's
one.
a close one. There are a lot of like little needles in Bayonetta, but it's like another game. Like when you're playing it in the moment, it's great. My next game is Mega Man Zero. Inti Creates. I thought this would be fun. I played it on MGBA. I think that's what the emulator was called. I do have the Zero ZX collection. I actually don't know why I didn't play it on that, looking back. But
Real quick,
yes,
we have engagement.
we have engagement.
Better combat overall, DMC or Bayonetta?
It's gonna have to be DMC.
DMC.
I think it's gonna have to be DMC. I do not but again, we don't need to pit the two action goats against each other.
No, especially Hideki.
Hideki, these are
Direct.
Hideki babies.
It's
Hideki's
Hideki
babies.
games.
Mr. Kamiya.
It comes down to personal
Kamiya-san?
preference.
Yeah, Mega Man Zero. Overall, I liked it. It was weird because the action bits are like hard, and then you get the charge attack, and the boss fights are now easy. Like you get the charge attack, and boss fights just right. I got to talk about. I'm assuming people know what the game's like. It's not like Mega Man. What it is you have a hub world, and then you get like a different list of missions, and you just go on missions, and you do have like typical platforming stuff. It's a side scroller. I just now realized some of these games we don't even mention what genre it is. Does anyone even know what Kirby's like? We didn't even mention what Kirby's like. I just assume we know what Kirby's like. Armored Core is a third-person shooter, by the way.
I thought it was a city builder.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. But everything I have listed, it's a game that's held down by annoyances. Again, looks, sounds, feels great. The Inti Creates special. But now once we get into the gameplay, it's like, yeah, I actually like I like Mega Man Zero more than any of the Gunvolt games, including I'm gonna come
High bar chat.
high bar. I'm gonna come to it later. I do like genuinely like 3. I do actually think Ice Striker Gunvolt 3 is a good game, and I like it, and I'll tell you why later. But
I'll tell you later.
There's a lot of super annoying platforming stuff in Mega Man Zero that really should have been left in the NES, or dare I say in the arcades. You have a limited number of lives. Spikes are an instant kill for some reason. What was the last one I mentioned? Yeah, I just said annoying platforming. When I mean annoying platforming, there's one Mega Man trope, the disappearing blocks.
Yeah.
It's so annoying, and I don't think anyone thinks it's fun, and that's why you use the skateboard to skip it in Mega Man 2. But there was no skateboard here. You just had to get with the times, but I think they knew that, so the platforms weren't the little tiny block. There was these like nice big blocks, so you at least got a little leeway for those jumps. Overall, I like the idea. I like the idea of like a Mega Man game with like action gameplay and a move list, but the annoying and punishing platforming was pretty rough. They advertised the cyber elves, which are a way to like augment how you play. Some of them give you like more life. Some of them can heal you. Some of them give you like a double jump or a shield or something. But the game punishes you for using them. There's like a scoring system similar to an action game at the end of each level, but you get deducted points for each cyber elf you use. And if you use one of like the max life cyber elves, when that increase your health bar, like that permanently reduces the points you get for each.
That seems counterintuitive.
It seems counterintuitive because they advertise it and they're like secrets. You have to go out of the way to find these.
But then they
punish you for using it, and I just couldn't stand that. But from what I can tell, I did not play any of the other Mega Man Zeros. I slacked. Oh, by the way, this is around the time I should say a good 2 months of my time was absorbed by another game, one game, and I'm not
gonna say it
because it's a little humiliating.
What's a little humiliating? Oh,
yeah.
no,
So
no.
we'll just.
It was absorbed by.
It was absorbed by something else.
By hanging out with the boys.
It was absorbed by hanging out with the boys. We had a 5-stack.
What can I say? We had a 5-stack.
So, but from what I've heard, Mega Man, like 0, 1 is like a proof of concept, and 0, like 2 and 3 are better. So I do need to get around to playing that. Check in 1 year from now, chat.
Yeah.
This is all for Mega Man 0.
Okay. Do you guys remember Binary Domain?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well, I didn't watch any of the streams, but
So, Binary Domain, I'm not going to talk much about it. There's not much to talk about it. It's a pretty
I
generic.
can't believe you finished it.
It's a pretty generic third-person shooter. Even if it is from RGG, it
Oh, yeah. No, I remember you. Okay, it's coming back to me.
Yeah.
My brain was thinking of. The game you dropped.
Fairy Fencer.
No, with what's her face from Tekken.
Oh,
Death by Degrees.
Death by Degrees.
Oh,
No,
jeez.
I remember Binary Domain.
Binary Domain.
Yeah.
I have the French robot.
Shoot, Binary Domain. Okay.
So it tries to do something with like voice commands. The whole thing is the voice commands where you speak into the mic and you can tell them what to do,
Which is creative.
which
Yeah,
is
that.
not working. There's also like a relationship mechanic where like people can like you more based on what answers you give.
was this released before or after Mass Effect 2?
After.
After.
It was more about BioWare morality.
Yeah.
What is it, like 20?
I think it was 2012. Well, yeah, 2012.
It feels very 2012.
Shooting the robots, because robots are the main enemies. It feels good because you can like blow off their legs and stuff and like
That's always
remove the
nice.
plating, which is cool. And there are some nice environments, but the levels, they're like 8 levels. And so each level is about an hour long. That game was 3 levels too long. Like, I get the idea. You release a game and you pay full price for it. You want people to feel like they're getting their money's worth, but they were running out of steam.
Yeah.
You know, 4 levels in, and the game is 8 levels long.
Yeah, I'm trying to conjure some more memories of it. All I remember is like the end, like the final boss,
Yeah,
and then where it's like,
it's like the Big Mac.
yeah,
In the-
where
in
it's
the-
like you were the bad guys all along.
Wow, I'm so shocked.
Yeah,
I'm not shocked
yeah.
at all.
That game was weird because it was like it was an RGG game and felt like it, but then I don't know. It just felt uncanny to me a little bit.
I'm glad they attempted something new, but they didn't attempt something unique. And
No, it felt very like of its time.
it was polished. It felt good. It just like they just kept dragging it out every level. Every level was a slog because you'd be like, all right, it's time to wrap it up. And then there'd be 5 more arenas to shoot through. So I would not recommend Binary Domain.
Sorry, Nagoshi. I know he
Yeah.
did everything on that game.
Single programmer.
All right. My next game is Disgaea 4. We'll just go down here. I love the Disgaea games. And we were talking about tactical RPGs earlier, and I'm glad we did, because we can talk about how, very briefly, how Disgaea is not like Fire Emblem and is not like Final Fantasy Tactics. It is very much its own thing, and it's very much, if you've played it, you know you're playing it You like seeing the numbers increase. You like seeing the overtop animations. You like the goofy game. Hold on. My printer app wants to update on this laptop I haven't used in a year. Let me close that out.
You like the goofy game?
I like the goofy game. I like the goofy game. I like the goofy game.
This is a goofy game. This is true.
I like this protagonist. I have him listed as my favorite protagonist, and I think I'll stand by that.
For a Disgaea title.
Yeah. He's a vampire who abstains from drinking blood and instead eats sardines. But they did a good job with this. This game isn't self-referential to the fact that it's a video game, which I didn't like in Disgaea 1 because I never thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I do like it when it's like stupid and a little self-aware, but no, they were never like talking about how this is a video game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or like referencing video game tropes or anything. So he was just like, it was a classic comedy trope. He's dead serious, but he's being silly and stupid.
Yeah.
I liked it, but the game was ruined by too many levels that focused on geopanel puzzles, where you had to like throw stuff, or it would be a single tile bridge of just a pile of geopanels, and it screws up. It's like no range, or SP damage, reverse stuff, and it's like that's too much. I just want to level up and drop my big AoEs and kill enemies instantly, because it's not a very tactical game. You do like this is a game. This is a pure numbers game.
It's also a game that embraces chaos.
Yes,
those geopanels have different effects.
Yes,
on who's standing on it. And my experience with Disgaea, from what I've played with it, like they'll do things like have levels where they randomly change.
Warp is one of them, where if you're standing on a warped geopanel, you might get warped to another geopanel. And like the geopanels could be like the whole stage. It's just whatever they decide. And they just leaned on that too much to make interesting levels. And there were just too many levels that I just didn't remember. It was just a tad long, but overall, did really like Disgaea 4. Didn't like it as much as 5, but still, both games I really enjoy.
All right. We're out of May. We're into June with Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed. So this is the expansion.
Did we talk about... Oh, no, that came out last year.
It came out last year. So we cannot talk about it. I will say that... So this gets high marks. I think this is the second best piece of Xenoblade Chronicles content.
Ooh, nice.
Because it takes everything good about Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and puts it in this nice 20-hour package. Nice. So the pacing is great. The combat is great. I think the writing is great. I think the story is great here. I think the class system with Xenoblade Chronicles 3, you could seamlessly switch between different classes for characters, and that made them feel kind of not as unique as they could be, not as fleshed out as they could be. So with this game, you can't do that. Each character is only assigned one class, but they do more with those classes because of that, and it feels really fleshed out. The world is designed as like a mix of 1 and 3. I think 1's design gets really high marks because they were allowed to put loading screens in between the world space, which allowed us to better buy into the fact that this area is nothing like the next area, but it's separated by a loading screen, so it's easy to swallow. 3 doesn't do that, so they have to do these weird transition areas in the game that are just kind of meh. But Future Redeemed is able to put like large bodies of water in between the areas to better separate them, and they feel better designed, and they feel like one, and they have a lot of reason to go and explore it, which is kind of what the Xenoblade series is known for. And yeah, just really good, really great. It's because it's not a full game. It's not like 3, but it's just so condensed, and it's like all of it's just good.
Nice. All right. Next up, Disgaea 7. So, Disgaea 7 is a course correction from Disgaea 6. This time we're going back to the classic Disgaea style. I did not play 6. I picked up a super cheap used copy, but everyone says it's focused around those auto battle mechanics, and if you don't enjoy that and you don't like setting those up, you're just not going to enjoy Disgaea 6. So I didn't play it, and those... So anyway, I hear like auto battle stuff is still in here, but you can just play it like a typical Disgaea turn-based game just as easy. Big thing about Disgaea 6 was that it made the jump from the sprites to the 3D models, and Disgaea 7 also uses the 3D models. I was a little off-put at first, but they really grew on me over time. There was a lot of expressive animations. It gave them a more ability for dynamic animations and more bespoke animations, because a lot of the times in Disgaea's previous, they'd reuse a lot of like the same poses and stuff, and that's why a lot of like the bigger moves were like just a completely idiosyncratic cutscene that didn't even involve the character performing the move. So they were able to do more with the characters here, which I liked. They still felt like out of place because you'd get teleported to you know how in some fighting games when you do a super move, it has like a different background.
Yeah,
that's kind of like what happens here. You get teleported to like a different plane, and then like everyone gets hit. But again, all the animations are great, and it looks great, and the game is a whole lot of fun. It uses a lot of the changes from 5 that I missed that were in 4, that were not in 4, but they're now here. Some things were streamlined, and I didn't agree with. Evil Teas are this game's version of gems. You can put them on equipment, and it'll add bonuses and stuff. Previously, it would have been stats, but there's also things like bonus XP gain or things like that. Those are not here. All the Evil Teas are just stat bonuses, which I did not like, and things like the range up or XP gain increases traits that, to my understanding, are randomly assigned to weapons, but you're not able to transfer between them. And that was the good thing about Evil Teas. You just needed to find the good ones, and then you could put it on the equipment that you wanted. Not here. A little disappointed to see that. But that's really the only like big gameplay thing I had a beef with. Gameplay's still fun. And for the first, I'd say 60%, I think this was my favorite story and one that I genuinely thought was funny.
Oh.
And this one, everyone is kind of like a loser otaku, and this one is kind of like just poking fun at like otaku culture, because like one of them was one of the worlds you go to is called the resale world, and they're like, oh my god, they're hoarding figures, so they just like go fight them to just to like get the resellers. And it's like, I liked it when it was being stupid like that, and the main character, she's a weeb. The jokes don't work as well in English because she's meant to be saying Japanese phrases incorrectly because she's not a native Japanese English speaker, but now she's saying English phrases incorrectly in this Japanese culture. So it's like that. Yeah. I get the intention, but it just doesn't work as well in English. But I can't read Japanese, so I did not play it in Japanese. No, other than that, I really enjoyed it. It's like, it's so weird. If like Disgaea 6 never existed and this was Disgaea 6, like there'd still be the discussion about like the streamlined Evil Teas and the jump to 3D, but I don't think it would have been as rough as it was with 6. I really enjoyed this one too. Disgaea is just one of those franchises that I just really like. I know I won't like 6, so I'm not gonna play that. But, 1, 4, 5, 7, love them.
I'm going to keep an eye out for 7.
It's worth it. Like it's absolutely worth it. Disgaea 7 is great. I think in the end, I would say I liked it more than 4. There were fewer missions, so there were less filler missions. And there were still like levels focused on geopanels, but there weren't as many annoying geopanel puzzles where you were fighting the geopanels and not the enemies, which I appreciated. Very good. Disgaea 7. I don't think I'd say it's my favorite. I still think gameplay-wise, I still think my favorite is 5. I know people do take the story into account because they do have very unique stories. That's a nice way to word it.
That's a nice way.
But I do put gameplay over any of that, so I think 5 is still my favorite. But I mean, 7 and 4 and 1 are amazing.
What's my that 90s FPS game? I remember the name. Doom.
That was it.
That was the name.
That was it.
That was the name of the game. So this is one of those things where I have played Doom before. I've played Doom many a times, but this is the first time I've played through Doom 1 from start to finish.
Balamar, by the
way. That was it. I didn't remember it 5 minutes later.
Balamar.
Oh, gee.
That's what he should have named his
So Doom, from the perspective of someone I've played it before 2023, but playing it all the way through in 2023, it's still FPS perfection.
That's why it's the GOAT.
That's
the GOAT.
what the GOAT. And it's because they nailed the rhythm day one. They knew exactly how long it should take to pump the shotgun. They knew exactly how fast the pistol should shoot. They knew exactly how much the minigun should do. Like, they just had all these small little numerical numbers tweaked to perfection, that the rhythm of just moving back and forth and dealing with a bunch of enemies is still fun and engaging to this day. And the levels are these maze-like things, but you're constantly moving forward. You're constantly progressing through the level, like, physically. You're physically moving forward through a level and progressing through a level and then dealing with enemies as you go.
And even if you do get lost, the auto map in the game is like great.
Yeah.
It's like functions 100% as you want it to.
I like consulting the auto map does help on most levels. The teleporter level, it does not help on that one.
True.
We nodded to this before, but this is the most tight monster roster, the enemy roster of any FPS game. Maybe
Doom
any
2
game
is like messing with the balance a little bit.
Yeah, like the Revenant and the Arch. Sorry, were Revenants in the first game?
No.
Yeah. So Archviles, Revenants, and Mancubi,
And the spider trons,
Yeah.
or Arachnotrons.
Arachnotrons, and the Pain Elementals. Like, these are adding on to things that really don't need. Like, did we need a Pain Elemental?
It's almost like they needed to, because this is a new game.
Yeah.
I don't think people wanted new levels, just new levels. They wanted a new game.
Yeah, and
But the Super Shotgun was a great addition.
the Super Shotgun was great, but the new enemies, I think, kind of detract from just like the Imp, the Machine Gunner, the Shotgunner, the shoot. What's the Cacodemon?
Cacodemon. Yep.
Cacodemon.
I think Chain Gunners were Doom 2.
Oh shoot.
It's all good. One thing I have to say about Doom 2, I know Episode 1 is clearly the best, but I really like Episode 2 as well. Episode 2 had a lot of creative levels.
For Doom 2?
For Doom 1.
Yeah.
Because
Doom 2 didn't have episodes.
Episode 2 had the fake exit.
Yeah.
I like the fake exit one.
Yeah,
that is one of my favorites.
That's a good one. I like the first 2 levels of the episode 2 because it's like kind of turning evil.
Yeah.
It's like turning hellish. I liked episode 3 more than what I thought I would. There
was just one level I didn't like. There was one really big.
I was going to say I kind of like that level. It's kind of like this big open level that has like 5 separate challenges.
Really big.
Yeah, but once you know where you're going, it's like, oh, okay. No, Doom, I can see why it caused every game ever to be an FPS for a little bit, and is still influential to this day.
Yeah, what can we say? It is Doom.
It's Doom?
Right. Azure Striker Gunvolt 3. So, I forgot to mention with Azure Striker Gunvolt 2, you could have played as Gunvolt or Copen. If you played as Copen, then you do the dash thing. To make the game any more fun.
I'm coping.
I was Copen.
Gunvolt
3, I went in expectations were rock bottom, and I was pleasantly surprised. Brand new character. This game was released like last year. This game was like very recent, so it's way after the 3DS days, potentially after the 3DS eShop closed. You play as a new character. Forgot her name. She has a sword
or Striker.
She's not either of those. She wears yellow. She uses a sword. And she uses the sword. She has a 3-hit combo. When you hold up, she does an upward move.
What?
I was like, I have moves. She still had a tag. But hers was the best. She would throw talismans. And the talismans would build up damage on enemies. Then when you hit them with the sword, it would actually deal that damage. Mm-hmm. Or if it was a basic enemy and you like built up enough damage to kill them, if you press A, you would instantly dash to them. And a lot of like weaker enemies would only take one talisman to build up the damage. and it made the movement great because a lot of the levels, there were like chunks you could like split up if you would like throw talismans to like chain to like dash through the air and then like keep throwing talismans to try to keep moving. That felt great. The mean-spirited nature is gone. You beat the bosses and they join your team.
Nice.
I didn't just feel weird and edgy killing people. I found myself really liking Gunvolt 3.
Her name is Kieran.
That's it. Because I should have made a joke about it. Because Kieran.
There is a Gunvolt subreddit, by the way.
I will ignore that.
There's this post that says, how do you guys feel that it looks more like Kieran is the protagonist of Gunvolt 3? This was a couple years ago. Looking at the promo stuff, how hard they are pushing her, how in the press info
Gunvolt turns into a dog this game.
It seems like Kieran will be the protagonist, which I know whenever something like this happens, it's always controversial. Examples of this like would be the reception to Apollo, but Ace Attorney as the main protagonist.
Hold on. This is literally ChatGPT. Write a post discussing Kieran being the new character.
Or Nero in Devil May Cry. Whenever a game switches a protagonist, it's always controversial. For me, this is the part that gets me. For me, Gunvolt still looks like he'll have an active role. It's not like he's just going to be there doing nothing. I'm down with it. I always kind of like when a game in series has that same protagonist.
He's a dog.
What gets me, though, is that the person is implying that Gunvolt was like this iconic protagonist.
And you can't change Gunvolt.
You can't change Gunvolt.
You can't change Gunvolt.
It seems like he'll be an active player. He's a dog.
This is something I don't see more in video games, and I see why, because it was super, I'm using the word, super cringe here. This game was like pandering to gamers.
Gunvolt 3?
Yeah, because one of the bosses is a pro gamer, like an esports athlete, and you like beat him and he joins your team, and they're like playing up like his like gamer abilities as if that's like a valuable asset to the team where you use a sword and kill people. I guess you don't kill people. You destroy robots and then all the bosses are fine. And I was like, why do they keep talking about how impressive of a gamer he is? Like that's applicable to destroy robot missions. Like I appreciate it. I am a great gamer. and I do bring something to the table, but not this table.
There is a user on the subreddit,
okay,
who only posts Copen posts. What's the best Copen outfit?
Copen posting.
He is
Copen posting.
This guy is so coping posting.
And then he Copen coffee, and he just posts a picture of Copen with coffee.
Copen coffee.
Copen coffee. And all right, that's enough of the Gunvolt subreddit.
All right, so this was a game where there was not prevasion. You actually had to dodge the moves, and because of this, the bosses were designed with moves that you were able to dodge. Nice. So it actually led to the boss fights being like my favorite in the series because they were nice to look at and fun to actually fight in. The only issue is if you achieve some nebulous criteria, you get resurrected and have infinite life.
What?
Do not do that. Let me beat the boss. I'm sure there's a way for me to turn it off, but I was really needing to beating.
Is nebulous? Is it just eventually will say, "All right, you've had enough"? And then
no. Sometimes I'll die once and then get resurrected. Sometimes I'll like die 4 times and it won't happen. I do not get it. I'm sure I could like unequip it or something, but like I was gonna say, like I needed to beat this in one sitting, so I wasn't gonna bother like fiddling through menus or anything.
Yeah,
I just needed to go through. But no, I liked it. It's worth playing like on its own, genuinely. If you're into action platformers and NT creates,
wow.
Maybe not if you're a Galgun fan. Maybe you play Gal Guardians, a game which I did not complete this year. I didn't even boot it up. I had my fill of NT creates games, so I can wait.
You've had enough.
So that's Azure Striker Gunvolt 3. I was very pleasantly surprised. I really liked it. Gunvolt. He was a dog in this game. He got turned into a dog.
He was turned into a dog.
Like he's a dog in this game.
Arf, arf?
Yeah. But no, he could talk.
Bow wow.
Oh. He's like, why am I a dog?
Oh, no.
Why am I a dog?
Shut up.
Shut up. I'm Kieran. Shut up. Gunvolt, middle schooler.
All right.
By the way, I'm down to my last 5. I know Brett has more than me, though.
Yeah. So I have some good news and bad news.
Okay.
So some bad news.
Hit us with it.
Next game is Skyrim. Some good news. I'm not going to talk about like the content of Skyrim.
Yeah.
Because there's like we said like it's Donkey Kong Country. What can we talk about? But like with like Skyrim, one of the most discussed games of all
it's
time.
like literally
What can we talk
So
about?
all I will say is before I describe how Skyrim made me feel, I will tell chat all the content I did, and you can see if my opinion is valid or not. So chat, when I played Skyrim, I completed the Companion's quest line. I completed the Civil War quest line. I completed the Vampire quest line, the Dawn Guard quest line, and I completed the main story. This took about 22 hours. This is the first time I felt gaming existentialism. I questioned whether I should be playing video games, wandering, and then random encounters happening. I looked this up because I thought this was a real thing, but I couldn't find anything. The apathy threshold.
Oh.
So this is how much you can take before you start feeling pure rage. And boy, oh boy, it cracked it. It just at some point, I just thought, like, why am I even doing this? Why am I even playing this? What is even happening? Why even play video games? The whole game is just trying to build up and maintain this illusion. And I swear to you, in the first 2 hours, the illusion shattered.
It's because
and I saw code.
It's because it's like what we were talking about earlier, and this like might evolve into a bigger discussion, but it's one worth talking about. The more you play video games, the less special video games are. The more you play video games, the more you understand that they're video games.
Yes.
If Skyrim was the first game you've ever played, it is like pure magic how all this happens.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But we've played so much and we just understand games. That if you understand programming, you'll just play it and then you go, oh, no, this is all, this is a completely manufactured
an
experience.
analogous way to look at it is if you're someone who watches movies or TV every so often, you can really invest yourself in like the characters and like kind of feel for them and the story and everything. But if you watch enough movies, eventually you just become brutally aware that the characters aren't real.
Yeah.
The story doesn't exist.
Happening.
It's all fake. Yeah. And so you kind of see beyond and you do inevitably get more critical, but it also gives you the ability to
but that's
pick
the
up
thing.
on more.
Like getting more critical is like the thing. Because it's like now it's I can't walk over and grab the pirouettes.
I can
because I started a big topic. I forgot that we were streaming for a moment. You will become more critical because as you watch more things, you will like compare it, and then you'll just see like a lot of stuff like isn't great. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that that's just a standard deviation.
Yeah,
most like movies and games are going to be fine.
Average.
Well, I think when we start looking at, we'll use the film analogy for now, you start looking past it, the story's not happening. Oh, these people, these actors are not the actual characters. But you start noticing things like sound design, camera movement, the actual like dialogue being said, and like the story scripting. In games, you look past how the game looks, you look past how well it sounds and how much money was put into it, and you start seeing gameplay systems.
Yeah.
You start seeing pacing. You start seeing like player involvement and player urgency. And Skyrim does not lend itself towards any of those. They want you to be captivated by the world they made. And if you aren't captivated by the fact that this is a video game and you've never played a video game before, then it's going to be tough. Or at least a video game of this caliber, of this style.
Because like
if you play sports games and then play Skyrim, you're going to be blown away by Skyrim. So
that's how it is.
I'm going to wrap up on Skyrim. I feel like this is a really good case study for games, right?
Yeah.
Not just like how to make a game, because I don't think you should look this Skyrim to how to make games, but how we interact with games.
My next game is a game that made me feel not quite the same way, but it was just a game that became so tiresome. And Brett knows, I don't think I told you about this. Warriors Orochi 4 Ultimate. So, we talked about, whether Samurai Maiden was a character action game or a Muso game. I don't know. I don't know the exact. I don't know when. It's like a gradient. I don't know when one becomes when, but I can tell you for a matter of fact, Devil May Cry's a character action game and the game called Warrior with Muso in the name. is a Musou game. So we got Warriors Orochi 4 Ultimate. I mean, if you're familiar with Musou games, you get plopped into the level. There's 6,000 enemies. You beat them up. You got some criteria. Typically, it's beat another guy on the other side. Walk to this location. Make sure this guy doesn't die. Pretty straightforward stuff. But all the fun comes from the fact that you're just juggling 300 guys at once. And that is a whole lot of fun. The Warriors games, like specifically the Koei Tecmo, the legit Warriors games, the non-licensed ones, so, you know, Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors, and Warriors Orochi, characters are not super in-depth at all. I would say they actually have zero depth, but somehow some of them manage to have more depth than the main character in Samurai Maiden. So it really puts things in perspective that way. But it still feels cheap, and I don't like much of the character designs, but doesn't matter. These games are pure fun. Mm-hmm. And I was having a ton of fun with this game until I completed the base game content. I completed the main first 5 chapters, pretty easy breezy, just fine. When we moved on to like the ultimate content and actually started playing that, I liked it a lot less because you had to collect what they called, I already forgot, Souls of Perseus, Shards of Perseus, which were strewn about previous levels. So you had to replay previous levels with additional criteria in order to get the shard, soul, piece, whatever of Perseus. And in the most egregious example, it was a level that not only had a time limit, and now there's a mission with a time limit and another piece of another criteria for you to complete before you actually beat the level. In a more well-designed game, I feel like that could actually be pretty engaging and urgent. But in here, it's just so annoying. Because I really don't want to run around looking for a hidden object. I want to juggle 300 guys at once. And whenever there was a time when I wasn't doing that, I wasn't really having fun. And that extends a lot to boss fights. Because how do you make a boss fight difficult in a Musou game? If they can juggle, you just infinite combo them. So you can't juggle them. But if you can't juggle them, you can't deal damage to them. So it's just a matter of running around and spamming. This game has magic, which is tied to artifacts in a different meter. And it was it was imprecise. Some of it worked fine, but sometimes it would be like a reticle thing that you move and it would like hit a wall and then you would just stop using it. But you spend all your resources anyway, so you're just out magic and your spell didn't come out. You just wasted time and took damage. I'm sounding really down because this was a game that lasted just far too long. I think it took me like 35 hours to beat at the end. It was way, way, way too long. And I honestly wish, because I got the version of Warriors Orochi with Ultimate on the cart, so I did not see credits when I beat the base game. And I was like trying to convince myself. I was like, I can say I just beat the base game. I can say I beat the base game. I can say I beat the base game.
You did.
I beat the ultimate version. I beat the ultimate version. I beat it all, and that's the thing. It just soured me on the whole experience. Even though when I was playing it back at the apartment, because I've had this game for like 2 years, and I just now completed it just so I could talk about it for this discussion. I think it'd be a fun little thing talking about it's just a little turn your brain off game. But it was like back when Jack, you here when we were playing it back at the apartment. And it was split screen running at 15 frames per second, going down to 2 frames per second on the Switch whenever you use magic. It was just fun. It was just stupid fun. But it just stopped being stupid fun after a certain point, and that just disappoints me. I'm sorry, Warriors Orochi 4. When it's fun, it's a lot of fun. But the fact that to give any challenge, you have to negate any sort of fun you could have. Sorry. Sorry, KT.
So now I have Final Fantasy 16.
Nice.
All right.
Final Fantasy 16 is a pretty big game. Probably, I feel like people forget that this is one of the highest profile releases of the year.
Yes, seriously.
And how some people, it was like, I forget what the PlayStation, Nintendo Life, it's like a thing for only Nintendo.
State of Play.
No, Nintendo Life.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like Press Square.
We got Press Square.
Yeah, Press Square gave Spider-Man 2 the PlayStation Game of the Year, and it was definitely Final Fantasy 16. I'm kind of insulted. Honestly, I'm kind of insulted because Final Fantasy 16 is a really good game. And in fact, I'd say it probably has some of my the best 2 hours of a game I've played in a long time. Like, that intro is incredibly strong. And it also kind of surprised me. Usually when these kind of Final Fantasy RPG translates to Devil May Cry like combat, it tries to ride the line between, the numbers matter, but also your combos matter. Yeah. Not here. No, it's all player skill. Numbers don't really matter to the fact that level ups barely do anything, and that you'll just whenever you just can buy a new sword, you just get that new sword and you're fine. Which was fine by me, because that meant it was all on me instead of, is it the numbers? Do I need to grind? It also, not a big graphics guy. You wouldn't think of it from the games, from what I've talked about with the games. But this game looks really good. Probably the best looking game I've ever played.
Like, that's the thing. It's like, now we're moving to the point where it's like, this looks better than a PS4 game.
Yes, it does look better than a PS4 game. A lot of just effects and movement, but good looking effects and good looking models and good looking lighting.
And it's like, it's not because the textures are better or there's more polygons. It's like they're doing a better job with they have more power, so they have more, like you said, better lighting, better particle effects.
Yes.
Like, all of that is what makes the game look better.
Yes.
It's not purely like a texture or fidelity.
Absolutely. It also, the cutscenes are really well directed. It's amazing acting. A good story that feels like Final Fantasy. I never watched Game of Thrones, so I don't know if they actually did rip off anything from Game of Thrones or how much, but it never affected me. I never felt like it was just like a bad Game of Thrones.
I think people said, I haven't seen Game of Thrones either, but it's like, it's fantasy and it has intrigue.
Yeah.
I think people just say that whenever
people
there's
die.
Fantasy setting with
definitely,
or just a fantasy setting, actually.
The biggest problem with the combat is it does implement a stagger gauge. So that means mini bosses and bosses will be taking pennies worth of damage until you stagger them, and that's when you can actually do damage to them. So, and you have cooldown based abilities for your icons. You get the icons, and literally it just kind of promotes the fact that you just stagger the boss, and that's when you just dump all your spells onto him during that time. It's not my favorite thing. It's not super egregious. Like, you are still pretty active when they're not staggered, but it doesn't. You just shouldn't delegate all that damage behind 5 seconds worth of stagger. It's not. It doesn't feel super rewarding, because it's like it will happen eventually, and it's not like I'm doing anything to make it go by faster. When it comes to the actual content, I would say the biggest problem is that all the side quests are pretty forgettable and kind of fetch questy. Thankfully, it does mark which side quests actually give you upgrades, like having more potion slots and stronger potions with a little plus sign.
Stronger potions.
Yep. Stronger potions. I don't think you could handle them. My strongest potion. So you know which ones you should be doing. They're got a little plus sign next to them. But the other ones are not worth doing. They don't give much XP. They don't give much rewards or equipment. And in general, the last third of the game has a lot of filler. I'd say like half of it is filler that didn't need to be in the game. It could have been, it's harsh, but it could have been 5 hours shorter and then not lose much impact. And I don't think the final boss is super memorable, but its ending is really strong, and I don't think it detracts from the overall experience too much.
All right.
Final Fantasy 16.
That's Final Fantasy 16. My PlayStation game of the year.
Not Spider-Man 2.
Which we'll talk about.
We're gonna take a turn in quality. So, chat. This next game is a crossover game between two video game franchises.
Oh, gosh.
Both franchises I hate. but it's a genre I like. And that by that, it's a character action game.
Oh.
Or I guess I'm just going to say it's an action game and it's in third person.
Yeah.
Neptunia Cross Senran Kagura Ninja Wars.
Oh, no.
I think right now I'm just going to read straight from my notes and then elaborate on it because this is not a game I could talk about for too long. Chat, odds are this is the worst game I played all year.
Shocking, chat.
The first
Shocking.
thing, my first note is Yuki's design is bananas. I would like you to try to find an image for yourself. Chat, if you want to see just the most insane thing ever, you need to find a picture of her, a screenshot of her in profile.
Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Wars.
Yep.
Okay, here we
Yuki.
go. Yuki.
If you can see like her sprite art and then like her in-game model, it is just,
All right.
it is nuts.
So I see her like key art,
Let me see
which
it.
is already
Yeah, see if you can find the sprite because the way though that might be the sprite, but it only showed it from like navel up and like the proportions of it when I saw it. It's like the very first thing you saw. I lost
there's something.
my mind. Like she's the very first thing you see, and I could not stop laughing. And I actually turned the game off because I was like, I feel like I need to stream this game. And so I didn't play it for the longest time. I picked it up a little while later, started playing it, hated it, stopped playing it, and then I got back to playing it so I could talk about it right now.
Got a little note that says your safe search is turned on.
Holy smokes! I can't believe that is it's insane. It is insane. But like we play these games because it's hilarious. Anyways,
no.
continuing my notes.
You can follow along with that chat. That's like
has a bathhouse scene.
obviously.
They discuss boobs and people peeping on them.
Obviously.
Parentheses. The Neptunia characters are okay with being peeped on.
Obvious.
They,
Wait, what?
they discuss skinship, giving me horrible Cold Steel flashbacks. Peaches and Cream meditation involves the characters wearing transparent clothes. That's what you just saw.
Ah, lovely.
And a balancing on peaches. The villain is named Yo Gamer. YOH space gamer.
Yo
Gamer.
gamer.
Yo Gamer. They never reference her playing video games, but also in the last third of the game, I skipped every piece of dialogue, so maybe she was an avid gamer. Yo Gamer.
Yo gamer.
Old gamer.
Miyabi, she's one of the Senran Kagura characters, has a move that looks like the Royal Guard attack. I don't know why I wrote that down. Second bath scene, using the exact same sprites as the first bath scene.
Nice.
They made the game. They got to use it. I actually explained this pretty well when I wrote it down. So, Chad, I hope you understand what I'm saying. Horribly programmed.
Oh.
And then in my notes,
top-notch quality.
I didn't. I shouldn't, and I didn't, and I was still shocked at the low quality. But my example was, again, Chad, I don't know how to describe this without showing it. But I feel like I did a decent job. I believe you can only take damage so many times per second, but damage is queued and you're stunned until you take all damage. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if I rapidly hit you 5 times, you would take those
the
hits.
animation will be done, but you'll go exactly.
Yeah.
And that happened during the penultimate boss where she shot like a laser. As you got hit by it once, you would instantly get staggered and hit by all of them, and it would be an instant kill every time. It needed some sort of invulnerability after getting hit, or a knockback or something, because the only time you die is when you get stun locked by one of these things, because the game otherwise is stupid easy. Mm-hmm. It doesn't even have a heavy attack. It's just light attacks. It's light attacks, and then you hold down L1, and then you hit one of the face buttons, and you get one of 4 different moves that cost different amounts, and they do something different. It's just an attack. Sometimes a ranged attack. Sometimes, if you do it in a specific order, now you'll get a defense buff. No character had any discernible gameplay differences, but it's if you watch gameplay, if you just mash light attack, all those animations flow together pretty well. They got effects on them that look fine.
I honestly can't get over the cover art for this game.
It's crazy,
to be honest.
Would you believe me if I told you that these JPEGs jiggle on the title screen? Would you believe me if I told you that?
No freaking way, dude.
Oh, it's true.
No freaking
Oh, it's true. Yeah, this had to be the worst game I played this year. Or at least it was until my next game. I'm still out for debate. My next one's going to be controversial. But this is another one where it's like, this is one of my crazy pill takes.
Okay, good. I like crazy pill takes.
But we're done with Neptunia Cross Senran Kagura. This game has 0 redeeming qualities. It was funny seeing her design and then Yo Gamer, but the entire game, which did only take like 9 hours, was just infuriating. And the actual gameplay itself was so... It was... You had your one move. Like, it didn't matter what character you're playing. You just picked which girl you liked the most, and that's who you played as. You had, like, kunai shurikens. I'm mentioning these things just so people, all the avid fans, don't say I'm forgetting anything. You could swap between 2 characters.
I'm not worried about the avid fans.
Horrible game.
So, we're going to talk about a much better game now.
Thank goodness.
Okami.
Ooh. Oh, boy.
So, I think Okami has the best art style of any game ever released.
Yeah, that's one of those things. It's hard to disagree.
Yeah.
It is easily identifiable. It looks fantastic, and it aged incredibly well.
Did this or Wind Waker really kick off cell shading for gaming?
I think this was after.
I feel like it's got to be Wind Waker.
I think this was after.
But this game does have a more striking style with its like heavy outlines.
Yes.
The other one is a lot more impressionist.
Y'all have seen
like Wind Waker is.
I sent you the screenshot of Okami.
The original Okami. And it looks
have you seen it?
weird.
Yeah. It's just like not. It's wrong.
And Okami's greatest strength is that it just is a fun game. The writing is fun. It's got fun sections. It just oozes with passion. Its combat for a game that's main focus is like a Zelda adventure game is like a light DMC combat system where you have combat.
Directed by Hideki Kamiya.
Directed by Hideki Kamiya.
This was a game made by Clover.
Yeah. Yep, this is a Clover game. Lest we forget. And it's kind of like the trade-off is, while Zelda has better puzzles, this game has better combat.
Okay.
But this game also utilizes its abilities, which are items, and in the Zelda analogy, they just be different items you get from dungeons. They use these abilities to a pretty fleshed out degree and throughout the entire game.
Oh, it cost a 6-hour mark.
Wow.
And we got a dog here, Chad.
We got a dog.
It's dog time.
It's kind of like you're playing a Zelda game if you want to trade the more intricate puzzles and dungeon design for better combat and more whimsical writing. And I think if we acted like this was a Zelda game and compared it to other Zelda games, it might be the best Zelda game.
Oh boy.
It's a pretty good game. If I could say something understated, it's a pretty good game. It not only it does what you should be doing with the story in a game, where it's like if you follow along the story, there are things that happen that's like wow. Gameplay things that happen that are like wow, like just levels and set pieces that are just like I did not see this coming. There's a big one that's spoilers, and I won't say anything because this is a game worth playing, and I feel like it will be a game worth playing for a very long time.
I got to get the Switch copy.
Boom. Okami.
Boom. Okami. So,
masterpiece.
Here's...
I don't know. Would we use the M word for that one? We've been cagey about it thus far.
I do think we need to be a little more discerning, but also, who cares? If we feel it's a masterpiece, it's a masterpiece.
I mean, Okami is one of the greatest games.
It's one step below. Yeah. If not, it's one step below.
So the next game, one of my crazy pill games, is a game. It's a cult classic. It's one of those games where I feel confident actually calling it a cult classic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a large-ish fan base, primarily Sega. I know a lot of people do like it. This was a game that I did not like for the longest time because it frustrated me because people would say they like it, but people would never say why they like it, and I had no idea what the gameplay was even like. So what better way to experience it than to buy it and play it myself? I bought the Steam port of Nights into Dreams. The Sega Saturn.
Okay. It's hilarious that you mentioned Nights into Dreams.
I remember the Wii one.
I too remember the Wii one.
I didn't know the gameplay of the Wii one.
I find it interesting how we've talked about the hive mind before.
Oh, yeah.
But I also have a crazy pill take for the Nights franchise. When I got the Wii version.
Yep.
I remember buying it with my Christmas money.
I'm sorry.
I know. But the reason why is because, from what I could tell, from where I was standing, it seemed like everyone loved it. Like Nintendo Power gave it a great score or whatever. Like people loved it. Like people were like, "Oh, this is the Knights is back with a vengeance." Like the franchise it was rejuvenated or whatever. That is the game that taught me not to trust reviews. Because I played it and I was like, this is boring and I don't like it. And at that point, I became wiser. Like, I stepped back to face the world wiser. Because I knew that just because everyone else says it's good and it has high review scores doesn't mean I'm going to like it personally. And I did not.
And so imagine my shock when the gameplay of Nights into Dreams is you fly around a predetermined track, grab 20 blue balls, and then you fly into a jellyfish. You repeat that 20 times, then you fight the final boss, and I loathe this game. But it's one of those things because it's like no one ever on the planet is going to respect Neptunia, Senran, and Kagura.
No.
But I've heard people that I respect say that they love this game, and I just I'll admit I might just not get it. But it's a game I just completely don't understand.
I don't, and that's exactly how the Wii one was too. I don't I didn't.
Where does
get
the
it.
fun come from?
I know, like when do I play the game? I feel
it's like I fly around the track, I grab the balls, I fly into the nightmare engine, like I accidentally unlocked the final level. Apparently, you needed like an average A score to unlock the final level, and I just did it, just playing through it normally. Just like you might have to play a mission a few times. No. No, the game took me like cumulatively 2 hours, 12 minutes to beat. I did like one of the characters that I did a couple of levels of the other one, like after I saw the credits of the other one. But I was like, I just don't get it. It's not fun moving. I hate the way the game looks. It could just be the Steam port. Maybe it looks better on a CRT.
The art style of that franchise is not good.
I just don't like any of this game. I don't even think it's creative. They call it an acrobatics game, but I'm not like doing tricks.
No,
you can like fly in a circle. Like, yeah, I did the ribbon thing. I made a big loop with the ribbon and got my bonus points. I made circles around the stars to collect all the stars. I dashed straight into the jellyfish. It's not fun. It's not interesting. It looks cheap.
Don't tell me opinions have switched on Nights.
No, Journey into Dreams was for the Wii.
Yeah.
This is Nights into Dreams.
Into Dreams.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the Sega Saturn original.
The first one.
Horrible names.
Why would they name them like that?
In capital N, I, capital everything else.
No, capital in lowercase I.
Oh, that's what I'm going to say.
Capital in, lowercase I, capital L.
It's the game that taught me not to trust reviews. The main character is
what?
Poorly designed. I'm sorry.
Ears, bunny thing.
I don't
know.
Purple.
Yeah,
I don't like.
what are you looking at?
I think it's supposed to be like a jester.
Oh, yeah.
I just
Court jester.
There's not a
clown game.
Single aspect of the game that I like. I need someone to explain it to me. I need someone.
A Nights fan.
I know I should just go onto YouTube and type in Nights into Dreams review or retrospective, and I'm sure someone will.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure someone will mention like the vibes and how it got them through like a hard time because it's like a game about like dreams, and you're like a kid and you're like feeling liberated and flying around. But like I played this, I like started the game at like 10:30 at night, did the final boss like once, fails, like I'm going to bed. Woke up, literally my eyes shot open. I was like, before I do anything else, before I even drink my coffee, I need to beat this game. So I walked over. I didn't even close the game on Steam, so I have more than 2 hours in it, so I couldn't refund and get my $6 back. And I just sat down and played it the next time, uninstalled it, wrote down the notes. Looks cheap, controls oddly, isn't fun, sounds weird. And those are my notes.
And period.
And
That's
period.
it.
I'm done talking
Nice
about Nights into
Journey into
Dreams. All right.
Oh my god. Okay. I get to talk about the biggest, like my biggest unexpected hit of 2023.
Okay.
Klonoa.
Ah, Klonoa.
This is a game almost
Now, this is a game I get why people like.
similar to Knights. It's a game that has a dreamlike atmosphere.
Yeah, and with a kind of a unique looking main character.
A unique looking main character, but at least it's a cat.
It's a cat. He's a cat.
He's a cat.
He's got a hat.
He's got long ears. I like how he looks in this game a lot. I like kind of how squatty he looks. He's tall in the second one. I don't know if I like how tall he is. I've not played the second one.
Now, chat, for what it's worth, would you say Klonoa is of the... I didn't catch many of the Klonoa streams. But
the one.
Oh, yeah, because there was only one.
Yeah.
I like had it on, but I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Would you say it's like in the same category of like your character is an animal and you collect things? Is it of that sort of ilk?
You mean like a collectathon?
It's like
I was avoiding using the word collect.
No, this is a straight up 2D linear platformer.
Oh, okay.
It's a straight up platformer.
Oh, and I should say, yes, I know I said I appreciate you guys for doing unique things, and Journey Nights into Dreams did a unique thing and failed completely. Okay.
Yes. Yep. We have to.
I
So
have to cover all my bases. Every single base needs to be covered.
number one thing, I love how the game looks.
The game looks great.
I said it before. 2D sprites on 3D backgrounds.
Yep.
Doesn't work for a game that is top down, but for a game that is 2D and all the platforms behave just as 2D sprites, it works flawlessly. And it works flawlessly here. The controls feel tight. I love Klonoa. Klonoa has like a Yoshi flutter, kind of, which I always like in a game.
Yeah.
And the big thing about the Klonoa franchise is you have your ring, and you can grab enemies. And when you grab an enemy, you can throw them and up, left to right, or up and down. If you jump and then throw them down, you get extra height. And the game utilizes this all the time. And it is fun every single time. It is just such a fun game to play. There's like 6 really diverse levels, worlds. There's like only 16 levels. The game is super short, but that just means that it does not waste your time at all. Every level is beautiful. Every level has a great, if they have a mechanic, it's a fun mechanic. It's fully fleshed out. The last world is almost like puzzle platforming almost, where you have to solve logic puzzles and path your way properly. It's crazy. The last level has really intense platforming challenges, but it works because the game just controls so well. There's like a story that has like really good cutscenes and good music and great boss design. And the ending of the game is horrible. I mean emotionally horrible.
Okay.
Do you guys want to hear it? I really want to tell you.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
So, the story is super brief. You are Klonoa, and you have a best friend who's like this ball who turns into a ring, and that's who you grab things with. And the world is ending. The world of dreams is ending because of Nightmare. His name's just Nightmare.
Nightmare.
And what you have to do is you have to go to the Moonrise Kingdom or something like that.
Isn't that a movie?
Might be. You have to go to the Moon Kingdom to fix it. And on the way, you meet like Nightmare's second-hand man, who's like a jester who will like corrupt people. He'll corrupt like the Aqua King, and he'll cause all sorts of mischief. And he'll even kill your grandpa. Kill him.
Oh, like to death.
Like he dies.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
And Klonoa like cries about it. He's like 10, by the way. Klonoa was like 10.
Oh, that's... Never mind. Continue. I'll tell you after you finish.
And you're going through this journey, and you're helping all these kingdoms and like their corruption, and then you get to the Moon Kingdom, and you turns out your buddy, your little blob ring, he's actually the prince of the Moon Kingdom. And he's like, we need to stop Nightmare. And you're like, well, you didn't tell me you were the prince of the Moon Kingdom. What's going on here? And he was like, I'll tell you later.
I'll tell you
and
later.
you collect all the guys you've helped, and you all help destroy Nightmare. And he was like, all right, the queen is going to sing a song, and she's going to revert everything the Nightmare did, and it's going to be sucked up out of this world. Everything that's not belonging in this world will be sucked out. And he's like, okay, cool. And like him and the prince, Klonoa and the prince are chilling in the field. And the prince is just like, Klonoa, I have to come clean. You're not from here. You are a dream traveler who I called in to help save this world. We are not buddies. I implanted those memories into you. And Klonoa's just like, you're lying to me right now. And like the music in the background is the song the princess is singing to revert the things in the world. And everything starts getting sucked up, and Klonoa starts getting sucked up. And he is like grabbing on. He's like, please help me stay here. I want to stay here. And like the prince tries to grab him, but the force is too powerful. It swipes up Klonoa and the game ends.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
That is how the game ends, and the world reverts back to normal.
I'm guessing the sequel.
The sequel, he's in a different world. He's a dream traveler. He gets called in.
He just goes into a different world.
He gets called in to help people, and then at the end of the game, he'll get sucked out.
Oh.
What in the world?
Okay.
The kids game.
I couldn't imagine being an 11-year-old
The kids
finishing Klonoa.
Like,
I'm going, wait, what?
I recommend you look up just the last cussing, or like I'll show you it after this stream, because it's like,
what?
What is happening? What is happening?
Good
It
grief.
is rough. But yeah, Klonoa, masterpiece. I like it more than Donkey Kong Country.
All right.
What I was going to say earlier was when I looked up Klonoa to remind myself, I only had to go 2 thumb scrolls to find suggestive fan
Never
art
mind.
of Klonoa.
He's 10.
Don't look up Lucario.
He's a cat.
I didn't write it down, but there's literal proof you can find right now of me beating Blue Reflection Second Light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so we're on Blue Reflection.
I forgot to write it down. I beat it before I beat Nights into Dreams and Neptunia and Senran Kagura.
Yes.
But
Because it was streamed.
Because it was streamed.
Yep.
So we have a timestamp somewhere.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we gave a little bit of a retrospective on.
Briefly, because I did talk about it at the end, but I think I said I might elaborate it more now.
Yeah.
There's a too much. I think it's solid. I think it's above average. Once I finally understood the combat system, I liked it more. But once I understood the combat system even more, I found out there was kind of a correct party. You needed to get your combo up, because if you had your combo up, you just got a flat multiplier to your damage. So you ran. I forgot her. I think her name's Hinako. There's a Hinako and a Honoka, and I don't remember which is which. But one of them, I think Hinako, her goal is to increase combo gauge. Like, all of her moves help increase combo gauge. Then you run the main chick, Ao. She has a move that prevents your combo gauge from decreasing. Then you're on Shiho, who's the healer. Keeps everyone alive. I really don't see a reason to run any other party than that.
There's 15 characters? 12?
There's only 5 playable characters, though.
Oh,
6.
5 playable characters.
There's 6 playable characters, and then there are other characters who, their talents will increase the abilities of the other. Gotcha. Now, overall, I did like it. The final boss stunk, and just kind of those last 2 fights leading up weren't great. And I hit the level cap, and part of the reason I did so bad was because in an attempt to bum rush and beat the game, I ignored a lot of side content, which is how you get more talents, and talents are probably a better way to actually increase your power than leveling up. Same thing with the structures outside. I barely built them because I knew you'd have to go out and collect materials. I just didn't feel like doing that, but the story was fine. They needed to not wear school uniforms, and their magical girl transformations needed to be a bit more unique. Hinako was the only one with one that I was like, oh, that looks pretty good. Everyone else's looked silly.
I remember a couple streams where those magical girl transformations, we were like, I am a fan of our character design nitpicks.
I am too.
And that one was it truly was the more you looked, the worse it got.
Yeah, because it was the pattern was the pattern on their skirt, but that doesn't work for a whole costume because it's just a plaid.
Yeah,
It's plaid.
it's like a plaid. It's like
yeah.
a real.
It's like a plaid.
That's just like a thing people are aware of.
Like
Plaid.
if you make a character,
They can't all be plaid.
Yeah.
plaid accents.
what?
I don't agree. So those designs were weird. Like I said at the end of the stream, I feel like obviously I didn't get the. I know there are two endings. I definitely did not get the true
best-
ending.
the
I
best
think, the
ending.
best ending, but the ending
The
I got wasn't
desirable ending.
like bad. Everything's fine now. We just all for gore. But yeah, overall, I would say it's solid. I would say it's one of the better ATB systems. I didn't like getting interrupted, but that's just ATB. So
It is
what can you do?
definitely, I mean, in terms of Midland JRPGs we played on stream, it sure blows Dragon Star.
No, that's like it's like once I played those Compile Heart games, I wouldn't even call it middling. Obviously, it's not great.
yeah.
but I'd say it's good.
But it's like
I'd say it's good.
average.
Like if someone like told me they were like big on like JRPGs, but they haven't played Blue Reflection yet, I'd be like, yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like just to see what you think. Like no, I didn't. It wasn't spectacular, but it was worth it. And it's just another one of those interesting games that's like it's on the shelf. And when I have a theoretical dinner party and I go, okay, everybody, let's go look at my Switch game, and so they can ask questions and be like, what? Or I can point out how about that one.
Let's retire to the parlor to admire my Switch game collection.
Oh, this one just came in.
This is
Dodonpachi Diojo.
the prize of the collection. Dragon Star
Varnir.
It crashes.
It doesn't
every
even
20
work.
minutes.
It doesn't even
They
work.
say that no one has successfully completed the game.
They say that
Because
you either
because you
go
cannot.
crazy or turn into a dragon. Anyway, Blue Reflection. I forgot that Gust also developed Knights of Azure.
Journey into dreams.
Knights of Azure, Bride of the New Moon.
Knights of
That was the second one. I didn't play the first one. Journey into Dreams.
Knights of Azure.
Knights of Azure.
Knights of Azure,
So,
Journey into Curse of the Moon.
So I should have probably completed an
Journey to the
Atelier game,
West.
but
Anyways,
Anyways.
Atelier games, I feel like they don't press you to complete them.
well, some of them have time limits. Marie had a time limit.
Frick, maybe I need to play more. Because Atelier Rise definitely did not
Ryza
pressure
did
you to
not.
complete.
Atelier Ryza did not. I was definitely more sour after the stream just because I was so tired.
Yeah.
And like the boss was just losing the combo just makes it take so much longer. All right, but yeah, overall it was worth playing. It's worth.
So next up, I have a game that almost actively tries to work against itself. Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity. So we get another Warriors game.
Another Muso game.
Why-
Also KT.
Also KT, so true
It's
Muso
legit,
game.
Legit Muso game.
And it's always like, why did Warriors Orochi 4 and Hyrule Warriors is giving the Warriors Muso games a bad name right now?
They like we love this genre.
Yeah. But it's not the gameplay.
Nope.
I have here, it's some of like the best, it's the best Warriors character movesets.
Yeah.
They're all super unique. They're all super fleshed out. They all have something going for them. And that in turn makes it some of the best moment to moment gameplay in the Warrior, like of the Warriors games I've played. They do a good job of not just having every mission be a capture these strongholds, defeat this character. It's like, go to these locations to activate these items. They like dress it up in a nice way. Until halfway through the game, it seems like mini bosses become way more prevalent, and mini bosses are the most boring enemies to fight in a Muso game. As per Travis, it's the same thing.
It's like
It's the same thing.
It's like they can't get stunned because otherwise it would just be a free win. But it's not designed to be like a game like Devil May Cry where you can duel like a boss.
Yeah.
You use your just like wild moves that don't deal much damage against a boss with a lot of life because it still takes like 5 light attacks to kill just a guy.
Yeah. So you are wailing away at these bosses, and there'll be like 10 of them in a level, and there'll also be these elemental mini bosses. I guess the captains of the strong.
Yeah, the captains.
And these guys, you will have to expend like an elemental resource, and I can't even remember how you get them back. You just like have to break pots to get them back, and it's what? Why ruin the fun gameplay with these slog mini bosses and these elemental dudes when you have the best designed warrior characters I've seen? And then there are divine beast segments that are all 15 minutes long, and they're all awful. They are all awful.
I love the divine beasts like popping up.
I'm
all over.
Dude, it's a Breath of the Wild game. It's a Breath of the Wild type game.
Did you
need the divine
Breath
beasts.
of the Wild? Do you remember the divine?
I am so glad I did not fail one of these segments, because if I did, that might have been the playthrough. I don't think I could have redone 2 minutes worth of these of the divine beast segments, let alone like 5 to 10 minutes of them. It's rough. Yeah. Sucks.
I'm down to my last two.
Okay.
I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I can, there's like 4 of them I can.
Yeah. These, I'm doing these in order except for Blue Reflection since I forgot to write it down.
Yeah.
But I wish I could swap these two for some nice bookends, but no dice. I'll just talk about it right now.
Yeah.
Luminous Avenger IX. The last Gunvolt game, meaning I've completed the franchise until early next year when the rhythm game gets released.
Oh, yay.
Let's go. Is there like an accessory or is it controller based?
I think it's controller based and you play as the ladies and they dance.
All right.
It's the company that made Galgun.
All right.
What do you expect? No, I like Luminous Avenger IX as well. I think you could have done this in Gunvolt 2, but I was on like a 2-day streak of beating Azure Striker Gunvolt games, and I just didn't care.
Yeah.
But Copen has like the Mega Man thing where when he beats a boss, he gets a weapon.
Uh-huh.
It's not like it doesn't change his basic attack. No, you still have to dash into things. But you get a meter and you go like spin it on a big attack, and then all the bosses are weak to one of the special items. And I think it works well enough here. I think the movement's fun. The dash, the bullet dash, spelled Bullit, bullet dash. No, yeah, it feels good to move. It feels good to use. Feels good to move around the stage. It invalidates a lot of like platforming, but I mean, like flying through the stage has its own satisfaction. The bosses, I mean, they're still Gunvolt bosses, but I mean, I liked them better than IX2, and then Gunvolt 1 and 2, but not as much as Gunvolt 3. This is definitely my second favorite. I wrote right here my favorite Gunvolt overall. That's definitely not true. I definitely like 3 more. But this one's solid.
That's developing opinions.
I developed my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I was just coming off a high because I like completed it in one go without much trouble. I also wrote down, this one character is dressed in Christmas clothes, and I played this in December. So that was actually the only note I have about when I played it. I did not know I played this in December. I thought I played it in November.
Listen to me. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Dude, I hope
it's December 26th.
Had a
Merry
great Christmas or happy holidays.
Yeah, a little anticlimactic to round up the Gunvolt things, but yeah, I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I would give, I would say don't break your back trying to play this one. If you had to play one, play 3, Gunvolt 3. As a franchise, not too big on it. I might stream the rhythm game as a joke. Or I guess it wouldn't be a joke, it'd be me literally streaming it. But I got to keep my streak up, but it's not like that's a game I need to beat. I can just play a song and go, I've seen enough.
Yeah.
There we go. I only got one game left.
More. So I have, this one is a bit of an indie, Turbo Overkill.
Yep.
Turbo Overkill is an FPS game. An FPS boomer shooter. That's what we're calling it now. However, so Turbo Overkill has great movement. It feels snappy to control. I know I think getting first person fast movement right is not as appreciated as it should be, because it definitely could become a nauseating mess. But great fast movement. You get like a grapple hook, you get a dash, you get like double jumps and stuff. You get a lot of cool, fast movement that all flows well together.
I think that Turbo Overkill is a savage FPS with stunning cyberpunk visuals. And I think
they have some good
play
visuals.
as half metal, half human, half crazy Johnny Turbo.
You do play as Johnny
augmented with hidden arm rockets and a chainsaw that extends from your lower leg, allowing you to kick slice enemies wide open.
He does have that.
That's what I think.
And does that say that it has a good weapon roster, barring the double-barreled shotgun?
It does not. You have a more developed review on this game than IGN does.
Okay. Because every weapon does have its place, even the starting pistols, with a bunch of upgrades that you get throughout the game. But it feels like the double-barreled shotgun just has no niche. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It does not. You can shoot the regular shotgun faster than the double-barreled, so you can out-damage the double-barrel from DPS, right? So it's double barrel gets left back, which is like the biggest tragedy you can do in any FPS game. However, there's like 9 weapons, and each of them are good, that should be applauded. You don't see that every day. Usually one weapon does get left behind, or even more than one. And there you can upgrade your weapons. You'll be just times you see a shop and it'll be like, hey, you can now get an upgrade for your sniper rifle, which is cool. Because instead of just shooting a projectile, you telefrag. It's a telefragger. It's cool. You can also, your different limbs, it's kind of like Deus Ex, your different limbs have different...
You can augment
your limbs with like different kind of passive things. So like your right leg can have an upgrade that you get 3 jumps. Or your pickups, you have a larger pickup radius. And it's stuff like that for both arms, both legs. Can I say I beat
Halls of Torment this year? Never mind.
I'm not sure. And this is all great. Except the fact that Turbo Overkill is a single-player arena shooter.
Oh.
It's an arena... I can't say arena shooter because that's something else. But what I mean by arena shooter is it is a boomer shooter, an old school type shooter where you run, and then to progress, you must fight a room full of enemies to progress the game. And that is the gameplay loop, is you're moving from one arena to the next.
Chat, that and no auto map is why I dropped Warhammer Bolt Gun.
That would have been on his list.
Otherwise, I would have been on this list, but I just got so tired of that game, and you get so lost, and there's literally no way to get you back on track.
This is Doom 2016 is to blame for this. If you want a prime example of what I mean, that's Doom 2016, where you're moving through a level, and at some point you come to a gore nest, and the gore nest is the arena.
Gore nest.
And I don't like this because the whole point of old school FPS is that you're fast movement, and you're always going through a level. You're rarely stopped by a monster or like a monster closet that you just have to fight to progress. That is this whole game. This whole game is just arena to arena. And there was one part, I think the most fun I had and the most disappointed I was this awesome moment where you're running on a wall and you're grappling and you're shooting enemies. And it's like, that's what the game could have been. Without the arena constricting your movement, it could have been just you're moving forward, you're shooting enemies on the left and right, you're just blasting through a level. Except, nope, you get stopped by 20,000 enemies every 5 feet, and it gets tiring very fast. I guess not very fast. I didn't write how long it took me to beat this game, but it was like halfway through the game. I was just getting sick of arenas. It's just not for me. At this point, it's like if you're a boomer shooter, but then I look at reviews and it's just like it's arena based. I can't anymore. If you like that game, if you like that style, absolutely get Turbo Overkill. I think it is good, but that structure is just not for me.
Turbo Overkill. All right, your final game.
Well, my last game could not be fresher on my mind because I beat it last night, technically this morning.
Snuck in Right at the deadline.
Right at the deadline. Adam, you left right before I found out I could replenish my energy at the checkpoint, and that's how I won. Ladies and gentlemen, the last game I completed is an action platformer called Gravity Circuit, and I love it.
It looked pretty good.
I think this is an independent game. I think this is the company's first game. I know that's an easy thing to Google. I have both my phone open and my laptop open, but it's fine, even if it's not their first game. What matters is that it is absolutely excellent, and I don't mean Mega Man clone in a derogatory sense. I love Mega Man, and I love games like Mega Man.
There's a lot you can do with that formula.
This is definitively a Mega Man clone, and it is absolutely fantastic. I'm glad I did play it a little bit while we were all here to see a little bit, so Adam was able to see some of the platforming. The platforming, you see, this is good frustrating because it's a challenge I overcome with skill, and when I fail, I'm not punished too severely. Like punishing too, like if I had to start over at the level or something, I would just stop. Like at some point, it's just like I wanted to stop Mega Man Zero. I didn't state enough how frustrating that game could be with its. But Gravity Circuit did not have any of that. If you died at you could just go back to the most recent checkpoint, and I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that's good. How you can just go back to a checkpoint. Otherwise, what are checkpoints for? Other than that, I was about to say that this was a negative, but the more I played it and the more I really thought about it, whenever you touch spikes, you don't just take damage, you get teleported back to the nearest safe platform. Because you can't be teleported back to a moving platform. Or a block, they had those blocks that would disappear when you stand on them too long. You could be teleported that. Just any solid, non-moving platform is one that you can be teleported back to. And they do this intentionally because there are sections where they would have spikes on the seal. Oh, you know what? Roll it back. Let's talk about the movement. So you can walk, you can jump, you can slide, you can run and jump, which makes you jump way far. You can wall jump. You have in plus style wall jumping on one side of the wall, classic wall jumping where you jump from wall to wall. And you have a grappling hook. You can fire it in eight directions. This is the game I do recommend playing with the D-pad and not the analog stick. I completed it with the analog stick. I should have just played it with the D-pad. You will point the analog stick in a direction and get the grappling hook in a direction you do not want. Not a fault of the game. It actually makes more sense because it's supposed to be like Mega Man, which was played on a D-pad. So genuinely just played on a D-pad, and that issue won't arise. So there'd be sections where if you swing, they would intentionally have you swing into spikes and put traps and tricks. And one of the big reasons I like this more than Gunvolt is because each level was special. It wasn't just the enemies, it was the level designs and the platforming challenges themselves. Each stage had a distinct hazard to them. For instance, there was one where it was a cave, and that one had large blocks that fell. There was one, it was the power plant, where it had these certain platforms where if enemies hit them, it would electrify the platform and you would take damage. There was the ice level, which had both falling ice and blocks that would freeze you, and you need to mash to get out. There was the sound level, the sound level was rhythm-based, but not in an obvious sense. Instead, it would be blocks would damage every once in a while, but it would do it in the same pattern each time. So you just had to notice the rhythm. There were some blocks where on that stage where if you stood on them long enough, it would launch you into the sky. There was one where it was a cyber one, so you had to jack into the matrix, and then once you did, you had to go through a bunch of different challenges. It would be things it'd be upside down or something like that.
That's interesting.
It's way interesting. There's one where it was but not quite Battletoads motorcycle segment.
Not quite Battletoads.
But you were riding on an auto-moving platform, and it would say there's a hazard coming this way, and you had to jump or duck. It was great. The actual platforming was great, and then the actual action gameplay was great because he had Kai, the gravity circuit, the titular gravity circuit,
The titular gravities.
not only had a ton of moves just right off the bat, but like there's a ton of you could assign 4 techniques, as they were called, to spend 1 bar a meter and use a technique, of which there were, I think, 24. Lots of options there. Lots of options for chips, which are little passive abilities. Some were pretty strong. I used one that grants me more invulnerability, and it grants you a lot more invulnerability after taking damage.
Yep.
Another one where if I was at max energy and I would gain another bar of energy, I would instead gain a pip of life. This is one game where it's like those things that felt like a flaw in the moment, once I like thought about them in the context of the game, made a lot of sense, and it's hard for me to fault them for the decisions that they made. And I think it's fantastic. And when I got to the Wily's Castle stage, which only had 3 levels, would you believe it?
Panzer Paladin.
The Panzer Paladin, the levels that are meant to be a test of your ability, use the hazards introduced in the previous stages all in conjunction with each other. And that's what Adam was able to see last night. And man, it worked.
I compared it favorably to Celeste, although it takes the formula of Celeste with like really tight skill-based platforming and introduced a pretty good combat system.
I would genuinely play a
Like
versus
pretty
mode
deep.
in this game.
Yeah.
I absolutely would. And then just little things. There's a lot of references to other games, a lot of references to like fighting games in particular. If you hold up an attack, it looks like he does Rugel's Genocide Cutter. One of the moves is called like catch, counter, block, catch, something. Looks a whole lot like an alpha counter from Street Fighter Alpha. Does Ryu's pose with the uppercut.
A basic reference, chat, is to do a Shoryuken.
Oh yeah,
But if you're doing a genocide cutter,
But if you're doing Rugel's Genocide Cutter,
You're in deep.
We're in deep. There was one, it was called like Rising Upper, but it looked just like Ken Shoryurepa. It was called like Clone, where it was like a clone that like followed after you and did a move right after you would, which is a lot like Rose's Soul Illusion, or I can't remember his name. I remember the move, Gnejin. Yun's Gnejin. This couldn't, I don't know if this was a reference, but I could definitely see you could grab enemies if they were like defeated right before they blew up. You could grab them and toss them, and it looked a little bit like Marina. Might be stretching a little bit, but you could grab and throw stuff. You could even grab like missiles if they shot missiles. You could
Can
grab
you
it
shake
with the
them?
grappling hook. You could not shake them. You could just throw them back. I could not pick a better game to end the year off on. Loved it. Jack, I'm glad you're here. You are 6 hours and 44 minutes worth of stuff to go through. That was the last game I discussed, but Brett, I believe, has 5 or 6 more games to go through. Yep. So we'll be here for a little bit longer. Don't worry, Jack. So we will keep this up, and I will download this. Since you already have a YouTube channel that like has views, like literally thousands of views,
Yes.
I vote the VOD goes up on your channel.
Yep.
I'll do it. You bet.
Okay. So we're going to take this time right now to do a little intermission because while they're getting food, I don't think we want to miss these 2 next games. Yeah. Well, I'm one of the pieces off. Because I beat Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2 for the first time this year.
But not for the first time ever.
No, yeah, for the first time ever. These 2 games, yeah. So, I'm a bit of a poser, I guess, because I've always been a fan of the Metal Gear games, but I've only ever completed 3, like MGS 3. I knew the story, and I've seen like 1 and 2. Like I pretty much knew everything about them, but I hadn't played them, at least not to completion. I played both of them very briefly, but I played 3 to completion many a times before. So this year, with the release of the Master Collection, I decided that this is finally the time. I gotta lock it in and beat Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. And Metal Gear Solid 1 is pretty good. It's pretty good. Who would have guessed, right? The biggest thing, of course, is that for a game released in 1998, it is shockingly modern. It has modern style cutscenes where it'll move in, they pan and do actual camera work that you probably would not have seen in 1998 on the PlayStation 1. It's not pre-rendered. It's using the in-game models, and everything is voice acted, which is why the game is massive in terms of size for a PS1 game, and is on 2 discs. The whole thing, it's super modern. Like, if Metal Gear Solid didn't exist and someone released this game today as like an indie game, it would fit right in. Like, it almost feels like it's doing things with the technology it had that shouldn't have been able to have been done on the PS1. And it's still impressive, like, with that, just like, wow. The thing that always blew me away was whenever you can, if you like hold the pad up to a surface, Snake will like put his back on it, and the camera will pan to have Snake at like, you're like looking up at Snake from his feet, and everything is modeled around him, like interiors of rooms that you would not see unless you do that are clearly visible. And it's like the illusion that this is an actual room is kept up very well. Everything is modeled way more than what it should be. Everything has a lot of detail. They put in a lot of work on the environment, and I can see why this was such like a big game at the time and why it was so important. And on just with everything, it's all wrapped in this really still intriguing and thought-provoking spy thriller. Everything is all kind of given that Hollywood shine.
Kojima loves his movies.
Some might say he would rather be making movies.
I absolutely disagree. I feel like after Metal Gear Solid 3, he had all the money and all the clout to make a movie.
Yeah.
And I think if he wanted to make a movie, he would.
That's true.
Yep.
I guess that's true.
When it comes to the actual gameplay of Metal Gear Solid, there isn't a lot of pure stealth. And the stealth there is here is pretty... It's both rudimentary, but also kind of forward-thinking. You can knock on walls in this game, which is like... I don't even know how you did that stuff back on PS1. But the biggest thing is that you don't have that nice little roll move that 2 and 3 have. And that's a shame. That really makes those games, because it's also not first-person aiming. So, but enemies can see you if they're not in your camera. So you do have to kind of finagle some sections to line up a shot. So if it's not stealth, a lot of it is like set pieces where you are not stealthing, but you're moving through the environment or some way, trying to avoid infrared lasers, or you're moving up that long staircase where you need to throw a bunch of stun grenades. Or, this is the big one, you're fighting a boss. Now, for a game its bosses are its most memorable gameplay segments, and something a lot of people call attention to, like Psycho Mantis, and even stuff like Vulcan Raven and Sniper Wolf will call attention to. I don't like a single one of these boss fights.
I believe it, like, because it's like a bit like, because the combat is like just some rudimentary gunplay. You got to really try to make a boss fight engaging with that.
Yep, and they really don't.
The game is revolved around avoiding conflict.
Yes. It's tough to make a fight that you are meant to fight enjoyable, and they don't here. I'm not going to go by boss breakdown, but I could if I wanted to. I don't think there's a single boss I enjoyed. And it ends on the worst gameplay segment of the turret section in the Jeep. I don't know why they ended on that. And it's a bad ending to a good game. But as someone who knows what happens in Metal Gear Solid 2, I do feel like in Metal Gear Solid 1, it's quaint because it's like the oppression and depression is not there yet. So it's like, oh, just wait until Metal Gear Solid 2. That's when everything comes together. And so, next game, Metal Gear Solid 2. Which is my contender for the perfect sequel and one of the greatest games of all time. When I mean perfect sequel, I mean every gameplay thing has been improved. The addition of first-person aiming makes stealth way more enjoyable. It makes the world way more interactive, and it's a logical conclusion. First-person aiming was in Metal Gear Solid 1, which is crazy to think about. But it's just you couldn't use your guns. You could just look around at first person. But this game in Metal Gear Solid 2, you're allowed to aim and shoot, which can give rise to more enjoyable boss fights because you're able to use the dexterity of just aiming for fights like Vamp in the game. But not only that, you now have to hide bodies, which is an interesting thing to account for. You now have that cartwheel, which allows you to move between walls and ledges very fast. You just have better control of your character, and movement is smoother. There is way better set pieces in this game than there is in Metal Gear Solid 1. And to fully enjoy the game, I think you have to play Metal Gear Solid 1 first.
Yep.
I think part of the perfect sequel is the fact that to fully understand Metal Gear Solid 2, you just have to play 1 and know what's happening in 1. And if you do that, and if you buy into the wackiness, if you buy into the world, you're getting one of the greatest video game stories out there. And this is just one of the greatest games. Like not even the gaming experience, it's one of the greatest games.
Yep. Yeah. Few would dispute it.
It's really hard not to love this game. It's just everything top to bottom is detailed. It's thoughtful. It's considerate. Everything flows into the themes. It's voice acted wonderfully. The cutscenes are great. Like, if you want a story game, this is one of the best ones. If you just want a gameplay game, this is one of the best ones. It really is peak. And the fact that it all came out in 2001, wow. It's unbelievable. We got a game this good that early, you know?
Like day one, right? It was a launch title for the PlayStation 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Near.
Yeah, or launch window.
Mm-hmm. Same with Silent Hill 2.
Ooh.
Metal Gear Solid 2, masterpiece, and is a must play. But to must play, you gotta play 1. Gotta play 1. That was probably like the emotional climax to my list. The rest is like me coming back to the Shire. So we'll just do it kind of casually. Like a Dragon Gaiden is definitely a side game. It feels like a side game. Yeah. The conflict isn't as big. It's meant to just kind of be. It's meant to be a spin-off of 7 specifically. The Japanese name is like
really.
It says like 7 spin-off in the title. But it feels like a side game. The conflict isn't as big. And I feel even more than a side game, I feel like it's a vehicle for side content. Even more so that how it works is that early in the game you get put into the Okami network, which is where all your sub-stories are done through. And they give you Okami points. And you literally need those points to upgrade abilities. So you literally have to do the side content to level up. So it is literally a vehicle for side content. I don't even think the game tries to hide that fact. But with that, it has really good side content. And for a game dedicated around it, it does a good job. And with the combat, There are two styles, which is less than Lost Judgment, but they are two very fleshed out styles, and they're very unique, and they do a great job of complementing each other. For what could have been a pretty commercial tie-in game for Kiryu, it feels like it does him right, and they give a good ending to him, and it's one of the best, most emotional endings to his character, and one of the most emotional endings in the series. I don't think it quite tops 7's ending, but for Kiryu, I definitely like that ending, like literally the ending cutscene, more than his in 6. So that's like a Dragon Gaiden.
We're all lamenting the fact that Infinite Wealth can't be on this list.
It will be played day one.
And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it before the end of next year.
Probably.
Yeah.
So I did this one because I knew I was near the end of the game, and I put in like an hour on it this year, but I technically beat it this year. Doom 2016. And I just wrote simple stuff here. Arena shooters are still bad. It has some good weapons. Glorious kills are terrible. And the last level is literally 3 arenas in a row and then a final boss.
Jack, I know you're listening. I cannot allow your... Yeah, okay, there we go. No automods, please. I cannot allow your thing to go through my extension here. He said infinite wealth is going to suck me in so deep. And this was flagged by the automod for sex-based terms.
So true.
I cannot allow it through. I see the context. This is not a sex-based term. My main man Jack is trying to say that he's about to be very engrossed in a tale of a man trying to find his mother.
I
not
agree.
that he's...
I agree. We shall all be sucked.
So after Doom 2016, I beat Spider-Man 2. And
I got... and I watched Brett.
And
Not play all of it. I watched him play the
Watched the
finale
ending.
and like a little bit of the beginning.
This one's a weird one. And it's like, I feel like I could talk about it for way longer than I want to.
We just have to mention the one thing, at least. You know the one thing.
We can mention all of it.
I know I said I didn't spoil Armor Core 6 because it was so recent to release, but there's something we need to spoil first.
We need to say this. Sorry, Jack. Cover your ears.
Yeah. Yeah. We're actually going to give you an amount of time, Jack. We're going to spoil Spider-Man like we have to.
Yeah.
So get out.
So
Jack, I'm so sorry. You have to go
very soon. But I will say, like, overall, it is easy to like, hard to love. That's like a good. That's like a good catcher. Yeah.
I like it.
There's the side content is what I consider unoffensive, which means it's easy and quick. So that's why I did it. Not necessarily because it was good, but it was easy and quick. So there's not really a reason not to. Kraven should not have been in this game. Kraven was a bad choice, is what I wrote. Kraven was a bad choice.
Yes.
Why didn't Kraven has a Kraven? I fought like 300 Kraven goons. Kraven has armored trucks. Kraven has
drones.
Like tanks and cloaking technology, where he puts up an invisible cloak around the tops of skyscrapers.
Well, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Kraven the Hunter traditionally a guy in a leotard?
I'm no Spider-Man scholar. He has a plunging neckline.
He does.
But I don't know. So the actual look isn't too bad.
No, not at all.
It's the fact that he is not an expert lone hunter. He's just a warlord.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so he's like
and what he does is like
Metal Gear Solid.
he tells his goons to go collect the strongest guys, who then he learns the weakness to and then puts into an arena to hunt. That's not his MO.
Like it should be Predator rules.
Yeah.
He should try to use as few things as possible.
But like he's literally getting every advantage he can before the fight even starts. He seems kind of like a coward in this game.
Yeah.
And they try to make you take him seriously because he will, here's a spoiler, kill Scorpion and the Vulture. Like, he'll kill the Scorpion on screen, but he will kill Vulture off screen. and he'll try to kill Tombstone and the Lizard. And Spider-Man isn't even on his list until like 2/3 of the way through the game.
Crazy.
Which is crazy.
That should be number 1. How does he not know about Spider-Man? He's the most famous man in New York.
That I don't understand. But it's only until after the symbiote thing that he's like, oh, Spider-Man, huh?
What's this game called again?
Huh. Anyways.
It's called Spider-Man 2 because there's 2 Spider-Men in this game.
So, and then the classic Venom origin story plays out, Adam, where the symbiote... So the symbiote's on Harry Osborn.
Okay.
Because Eddie Brock and Flash Thompson, neither of them exist.
Just aren't
not here. So he briefly becomes Spider-Man's like another Spider-Man. He has no name until Spider-Man gets critically injured by Kraven. Comic accurate. Except the symbiote then leaves Harry and then goes and attaches to Peter, and then that's when Peter becomes Black Suit Spider-Man.
Right.
And then, of course, Peter will reject Black Suit Spider-Man, and it'll go to Harry, and then Harry becomes Venom.
Yes. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harry becomes Venom.
Harry Osborn.
Harry Osborn.
I'm pretty sure he's another villain already.
Harry Osborn is Venom.
Harry Osborn is Venom.
Green Goblin doesn't even exist.
But he will.
He will.
He's hinted at.
Will. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
It's like the after credit scene.
Can you believe Norman Osborn wears green the whole game?
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah. So Harry becomes Venom, and Spider-Man has a couple of lines where he's like, the symbiote is still inside me. And we took this as
it's a symbolic meaning.
Where like the anger is still inside me.
He isn't able to let that go.
Yes. So at the climax of the game, a bunch of symbiotes. So
Venom has a new power.
Turning people into symbiote creatures.
Oh, okay.
He just like touches them and they become a symbiote.
Okay, nice.
And he has symbioted all over
New York.
And they're like zombies.
Effectively.
Yeah, effectively.
Okay.
So New York is in a post-apocalyptic state. Because of Venom.
Okay.
Like genuinely shut down. Where's the military kind of
this
state.
This is bizarre.
And during this state, Mr. Negative is also good now. They had a redemption arc with him and Miles.
Great.
He was on Craven's hit list, but
he was on Craven's.
He's all right.
List. He's okay.
He had something very plot relevant,
so
he couldn't die.
Peter gets overwhelmed by the symbiote mass, and Mr. Negative and Miles jump into.
Is it Negative Man?
No, I think Negative Man. Mr. Mix says.
Negative Mr. Mix.
Negative Mr. Mix. So Negative Man has a new power where he can jump into people's subconscious and learn about them. I didn't know if he did that in the first game. I don't remember that. So they jump into Peter to help him. And they fight through Peter's subconscious. Literally, they fight through his subconscious. Yeah. And then they find the symbiote in his subconscious. And Negative Man expends the rest of his power.
His negative energy.
To turn the symbiote into anti-venom.
Okay.
And then Peter now has symbiote powers again, but they're good. He's now anti-venom.
He's now anti-venom.
He now has anti-venom powers.
Which is a totally different character, but okay.
But I guess it's their own reinterpretation where Negative Man can use his negative powers to negatify. So why didn't he just turn someone into like negative Spider-Man? Like if he could just do this, but that's not the problem we had.
Where is the symbiote?
They said there's still a little symbiote in Peter. I think they meant that literally because now he can just use symbiote powers.
So
where was it?
It's traditionally a physical thing.
Yes,
right,
and it is.
But they were treating it like it was a subconscious.
Assumed it was
metaphor.
That's like, he's still got a little symbiote in him. He's going to have to overcome to really. But then they go into his subconscious and deal with his problems, which manifests physically as a new anti-venom symbiote.
Okay.
Maybe it sucked it in from the ambient symbiote in the air. But it's like looking back, it sounds like they literally meant there is symbiote left in Peter.
Yeah.
And And it's such a small thing, but I
like,
just want to
where?
know, where is it stored? Where do you put where's the symbiote in this person? Is it just like
navel.
a molecule?
A single cell.
A single
Yeah.
cell? Is that all it
Perhaps.
takes to erupt in a brand new symbiote suit and shoot out giant tendrils from your arms? The Venom design is really good, though. I don't know if
I
you've
did
seen
like
it.
that. I have seen
The
it.
Venom design itself is visually
And
excellent.
like Venom is cool. I don't like Harry, but Venom is
Yeah.
cool because Venom is
It's hard
It's
to screw
Venom.
up Venom.
It's Venom.
It's hard to screw up Venom.
yeah.
They've done it once or twice, but it's hard.
But this is a good like when he is Venom, I like it. But when he's Harry, not so much. That's Spider-Man 2. It's not the PlayStation Game of the Year.
Yeah.
And it's not even. It shouldn't have been Game of the Year. It shouldn't have been Voice Actor of the Year. It shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
But it's a
was-
good game.
Yeah, people clowned on it for not winning any of the awards, but it did not deserve it.
No.
Every other award was more deserved.
Um,
Who it went to.
And the last game I played was El Paso Elsewhere. I hate to give this game the short end of the stick, but I am tired. It has it's an indie game. It's a small game, but it has a great presentation. It has great voice actors. They put a lot of value into that, and it paid off. It has great weapons. It has really tight gameplay. It kind of plays like Max Payne, but you fight vampires and werewolves. And one thing that impressed me a lot is that it's a lot of gameplay. It's only about 6 hours long, but I'd say about only 20 minutes of that is cutscenes. So the other hours is literally just pure gameplay, which is quite impressive for a game to have that much stock in its own gameplay. And then GG 2023.
GG 2023. Wow.
So, I know we're going to have closing... Oh, right. I know we're going to have closing thoughts, but I'm just going to clock us in. It's 7 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Wow.
Hoo boy. And around 4 hours and 45 minutes in, we decided to speed things up.
Yeah, seriously.
And we really did.
We actually did. Now, chat, this is the kind of content you could be getting every day if Capcom / Nintendo / GW would start cutting us checks. So start your letter writing campaign.
I know, right, chat?
So my final question is, this is a toughie, and I'm going to pose it to myself as well. What was your favorite game you played this year? It doesn't have to come out this year, but what was your favorite game you played this year? I'll go first since I've been dwelling on it and I have an answer. It's a game I didn't finish, but it's a game that's really affected me. Not in like a deep emotional way,
Yeah.
just in like a this is a beautiful game kind of way. Octopath 2.
Yep.
I'm loving Octopath 2, and while it retains a bit of my complaints from Octopath 1 for some reason, and I'm still playing it, so I'm still working through just what the reason is. It's not bothering me. Like I am grinding levels, and it is kind of plodding along, but I'm actually loving it. I'm actually loving the pace of it. I don't know if I've just developed my tastes as a enjoyer of video games, but that's my favorite experience of the year thus far. Well, thus far. Probably. That's my favorite experience of the year. Octopath 2.
It's probably going to have to be Street Fighter 6.
Yeah. I fully...
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
I went over why earlier. So, I think... Never there, but I mean,
yeah.
that's just what I want from Street Fighter.
Yeah.
And like a modern fighting game.
Mine's got to be Metal Gear Solid 2.
Metal Gear Solid 2. That's a decent spread. So we do have a question in chat. What is
Yep.
the game you are most looking forward to in 2024? Okay, I think that's pretty easy for me. Now, I don't really know a ton of games that are coming out next year off the top of my head, but it's got to be Yakuza's, or Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Like, that's where my headspace is at right now. So I would say that's my most anticipated for sure.
It's like a Dragon Infinite Wealth for me as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I know.
I can't think of what we have for sure coming out. Like, it's Infinite Wealth. And
Tekken 8.
Unicorn Overlord is on my radar, but I don't know if I'd say it's my most anticipated, just because I know that Infinite Wealth is going to go hard.
Same with Princess Peach isn't my most anticipated game.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to taking it, but I'm not psyched out of my mind for it.
Yeah.
I don't have a game I'm psyched out of my mind for, but I have a nice spread of games I am looking forward to.
Yeah, it'll be a good year, I think. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it'll be the depth of this year. This year was nuts.
Mm-mm. I don't think we're getting a game on the level of Baldur's Gate 3 for a decade.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of an all-timer. All right, chat. Well, 2023 was a good year. We completed some games.
And we completed what can hopefully become a new tradition.
I would love it to be a new tradition. I already have, as a result of Christmas, Q1 on deck.
Yep.
I have some games that I've got lined up.
It makes me wonder, and this will have to be a post, another stream. How many of these games was it worth beating?
Ooh, that's an excellent
question. Because I typically don't beat games. If I want to stop playing a game, I will stop playing a game. Yeah. And this was the first year I ever forced myself to finish games, and because of it, some games that I did previously I now like less.
Yes.
Chief Witch of Being Warriors Orochi 4. That was a game I would pick up, play, have a good time, and just set it down. But forcing myself to actually finish it and contest with all of its issues, it's hard for me to look at it the same.
That is a good point. Some games just simply aren't worth finishing. It's not like a movie where, okay, well, I'll just stick out the next 45 minutes. Yeah. It's you're committing
now I got 12
dozens of hours. So,
yeah. Especially, and if you notice, chat, long games, I didn't play a game that took me over 60 hours to beat. Yeah, the game I played the most this year was Street Fighter 6, but that's just a game. That is a game I just turned on and played. Yeah. But in terms of game that I complete, Switch has me logged at 50 hours in Disgaea 4. Yeah. So I think that, and I don't know if I could complete a 70-hour game.
You don't feel bad, chap, ever for dropping a game. Don't feel bad for that at all. I have on my Twitch channel still proudly displayed games dropped in 2021 or 2022 or whatever. And you know what? That's not a wall of shame. That's a wall of, these are games that I say don't touch.
For me, Fairy Fencer F, Advent Dark Force, that is the worst game I've played all year. But easily. I didn't complete it. So instead, that honor will go to either Neptunia Cross and Kagura or Knight's Journey. Yeah. It feels weird saying Nights into Dreams because that game took 2 hours and was a breeze.
Yeah.
But I don't know. All right. Hate to be anticlimactic. Any closing words, Brett, or am I? No closing words.
All
right. Later Days chat, 7 hours, 14 minutes. That was my longest stream yet. Adios, everyone.
Adios.